Chapter 201 Two Pillars, Sasuke, for subscription. The Land of Fields. The seemingly peaceful country of Tien is actually turbulent. As the leader of Yainin village, Orochimaru has not shown up for a long time, which has already created a certain impression. Of course, he couldn't look forward to showing his face. After the war that destroyed Konoha, Orochimaru had lost its former glory and became embarrassed. To make matters worse, Orochimaru's hands were not only sealed, but even forced to surrender to Aizen and become Aizen's subordinates. The former Sannin is now humbled and despised. This huge contrast makes Orochimaru sigh. During the 3 days that Aizen left, he ordered the 4 of them to go to Konoha to take Sasuke away. Orochimaru can't wait, and wants to get Sasuke's body as soon as possible and restore his previous strength. He swore that he would kill Aizen with his own hands and repay the humiliation that he had endured 100-fold. Fortunately, God still did not abandon Orochimaru. Under the bewitchment of the 4 people, Sasuke embarked on a road of no return in pursuit of power. Ritsuzi Sasuke followed in the footsteps of the 4 of them and came to the land of Tien. In order to take revenge, in order to kill Uchiha Itachi, he did not hesitate to give up his identity as a Konoha ninja and become a scorned traitor. Near Yainin village, that huge stronghold. It was still that dark underground palace. Aizen sat in the first place, exuding invisible coercion in the calm. Ulquiorra and Nelly are respectfully guarding both sides of Aizen now. Even Orihiminu and Yakumo Okurama, 2 weak women, are guarded by Summer Star. Orochimaru stood respectfully below, and judging from the position where he stood, it could be seen that he had no place in Aizen's mind at all, like a lost family dog. As Orochimaru's cronies, the 4 of Yakushido and Yinren respectfully stood behind Orochimaru, not daring to catch a breath. They had already heard of the earth-shattering battle, and even the 2 members of Akatsuki's organization, Hiden and Keikaro, were defeated by Aizen. Just relying on these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, what kind of storms can they make? Not only them, but also Orochimaru turned pale. Previously, Aizen was alone with Ulquiorra. Although Orochimaru was afraid of him, he still had hope. Only this time Aizen returned triumphantly, and there were more subordinates around him. Nelly Lu, just from this beautiful-looking woman, even if Orochimaru has a strong power in her heart. Orochimaru believes that as long as Nilu is willing, he can be killed easily. Why does he have another powerful subordinate beside him? Orochimaru was suspicious. He defected to Konoha for nearly 20 years, and his footprints have spread throughout the ninja world, collecting a lot of information. It stands to reason that 2 powerful people like Ulquiorra and Nelliel can never be unknown, and they will leave some information behind. However, including Aizen, the 3 seemed to appear out of thin air, and there was no information about them at all. This strange situation caused Orochimaru's thoughts to be in chaos. Because apart from knowing that Aizen has the ability to control the 5 senses, he couldn't find any flaws at all. Orochimaru couldn't guess Aizen's mind, nor could he see Aizen's flaws. There is absolutely nothing to do. Orochimaru. It looks like your plan is going well. Aizen supported the handle of the Iron Throne with one hand and leaned her head gracefully on it. His eyes stared down, staying on the figure beside Orochimaru. There is a certain perseverance in the tenderness, the cold expression, the cold eyes, and only the emotion of revenge in my mind. Sasuke Uchiha. Long time no see, Sasuke Uchiha, your strength has become stronger again. It seems that the resentment in your heart has turned into motivation. Aizen's eyes didn't care. In his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke is a trivial little bug, except for the pair of writing wheel eyes, there is no use value at all. Blue. Aizen. Sasuke Uchiha was stunned and spoke intermittently. Although he witnessed Aizen's betrayal with his own eyes, The unbelievable scene is now in front of him, which has caused a major blow to Sasuke Uchiha's heart. Wanting to gain power, Orochimaru, who was following him wholeheartedly, actually surrendered to Aizen's command. And I had despised Aizen 2 months ago. Looking back now, Sasuke Uchiha realized how ridiculous his behavior was. Aizen's brows were slightly wrinkled, and the ocean-like Reiatsu within her body erupted, pressing down on Sasuke Uchiha. Wow! Sasuke let out a muffled groan, unable to bear the spiritual pressure, and knelt on his knees. At this moment on 2.1, he felt that life was worse than death, like someone pinching his neck, and even breathing became an extravagant hope. Sasuke is not an idiot. In an instant, he realized the presumptuousness of his words. Sasuke struggled hard, exhausted all his strength, and said with difficulty, "Lord Aizen, please forgive my rudeness." His voice fell. The enormous pressure disappeared, and Sasuke felt relieved. If this coercion continued for a few more seconds, he would not be able to bear it and die in despair. However, in order to save his life, Sasuke had to surrender like Aizen. This former genius of Konoha finally bent his proud spine. Chapter 202, Kurama Kumo vs Sasuke, subscribe. Sasuke bent down his spine, showing surrender. He had to do it, and he had to do it. Because he is worthless in Aizen's eyes, just an irrelevant ant. After only opening the Urgujade Sharingan, even the basic form of Sharingan has not evolved, only able to see through some ninjutsu and copy some simple moves. Sharingan does not possess the true ability, nor does he possess the ability to perform basic illusions. Although Sasuke Uchiha's talent is superb, it is only limited to talent and does not translate into strength. Even Uchiha Itachi's moon-reading illusion was cracked by Aizen. What kind of storms can he make with just a two-hooked jade writing wheel eye? Sasuke Uchiha, it is beyond my imagination that you defected to Konoha. But if you want to join my command, you must prove your worth. Aizen was sitting on the throne, her head resting on her arms, looking nonchalant. If it wasn't for Sasuke's own shaker, Aizen would not even bother to chat with this little bug. My worth. 11. Sasuke Uchiha was stunned, looked at Orochimaru in doubt, and then at Aizen, at a loss. He didn't know the real purpose of Aizen. When the 4 members of the original Sound Ninja rushed to Konoha, they coerced him and persuaded him to follow Orochimaru. Sasuke can even feel his important position in Orochimaru's heart. Isn't it because he has useful value that Orochimaru needs him? It seems that you still don't understand your situation, Sasuke Uchiha. The controller here is not Orochimaru, but me. Aizen only frowned a little, and Sasuke felt a pressure engulfing him. Sasuke gritted his teeth, firmly forcing himself to try his best to stand tall. It's good to stand up, but it's a pity that his strength is too weak. Konoha let go of the talented Kurama Kumo, and instead trains you young ninjas. This is really an irony thing. A sneer sneered at the corner of Aizen's mouth. That's it, Sasuke Uchiha. I give you a chance to prove yourself. Fight against Kurama Kumo and show your strength. Let me fight Kurama Kumo? Ritsuzi Sasuke looked puzzled. When he saw the weak Kurama Kumo, a kind of disdain naturally emerged in his heart. It's not that he is arrogant, but the first impression that Kumo of the pommel horse makes is too weak. His face was pale, the chakra aura in his body was looming, and he looked weak, let alone performing ninjutsu. Aizen-sama, are you sure you want to fight her? Although Sasuke Uchiha is confident in his own strength, he does not despise Kurama Kumo. He had lived in Konoha village since he was a child, and naturally he had heard of the Kurama family. The Kurama clan in their glory days possessed the same strength as the Uchiha clan. Even in terms of illusion, the Pommel Horse clan's unique blood succession limit once crushed the writing wheel eye. Yes, Since the Uchiha family is known as one of the strongest families in Konoha, let me see what kind of strength the so-called genius of Uchiha possesses. Aizen turned her head to look at Yakumo Kurama, and said gently, "Go, Yakumo Kurama, let Sasuke Uchiha experience the illusion illusion." "Well, Aizen-sama." Facing Aizen's gaze, Kurama Yakumo bowed his head shyly. Since seeing Aizen's strength, Kurama Yakumo has become more and more adored for Aizen. This worship is not blind, but is infected by Aizen's unique personality charm. Especially when Kurama Yakumo saw Aizen beheading the 4 Konoha elite join-in, he felt invigorated. Unconsciously, Kurama Yakumo's hatred for Konoha must have reached an irreversible level. Kurama Yakumo came to the center of the underground palace. The same canvas and brush as before. Her 5 sense manipulations are invisible, but they are realized by painting on canvas. "Go ahead, everyone." Following Aizen's order, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes became fierce and fierce. With the help of dexterous physical skills, he quickly approached Yakumo Kurama. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and the palm of his hand was surging with lightning. Soon, a thunderball condensed in Sasuke Uchiha's hand. Done, Chidori. 103 Sasuke dragged the thunderball with his left hand and kept his left arm with his right hand. The bright lightning ball rubbed a clear trace on the ground. The violent thunder sizzled, making people shudder. Although the opponent was Yakumo Kurama who looked weak, Sasuke showed no mercy. "Use the killer move as soon as you come up." He wanted to preempt and end the fight quickly. Just as Sasuke's figure was rapidly approaching, Kurama Yakumo skillfully swiped his brush and quickly painted on the canvas. Soon, Sasuke Uchiha's figure appeared on the canvas, lifelike, and even the movements were vivid. When Sasuke Uchiha's portrait was completed, an invisible wave radiated around Yakumo Kurama. At this moment, Sasuke's figure jumped into the air, grabbed the thunderball in his hand, and smashed it towards Kurama Yakumo. Boom! The thunderball erupted, forming a powerful thunderstorm, which immediately enveloped Yakumo Kurama. The ground collapsed out of thin air, and countless stone chips flew. Sasuke succeeded. Chapter 203 The Glory of Illusion, Sasuke is defeated. Sasuke succeeded. Legu jumped, and the thunder raged. In the blink of an eye, everyone's eyes were filled with dazzling thunder. Seeing this thrilling scene, Aizen stood still, expressionless, and even raised his eyelids. He was not worried that the weak pommel Yakumo died among the assistants. As expected of Sasuke-kun, he showed his unparalleled explosive power as soon as he came up. Now, Yakumo Kurama should have suffered a lot. Orochimaru rejoiced in misfortune, and seemed happy to see those who belonged to Aizen suffer. However, the expression on his face froze in vain before he could relax. Huh? How is this possible? Suddenly, all the thunderbolts disappeared, and even the collapsed ground returned to normal, as if twisted by a powerful thought. Sasuke sensed a crisis and retreated, but it was too late. When he just exited the range of Kurama Yakumo, the previous thunder light reappeared and condensed into a thunder blade. Brush. The thunder knife slashed down on its own, and it was terrifyingly sharp. Sasuke's face changed in shock, and he quickly made a seal with his hands. Siweshin Hai Wu Yin. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A huge fireball spit out from Sasuke's mouth, and attacked the thunder blade aggressively. The interweaving of hot flames and violent thunder made Sasuke's figure retreat again. Ha! Ha! Sasuke kept gasping for breath, and his narrow escape made him sweaty. The thunder knife just now was so weird that it appeared without warning, causing his arm to be almost cut off. Chidori has already hit her. Why do I still feel my heart beating violently? Could it be an illusion? Sasuke is not an idiot. He immediately understood the key to the matter. If all this is an illusion, when did he fall into an illusion? Have you finally realized it? Sasuke Uchiha. The pommel horse Yakumo sounded like a silver bell. Her figure reappeared in Sasuke's field of vision. Kurama Yakumo holds a paintbrush in his left hand and a canvas in his right. He painted elegantly and calmly, not afraid of Sasuke's attack. I was hit by Chidori and it was still unscathed. It seems that it was an illusion. Sasuke's heart trembled. He didn't understand why this illusion was so realistic that he couldn't see any flaws at all. Existence is truth. Your five senses have been manipulated by me, and your abilities have been deprived of me. There will be no suspense in this battle. As if inheriting Aizen's temperament, Yakumo Kurama stared at Sasuke coldly, his eyes dazzling. Disdain pouring out from the depths of his pupils completely ignored Sasuke. This arrogant gesture naturally touched Sasuke's inverse scale. As a genius of the Uchiha family, he has always been lamented by others for his talent. When will he be despised by his peers? This kind of psychological blow made Sasuke furious. Stop talking nonsense. As long as it is illusion, there is a way to crack it. I have the blood of the Uchiha family flowing in my body, and I am born with a keen perception of illusion. You can't beat me. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and the momentum in his body gradually rose, becoming aggressive. Uchiha's blood? It's ridiculous. Have you forgotten the glory of the Kurama family back then? Seeing Sasuke, Kurama Yakumo's hatred for Konoha was awakened. She said indifferently, there is no way to decipher the true illusion. It is like the bloodline limit of the pommel horse family, manipulating the five senses. Kurama Yakumo raised his brush and drew towards Sasuke Uchiha in the center of the canvas. Brush. The black dye covered Sasuke's arm. At the same time, this scene unexpectedly appeared in reality. Sasuke's arm disappeared. Impossible, it's all illusion. Sasuke felt an uproar in his heart. Although he tried his best to keep his mind steady, he was still shocked by what he saw in front of him. Can't feel the arm's existence, as if his arm didn't exist from the beginning. This feeling of realism, the same as reality, began to shake Sasuke's beliefs. This is the ability to manipulate the five senses. As long as you believe, it will exist. Kurama Yakumo raised the brush in his hand and quickly drew an iron cage on the canvas. Suddenly, a large iron cage appeared out of nowhere, trapping Sasuke in it. Sasuke is helpless, like a beast trapped in a trap, powerless to struggle. There is only one outcome waiting for him, and that is to be slaughtered by others. Done, Chidori. Sasuke is not stupid enough to sit still. He made a seal with his hands and cast Chidori again. However, Chidori, who has always been invincible, was unable to cut off the iron cage. Zizizi. The arc of thunder jumped, and the flames splattered. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Sasuke. The steel pillars in the entire iron cage were bent and turned into countless sharp iron spears, shooting at Sasuke from all directions. Because Gunma's speed was so fast, Sasuke couldn't react in time. Boo! Several blood flowers splashed, and Sasuke Uchiha's body was as crisp as a piece of paper, pierced by dozens of sharp steel spears. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and Sasuke's body solidified in midair. This feeling is real. If he hadn't been determined, he would have fallen into a coma long ago. In this battle, Sasuke was completely defeated. Chapter 204 New Clues, Moshifu, for subscription. A sharp iron spear pierced through his body, and blood overflowed from the wound like a spring. Sasuke's fierce eyes froze, and there was only an unbelievable color in his clear eyes. He couldn't imagine that the illusion controlled by Kurama Yakumo was so powerful. That kind of heart-piercing pain actually made him panic about death. Isn't this an illusion? Why is it so realistic? In this battle, Sasuke was completely defeated. His beliefs had been shaken by the visions he saw. In this way, his five senses are manipulated. In fact, Everything Sasuke saw was just an illusion. But because he believed too much in what he saw happened, his brain was also blinded. The brain's misjudgment leads to the body's conditioned reflex. In the end, these injuries also turned into reality. This is the terrifying ability to control the five senses, and this is also the ability of the pommel horses to limit their blood. You have already lost, Sasuke Uchiha. The paintbrush in Yakumo Kurama's hand hangs in the air, and she can cut off Sasuke's head as long as she swipes one more stroke. Sasuke was speechless and did not refute, he could only silently accept this reality. What worries him even more is the condition in his body, which has become more and more critical. If Kurama Yakumo didn't dispel the illusion, he would eventually die from the bleeding. Stop, Pommel Yakumo, spare his life. Aizen, who was sitting on the throne, finally spoke up. At his command, Kurama Yakumo retracted his brush and erased the image of Sasuke on the canvas. Immediately, the invisible force that permeated the air dissipated. The illusion of manipulating the five senses is released. It's just that although the illusion has disappeared, the injury does exist. Sasuke spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground instantly. His injury was too serious. If it wasn't for that revengeful heart, he would definitely have passed out of a coma. Too weak, Sasuke Uchiha. Your strength is too weak, the so-called Uchiha clan is so vulnerable. Aizen shook his head in disappointment. At this moment, Sasuke was inferior to an ant in his eyes. For Aizen, even the pharmacist Pocket, who is proficient in medicine, is more useful than Sasuke. Sasuke collapsed to the ground in despair. There was nothing else to do but resentment. He hates himself. Why is he so weak? Why is he not powerful? Why is his dignity trampled by others at will? Inu Jirai, heal him. Aizen ignored Sasuke again because the latter had no value. Inu Himiyori looked at Sasuke's embarrassed appearance. A kind of pity emerged in her kind heart. Her hands overlapped each other to form a triangle. Shuangshan returns to the shield. I am determined. The golden fluorescent light flickered, and a circular light curtain enveloped Sasuke's body. Under the healing of Shengwen, Sasuke's wounds healed quickly, and even chakra recovered together. When Sasuke was fully recovered, the kind-hearted Inu Jirai helped Sasuke aside to prevent him from appearing in Aizen's field of vision. Even if Sasuke is just an insignificant piece of dust in Aizen's eyes, he is not qualified to enter his field of vision. This duel between the two geniuses of the Konoha illusion family was just a small episode. Aizen turned her attention to Orochimaru again, and asked coldly, Orochimaru, presumably you also got the news that we have captured the two-tailed cat. Lord Aizen, what are your intentions? Orochimaru questioned. In fact, he also wanted to understand the purpose of Aizen's capture of the tailed beast. Once a member of Akatsuki, Orochimaru knew that the purpose of Akatsuki's organization was to capture the nine-tailed beasts. If Aizen also wanted to capture the nine-tailed beast, it would conflict with the interests of Akatsuki's organization. Maybe this is a good time for him to turn around? Orochimaru tried his best to hide the excitement in the depths of his pupils. He has decided to instigate Aizen to capture the tailed beast at all costs. At that time, after the interests of the Zhao organization are violated, there will definitely be a battle between the two sides. And he, Orochimaru, can reap the benefits and rise again. Aizen said calmly, you don't have to know that. You only provide information about the tailed beast. I have a lot of information about the tailed beasts. Aizen-sama, you have just caught the two-tailed cat. I suggest you follow the steps to catch the three-tailed Isafuke. Facing Aizen's cold and ruthless gaze, cold sweat broke out from behind Orochimaru. Myo Isafuke? Yes, Aizen-sama. Unlike other tailed beasts, Isafu Mio was not sealed in the body of Hiroshima. Due to the death of Yaoyoromi's Yukage, Mizuo Isofu lived in a wild state at the bottom of the lake. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a hint of greed when he mentioned Sano Isofu. In fact, he also has a different opinion about Myo Sasuke. According to the original plan, Orochimaru planned to replace the container and then go to capture Myo Sasuke, but he did not expect the ill-fated, and he became a prisoner of Aizen. It turns out to be wild, it's really rare. Aizen smiled slightly and said, "So, Isafuji-sano's hiding place is in the land of water?" "That's right, Aizen-sama. If you're going to the land of water, maybe my subordinates Grun and Yukimaru can help you." Aizen pondered for a moment, and finally made a decision. "Ulquiorra, Nelly, you to go on this mission. I will give you the right to kill, and do my best to capture Isafuke Myo." Chapter 205 Crystal Shield Ninja, Red Lotus, for subscription. Grun, a member of the Sound Ninja led by Orochimaru. It used to be the first candidate for the reincarnation container of Orochimaru, but was left out for a while. She is a crystal ninja, and the only crystal ninja. As Orochimaru's subordinate, Grun is loyal. Because of the special ability of Jingdun, Grun was selected by Orochimaru as a candidate for the reincarnation container, responsible for managing a certain base. However, now that Aizen has a strong control over the country of Tien, and has become the mastermind behind the scenes, coupled with the departure of Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru has changed his mind and no longer wants Gulian as a container. Although the crystal shield is powerful, it has an Achilles heel. When the crystal encounters a sound wave, it vanishes into nothingness. This is also the reason why Orochimaru abandoned Gulian, just because this weakness is too obvious. Orochimaru is in a predicament and must make a desperate attempt. He couldn't afford it, and he didn't want to take the risk. The only chance to turn over is this turn. So Orochimaru must choose the best container, Sasuke Uchiha. Although Sasuke has no ability to resist in the face of Kurama Yakumo's 5 senses of manipulation, Orochimaru still has a fanatical pursuit of Sharingan. Having played against Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru understands how powerful the evolved kaleidoscope Sharingan is. After the meeting, Orochimaru and Yakushi stepped back and summoned Grun, who had been at a distant stronghold, to return to the land of fields. Fortunately, this stronghold is not far from the country of Tien, and in just one day, Grun arrived at the underground palace. The brightly lit underground palace. In addition to Aizen sitting in the first place, there are 3 figures below. Ulquiorra, Nelly, and Grun. Ulquiorra and Nelly looked at Aizen with a look of reverence beneath them both respectfully. Red Lotus lowered her head and said nothing, her face panicked. When she received the call of Orochimaru and rushed back to the kingdom of heaven in ecstasy, she found that everything had changed dramatically. Orochimaru is no longer the controller, but has become a low-key subordinate. Although Teshiguo and Yainin village are still under the control of Orochimaru on the surface, the mastermind behind the scenes is Aizen. Especially when Grun stood in the middle of Ulquiorra and Nelly, she felt the terrifying Reiatsu emanating from the two of them, and her originally panicked heart trembled even more. The breath of the two is even stronger than Orochimaru in its heyday, but such a strong person maintains absolute respect for Aizen sitting on the king, so how terrifying is Aizen's strength? Red and Blue didn't dare to look up, let alone look directly into Lan Ran's eyes. Because she just lowered her head, she felt the terrifying oppression in Aizen's eyes even more. It seemed that Aizen's eyes contained an indescribable and inexplicable magic power. Who are they? Why did they suddenly replace Mr. Orochimaru? This idea kept popping up in Honglian's mind, but she was at a loss. You are what Orochimaru said. Crystal Shield Ninja, Red Lotus, right? Aizen's voice came out, breaking the tranquility of the underground palace. There was an irresistible majesty in this voice, which made Honglian look up and looked at Aizen in a panic. Yes. Yes, Aizen-sama. The invisible pressure made Grun's voice tremble. "Don't be nervous, don't be afraid. Since you are Orochimaru's subordinate, you are also my subordinate." Lan Ran smiled lightly, and a gentle smile appeared on her handsome face, making the Red Lotus feel like a spring breeze. The urgency in my heart was suddenly relieved. "Yes, Aizen-sama." Red Lotus was still cautious, not daring to be slighted. "You must have heard of Isafukumayo, right? Aizen-sama, Orochimaru-sama arranged for us to set up a stronghold in the distance, just to collect news of Sanway at all times." Red Lotus responded respectfully. It's just that when she mentioned Orochimaru, her expression was a little dim. It seems that Orochimaru also has an idea for Moshifu, but he is so actively encouraging me to arrest Mayo, presumably he wants me to conflict with the Akatsuki organization. Although Aizen always had that gentle smile on her face, Grun could feel the cold killing intent in Aizen's words. Although this killing intent only occurred for a moment, it made Hongmeng feel like he had fallen into the 18th layer of purgatory. "Do you know the purpose of my summoning you, Red Lotus?" Aizen's words returned to normal, saying, "You will lead the way and carry out the task of arresting Sanway this time. You do not need to fight, and you do not need to make any plans. You just need to watch quietly and wait for Ulquiorra. They crushed the Three Tails. Do you understand?" Facing Aizen's question, Grun nodded instinctively. Her heart turned violent, and as a crystal shield ninja, she had a great advantage in the lake where Sanway was hiding. Even so, Aizen was able to ignore her abilities. This shows that Aizen has absolute confidence in Ulquiorra. "It's not too late, you all set off immediately. I'm afraid the world of ninjas will change drastically soon." Aizen's eyes were deep, and her thoughts fell into contemplation. Through Yinin's inquiries, Aizen already knew that the undercurrents of the major powers were surging. Especially after the news that he killed the two-tailed personage came out. The fourth generation of Raikage was furious and threatened to kill Aizen himself. The alliance ceremony between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder will be held in a few days, so Aizen can't wait to recover the Three Tails. The fifth Hokage, the fourth Raikage. What kind of surprises can you bring me? When the three figures of Grun disappeared, only Aizen's voice echoed in the underground palace. At the same time, Uran Village, the secret space where the outsider golem is located. Three illusory figures appeared on the 10 tails of the outsider golem. One of them is Tian Dao Pain, who appeared before. The other two have different temperaments and different opinions. One pursues the art of the moment, the other pursues the eternal art. Both of them are ardent admirers of art, and they are even willing to do whatever it takes to pursue art. Zhao Organization, an art duo. Deidara, the Scorpion of Red Sand. Deidara, Scorpion. The original plan to capture the tailed beast will start in 3 years, but the accident happened with Aizen, and the plan had to move ahead. Tian Dao Pain said indifferently, "Since the two-tailed cat has been in his pocket again, then you all act first, go to the Land of Water, and capture Isafukumayo." Chapter 206 Virtual Flash Replay. Please subscribe. In the Land of Water, next to an endless lake. This is the hidden lake of Sanway? Why can't I feel any movement? Nelliel looked puzzled, and when she looked around, the entire lake was sparkling, and the water reflected the golden light of the sun. The volume of the entire lake is so huge that it is endless, and there is no end in sight. The silence here is terrifying, except for the occasional ripples. I can't feel any breath at all. That's right, the two adults. According to our detection over the years, after the death of the fourth generation of Mizukage Jiraiya, Mitsuo escaped into the wild and disappeared. Because the country of water is surrounded by many oceans and lakes, it is not easy to find Mitsuo. This is why, after so many years, until the fifth generation of Mizukage Yumi took office, Mizuo still did not catch the reason. Gulin explained patiently, and a young boy appeared beside her. Purple eyes, brown hair. The young man is not very old, and there is even a little innocence left. His name is Yukimaru, an orphan who has lost his parents and has been lonely since he was a child. In fact, the reason why his parents died was entirely because of Ochimayu's plan to attack the village through Grun and eventually kill all the village names. Yukimaru played an important role in the plan to capture Sanwei this time. He is able to find the three tails and control it through his own abilities. This is crucial, as long as the three tails lose their ability to move. Alquiora and Neliel can take advantage of the victorious pursuit and defeat the three tails in one fell swoop. The lake is so big and bottomless. Reiatsu alone can't lock the trail of Sanwei. Neliel frowned. She had tried many times to use her spiritual power to infiltrate the lake, but it still didn't work. The bottom of the valley is too deep, and the line has become a natural barrier, isolating all external probes. Don't worry, to adults. With Yukimayu's ability, you can summon the three tails. Grun is very confident, although Alquiora does not intend to let him intervene, but she always wanted to make a contribution and show her strength. Although Yukimaru is young, she is precocious. He took the helmet given him by the pharmacist's pocket and put it on. Suddenly, Yukimaru felt a mysterious force pouring into his body, which resonated with his heart. This power seems to have some relationship with the tailed beast chakra. Go ahead and lead out the three tails. Alquiora's face was icy cold, and in his words there was an icy coldness that was 1,000 miles away. In his eyes, there was only the task that Aizen had ordered, and everything else was a cloud. Yes, my lord. Yukimaru responded timidly to the edge of the lake. He put on the helmet and concentrated on manipulating the spiritual power in his body. A beam of light erupted from his body, and a strong sound wave spread. The calm lake surface set off layers of waves. Is it finally going to start? Red Lotus held back her intentions, her eyes fixed on the center of the lake. She could feel a wave in there. Signs of Sanwei's awakening. Sure enough, Sanwei is hiding at the bottom of this lake. It seems that I have to start serious. Neliel stroked her hair lightly and said in a charming manner. She changed her usual casual appearance, her eyes became fierce, and her fighting instinct, which belonged to Xu, was awakened again. The waves on the lake were surging, and the water level rose sharply. The breath in the middle of the lake is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the center of the lake sank, and the lake consciously retreated to both sides. A black shadow appeared. Sanwei is about to show his true colors. Yukimayu's face was tense, and his whole body was stiff. It was the power emerging from his body that attracted Sanwei to wake up. Roar! A thunderous roar sounded, and the sharp sound waves caused the entire lake to set off a gust of wind and waves. Izumio finally appears. Its shape is a huge tortoise with a hard shell, 3 flat tails at the back, and indestructible thorns on its body. An unbelievable breath enveloped the three-tailed body. The chakra unique to the tailed beast was violent and dark, mixed with primitive slaughter. Sure enough, the more tails you have, the stronger your strength will be. Izumitsuo's breath is stronger than that of the two-tailed cat, but it lacks a bit of wisdom. In Alquiora's calm duo, a trace of fear finally emerged. He once fought with Roe and experienced the power of the tailed beast. What's more, the lake is the home field of Sanwei, which occupies a favorable location and makes it even more powerful. Is this the tailed beast that Aizen-sama has been emphasizing? It's really powerful. But it doesn't seem to have a high level of intelligence, so it's not enough to control this power. Neliel has never fought against a tailed beast, but she has not underestimated the enemy. In her first impression, Izata Mitsuo was like the big virtual Kirin in the virtual circle. Although he was powerful, his intelligence was weak, and he mostly acted by instinct. Roar! With another thunderous roar, Izata Sano stared at Yukimayu with red eyes, and his murderous aura surged. Boom! Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Izata Sano's huge body was swimming very fast. This speed was like a whirlwind, setting off a whirlpool on the surface of the lake. With an aggressive attack, Izata Mio actually took the initiative to attack. Nilu, don't take it lightly. Use your talent, cooperate with my virtual flash, and knock it back. Ulquiorra raised his right hand and struck with 2 fingers. Fingertips condense green spiritual power. Virtual flash. Strike with all your strength and show no mercy. At this moment, Ulquiorra made a move that Grun didn't expect. He actually turned around and blasted towards Nilu. Huh? What's going on here? Grun was at a loss, thinking that Ulquiorra was going to kill Nilu. What made Grun puzzled was that Nilu didn't dodge, but instead faced Ulquiorra head-on. When the green light beam of the phantom flashed out, Nilu swallowed the phantom flash in her stomach, and she was safe and sound. Grun and Yukimayu were stunned, they couldn't imagine why their abilities were so perverted. Nilu showed a charming smile to the two of them, and turned to face Mio Izata. Virtual Flash Replay. Chapter 207 Defeat Sanwei. Please subscribe. Virtual Flash Replay. Nelielu devoured Ulquiorra's void flash, absorbed it and turned it into more pure energy, fused with her own energy and released it again. This is Nilu's unique talent and her characteristic. Nilu held a Zanpei Kuto, and the sharp blade shone with a pink light, sending out a reiki that made Red Lotus shiver. Yukimayu hugged Grun's arm, and was so frightened by the breath that she didn't dare to move. He curled up in Gulian's arms, silent. The pink beam of light blasted out, and the strong recoil made the ground where Nelielu was shattered. The pink phantom flashes like a streamer of light, traversing the lake quickly. Boom! The two collided, causing a huge shock. Isata's huge body was smashed back out of thin air. Roar! Aizen Mitsuo roared angrily. As soon as he was awakened from his deep sleep, he suffered a major blow, and no one would be upset, let alone Mio who had a low 11-level intelligence. The huge mouth of the abyss opened, an unparalleled suction spread, and the surrounding air was drawn into Sanwei's mouth. Air cannon. 3 powerful air cannons blasted straight at Nilu. Izumoshi retaliated and fought back strongly. It's more difficult than I imagined, Grun, Yukimayu, you two should step back. You are no longer needed here. Ulquiorra's words are like a remembering a heavy bomb, giving Gulian a knowing blow, made her self-confidence plummet. Originally not favored by Ochimayu, he was despised by Ulquiorra. Under the double blow, the Red Lotus was embarrassed. As a Beijing Shield ninja, he was despised by others. I have to say, this is a sad story. Red Lotus hesitated and did not choose to withdraw. She was not reconciled, nor did she want to be despised like this. Woman, are you disobeying my order by doing this? Ulquiorra frowned slightly and said displeasedly. Facing Ulquiorra's stern gaze, Grun hesitated again, and finally chose to compromise. She gritted her teeth and stepped back unwillingly, holding Yukimayu. Ulquiorra and Nilu didn't dodge in time due to Grun's delay. In the blink of an eye, the air cannon had been coaxed in front of them. Ring it. The two had a tacit understanding, and instantly turned to avoid it. The powerful air cannon shot in the air and smashed a small hill. On the endless lake, the water splashes everywhere. Mio Izata and the Ten Blades fought evenly, and neither did they gain the upper hand. Flicker. The figures of Ulquiorra and Nilu appeared above Santail's, and 2 phantom flashing pillars slammed on Santail's tortoise shell. Apart from being shaken into the bottom of the water, Sanwei quickly surfaced. almost unscathed. You've always tried Bailing's virtual flash, but it didn't work. The tortoise shell is covered with the tailed beast chakra, which resists the virtual flash. It seems that although the three-tailed intelligence is not high, its defensive power is far higher than that of the two-tailed cat. A look of surprise flashed in Ulquiorra's eyes. The last time he fought with Ruwei, he used the phantom to knock me back. This time, the virtual flash couldn't hurt the three tails. There was only one tail difference. The difference in strength was so big. Impossible. Ulquiorra soon realized the problem, that is, the three-tailed form is a turtle, and the hardest part is the turtle shell that wraps the whole body. If you want to defeat Mioi's Arta, you must find its weakness. Ulquiorra, shouldn't that be its weakness? Nilu pointed to the head of Izata Mio and hinted. Looking at the huge gland's head, Ulquiorra's eyes burst into a burst of light. Nilu is right, the weak point of turtles is the glands. As long as it stuns its glands with a virtual flash, the three tails will naturally be captured. Brush. Ulquiorra acted resolutely, and instantly used a phantom flash to approach Santai's head. Pull out the Zanpakuto and slash the next sword simply and rudely. The light green spiritual power converged into a slash, falling from the sky. Izamio's glands was badly damaged, and no matter how hard the skin there was, a bloody seam was split open. It actually worked. Then I can't be left behind. Nilu's fighting spirit was soaring, and she also cast a ring to appear above Sanwei's head. Another slash slashed down, and Izata Mio let out a painful howl. Nilu herself is not a person who likes to kill, but Izamio is different, it is just a low-minded monster. To deal with monsters, brutal means must be used. Sanoi's Arta roared, and the strong sound wave swept across all directions like a whirlwind. Its one eye is full of bloodshots, and there is only one emotion in it, angry killing intent. Only after the death of the fourth generation of water shadows, it has survived unharmed. Isatamio enjoys this kind of life. However, the long-sleeping wildness was finally awakened. Izatisano opened his mouth, and the chakra in his body quickly condensed, and was quickly compressed into a small energy ball. Sanwei swallowed the energy ball into his mouth and spit it out again. Tailed beast Jade. Oops. Flash. Nilu and Ulquiorra 567 disappeared. But how can scanning WeChat make them wishful? Before the tailed beast Jade reached their location, it burst in midair. The energy storm swept across the entire sky. The sky is dazzling, emitting endless light. Are they dead? Grun and Yukimayu hid on the shore to watch the thrilling battle. The flashback of the three tails made her tremble, and it was impossible for her to survive under such violent energy. Sister Red Lotus, has our mission failed? Yukimayu tugged at Gulian's sleeve tightly, her voice low. No, with their strength, they would never die like this. Gulian shook her head, she could feel the aura of the two still exist. Before the energy storm dissipated, the figures of Ulquiorra and Nilu reappeared above the head of the three tails. Although they escaped the catastrophe, their clothes were shattered and they looked miserable. It's over, Sanwei. Ulquiorra and Nilu raised the Zanpakuto in their hands at the same time, and stabbed Sanwei's head fiercely. They poured their spiritual power into the Zanpakuto and passed it into Sanwei's head. Boom. The two had a thought, and their spiritual power fluctuated violently, and finally exploded in Sanwei's head. Chapter 208 The Mantis catches the cicada, the Oriole is behind, for subscription. The spiritual power of the two ten blades exploded in the head of Izata Sano, creating a strong shock wave. The skin was cracked and the flesh was blurred. The head is the most vulnerable part of the three tails. It was hit by the energy storm, causing a lot of blood to pour into the head. Feeling a burst of dizziness from the depths of his head, Isato-sano screamed in pain, his huge head smashed on the water like a club. The fierce and mighty Sanwei actually fell into a coma. It's too weak. You don't even need the return blade, so you can easily solve it. The nine-tailed beasts are really like blue is what Ron-sama said so important. Nilu stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Although the two of them didn't kill Sanwei, they just stunned it, but the whole process was a near miss, and it was easy to capture Sanwei alive. If this kind of record spreads out, it will cause an uproar among the ninjas. No, Nelly L. It's not that the tailed beast is weak, but that it only has 3 tails. It's ironic that it has savage power but no corresponding intelligence. Ulquiorra put the Zanpakuto in the scabbard, and looked down at Mio Isata. There was disdain for small creatures in his eyes. This. I'm not mistaken. Sanwei was solved like this. The strength of these two people is too terrifying. Before she knew it, a line of cold sweat dripped down Grin's cheeks. Not out of fear, but out of fear. She was blown away by the whole process. Even in the energy storm created by the explosion of the tailed beast Jade, Ulquiorra and Nelly Lu were still easily dodging, and this speed alone made Grin unmatched. It's no wonder that Orochimaru had to submit to the command of Aizen-sama. Even in the face of the heyday of Orochimaru-sama, these two can deal with it calmly. The more she thought about it, the more frightened her heart became, and the glorious image of Orochimaru in her heart plummeted. Lord Orochimaru, who was once invincible, completely stepped down from the altar, leaving everyone alone. At this time, Gulian even had a bit of luck, and was not chosen by Orochimaru as the turning vessel. Perhaps, following Aizen is the wisest choice? Just when Grin's heart was shaking, Ulquiorra and Nilu also encountered problems in midair. The size of the 3 tails is too huge, and it is not an easy task to transport it back to the land of Tien. Although Ulquiorra was able to forcibly drag the 3 tails away, it was too conspicuous. The most tangled thing in the world is catching a tailed beast alive, but not knowing how to take it away. Painful realization. It's really troublesome. What should I do with this big eye? Nilu shrugged and said helplessly. Her implication was obvious, to dump the mess on Ulquiorra. To adults, maybe I can help. Grin saw Ulquiorra's predicament and said quickly. Do you have a solution? Ulquiorra's and Nilu's eyes focused on Grin at the same time. To adults, I have a way to help you. My bloodline limit is Jingdun, and I am the only Jingdun ninja in the entire ninja world. Red Lotus said triumphantly. She can finally find a place for confidence in her abilities. Crystal Shield, so what? Ulquiorra's tone was surprisingly calm, and he was not optimistic about the Crystal Shield's ability. My ability is to transform everything I touch into crystals. Generally speaking, lakes are the most favorable places. Red Lotus came to the edge of the lake and slapped the lake angrily with her palms. Suddenly, the lake water condensed into crystals and turned into several mighty crystal dragons. Go! Red Lotus pointed to Sanwei's body from afar, and the crystal dragons grinned at Sanwei. Wrap the 3 tails and hold up its body. Grin actually did all this by herself. It seems that you are not useless. There was a rare glimmer of admiration in Ulquiorra's eyes. With the help of Red Lotus, they were able to use the crystal dragon to transport the body of 3 tails. That's great, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then please, Grin. Nilu was slack and didn't want to do such a thankless thing. She and Ulquiorra stood guard by Grin's side, protecting her integrity. After some attempts, Red Lotus successfully mobilized Crystal Dragon to transport the 3 tails. Just as the 3-tailed body was being transported in full swing, on the other side, not far from the lake, a huge white bird appeared in the sky. The white bird spread its wings and flew high, with two figures standing on it. Zhao organization, an art duo. Deidara, the scorpion of red sand. Scorpion, looking at the beautiful scenery of the land of water, have you found new artistic inspiration? Deidara is arrogant, with only the fanatical pursuit of art in his eyes. Flowing water, like passing time, can't reach eternity. So, Deidara, don't waste your time. It's impossible to find inspiration in the land of water. The red sand scorpion's voice was low, and there was a kind of vicissitudes that did not match his age. He hides in the characteristic puppet, and always protects the security ring of the body. It can be seen that the scorpion is a cautious person. Huh? Who is in front? Deidara's face changed in shock. He found a strange scene in front of him. Several crystal dragons moved, and it was actually 3 tails. This is 3 tails. Deidara raised an arrogant smile at the corner of his mouth. No matter what, he was blocking the road and taking away the 3 tails. Chapter 209 Art is an Explosion. Please subscribe. It turned out to be Sanwei. It seems that someone has already boarded first. No wonder the leader was so hasty when he issued the mission. Deidara stood above the white giant bird, her long yellow hair fluttering in the wind. Although they are still some distance away from the lake, they will soon approach the target under the high-speed movement of the big bird. Deidara observed through the telescope and found that there were actually several bright and translucent crystal dragons on the lake. However, even such a delicate crystal dragon could not make Deidara take a fancy to it, and even these crystal dragons were only rough works of art in his eyes. Big brother Scorpion, I'll take the shot this time. Deidara's face was full of enthusiasm. As an extremely terrifying criminal, he can't wait to show himself the art of. Well, don't make me wait too long, and don't be careless. After all, Jodu and Fedyuan are in their hands. Scorpion's voice was low and cold, revealing a tyrannical killing intent. His body is hidden in the specially made puppet Crimson Tiger, and he can't see the joy, anger, sorrow and joy at all. The Scorpion of Red Sand, originally from Cheyenne Village, the country of wind, has a unique advantage in the attainment of puppets. Man puppet. This method of refining living puppets is only mastered by scorpions. Looking at the entire ninja world, there is no longer a ninja who can surpass the scorpion on the road of puppets. Scorpion's artistic concept is different from that of Deidara. He advocates eternity and pursues eternal art. Scorpion's methods are cruel, often refining enemies into puppets and collecting them as works of art. Don't worry, my art is not comparable to the half-hearted immortality of Fedyuan and Jodu. When it comes to the immortal duo, Deidara's eyes only have strong disdain. Although they are both members of Akatsuki, they have different views. Jodu's rotten behavior of pursuing money is fundamentally defiled by noble art. Danger looms, and the craziest art duo quickly approaches the lake. On the other side, on that huge lake, Gulion carefully controlled the crystal dragon, and the body of Sanoi's art gradually approached the shore. Although she seems to be able to do it with ease, in fact, the chakra in her body is rapidly consumed. What made Gurren feel helpless the most was that Ulquiorra and Nilu acted as the hands-off shopkeepers. They just cheered and cheered, watching Gurren act as porters. Not bad, Red Lotus. Your crystal shield ability is really strong. It seems that you are very suitable to be a porter. Nilu molested Red Lotus. At this time, she was not the dreaded former 30 Blade, but an innocent woman who rejoiced in misfortune. Gyumayu looked at Gulion's back distressedly, anxious in her heart. He's just a limp teenager who can't help at all. The 4 of them carried Sanwei in an orderly manner and slowly approached the lake. Brush, brush, brush. Suddenly, Gulion heard many harsh moving sounds. She raised her head in horror, but saw many small spiders falling from the sky. as magnificent as snow. This is a spider? Red Lotus was stunned, but before she could react, Nilu was suddenly pushed away. Quickly move away, I can feel the violent energy contained in it. Niliu frowned, staring at the sky vigilantly. She could vaguely feel two powerful chakras approaching quickly from a distance. At this moment, in the calm sky, a rebellious voice suddenly came out. Drink. Before Red Lotus could react, the volume of all the little spiders expanded and then burst suddenly. Countless flashes lit up, like dazzling eyes floating in the sky. The ground on which the four of Volquiora sat collapsed out of thin air, crushing countless boulders. Deidara's blasting clay isn't just powerful, it's plentiful. The four mighty crystal dragons broke apart, and the three tails that had been held in midair fell again. There was a loud bang, water splashed everywhere, and there was a deafening sound. Ha! This kind of ugly artwork has no right to exist at all. The giant bird finally arrived, and the figures of Deidara and the red sand scorpion appeared. Deidara was wearing Akatsuki's black robe with a hood on top of her head. There was always a hint of youth and frivolity on his slightly immature face. There is no doubt that Deidara is a genius. Although he is young, he possesses terrifying power. He is also the apprentice of Onogi, the third-generation Duikage 2-day scale. In those 2 days, Oyegi's face was full of spring breeze, and he felt that he had cultivated a rare genius like Deidara. Unexpectedly, the young Deidara has a crazy heart. He is not only obsessed with art, but also a paranoid. Deidara believes that his ability is art. After joining Akatsuki, he saw many different abilities of other members, so he thought that Akatsuki's members, their unique abilities were a kind of art. As an artist, Deidara seeks excitement. This time, for the task of capturing Sanwei, he did not hesitate to agree to Tian Daopein's request. The fetters of fate make it destined to break out an earth-shattering war here today. Art Duo, the strongest showdown between the two 10 blades. Deidara, don't be too arrogant. If you are too arrogant, it's easy to lose your life. The red sand scorpion's voice was as low as ever. He was not careless, but kept observing the movements below. Although this time Deidara preempted. But the scorpion doesn't think it can easily end the opponent's life. If the artist does not pursue stronger stimulation, the emotion will become dull. Deidara stretched his hands into his pockets, then touched a pile of white birds made of clay, and then said frantically, "The charm of art lies in a moment, it gives you a beautiful feeling and sublimates your inner soul. With my magic, everything will vanish in an instant. Art lies in explosions and beautiful shapes. And I will definitely make him the ultimate. The desire for art is higher than life. The land of water, Izartamio, Aizen's subordinate, feel the real art, and thoroughly enjoy the fear of being dominated by art." Deidara spread his hands, and countless tiny white birds fell into the air. Their volumes expanded as they fell, blasting towards the void below. At the moment when all the white birds collided with the hollow, Deidara made a seal on his hands and shouted angrily, "Real art is a blast. P.S. It's my family's birthday today. It's late. I'm kneeling down for everyone. I'm sorry." Chapter 210 Sing the Akura, Antelope Night. Please subscribe. Art is explosion. When the white bird fell into the hole, the chakra inside burst, setting off a huge energy storm again. There were countless huge cracks in the originally devastated ground. The powerful impact spread to the lake surface and even caused the lake to shake. A 10-meter-high tsunami appeared, overwhelming the shore. The bushes and woods were all swept away and destroyed. Deidara, be careful. If you make such a big noise, you won't be afraid to disturb the ninjas in the village of Hidden Mist. Although the words of the red sand scorpion blamed Deidara, there was no dissatisfaction in his tone. The red sand scorpion hates waiting, and doesn't want to waste time waiting. For him, a quick decision is the best way. Although Uncle Scorpion may be angry if you say that, although as a creator, I respect you very much, but art is beautiful and short-lived, and the moment it disappears is called beauty. Deidara clenched his fists and said enthusiastically, so let's wait patiently for the moment their bodies emerge. It's really slow, I told you not to make me wait for a long time. The Cheshire Scorpion snorted coldly, but did not do much, but waited inwardly. Obviously. He also wanted to see the result of the explosion, to see if Ulquiorra and others could survive the attack. The giant bird hovered in the air, and Deidara and Scorpion waited patiently. They don't have to worry about being attacked at all, because they have an absolute geographical advantage. Isn't it just slaughtered like this? It's beyond my expectations. Deidara observed the situation below through the telescope, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc of excitement. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong wave from below. Deidara's face changed in shock, and he quickly made a seal with his hands and manipulated the giant bird to fly away. A green beam of light blasted out from the smoke below, shattering one of the giant bird's wings between the fire and light stones. Flicker. Due to a broken wing, the giant bird could no longer maintain its balance and began to fall downward. Damn, he didn't die. Deidara's pupils shrank suddenly. He recalled the power of the virtual flash, and he felt a sense of shock. The speed is fast and the power is fierce. If it is hit by the virtual flash, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kid Deidara, I told you not to be careless, but the other party is the one who killed Jodu and Feduan. The Red Sand Scorpion complained dissatisfiedly, but he remained calm, Haruka, and did not panic because of Ulquiorra's counter-attack. Perhaps, this is the unique self-confidence of the strong. Once killed the strongest third-generation Kazekage, this brilliant record is enough to illustrate the strength of the Scorpion. Deidara, the Scorpion of Red Sand. I didn't expect you to move so fast. Ulquiorra's figure appeared, he pulled out his Zanpakuto and waved it gently, and all the smoke dissipated in an instant. Nilu, Grun, and Yukimayu also appeared. Although the clothes on his body were torn, he was not as embarrassed as he imagined. Although Deidara made a successful sneak attack with explosive clay, the reactions of Ulquiorra and Nilu were equally astonishing. Before the explosive spiders landed on the ground, they blasted hundreds of virtual bullets, resisting the shock wave of each blasting clay. The Red Lotus, who has been using soy sauce for a long time, finally played a role. She performs ninjutsu at critical moments. Use the Crystal Escape and Crystal Wall 8 formations to condense into an indestructible defense crystal that withstands most of the energy shocks generated by the explosion. In midair, seeing the giant bird about to fall, Deidara's eyes flashed a bit of sharpness. He took out another small white bird artwork from his pocket, and then threw it, and the white bird artwork swelled and turned into a white bird flying high again. Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion jumped slightly, and the two stood firmly on the white bird. They changed their contemptuous attitude and became extremely solemn. Being able to dodge the explosion in an instant, the strength of Ulquiorra and others is obvious. It's a pity I didn't blow you up. But it doesn't matter, soon you will die gloriously under my art. Deidara sneered and put her hands in her pockets again. What an interesting human being. When you talk about art, you always put this word on your lips easily, as if you know the heart of others. Ulquiorra was indifferent and ruthless, and the depths of his pupils were filled with cold killing intent. Deidara's strength is enough for him to be judged as a threat. Everything can be reflected in my eyes, and there is nothing I can't capture. What can't be mapped means it doesn't exist. I've decided this way, and I've been fighting on this basis to this day. What is the so-called art? Ulquiorra raised his two fingers and gave off another flicker. Deidara did not dare to neglect, and concentrated on controlling the giant bird. This time, he escaped the fictitious flash without any risk. We once changed from beings to beasts, and then returned to reason in the form of a broken face. People with reason must have reasons when they want to fight. Neliel pulled out the Zanpakuto, and pointed the sharp blade at Deidara. This long-deposited former 30th blade is finally about to show her edge. The aura on Neliel's body became deeper and deeper, and the suppressed energy was flowing like a volcanic eruption. A pink spiritual beam of light rose into the sky, and Nilu's Zanpakuto vibrated violently. This battle, the reason is irrelevant. However, you almost hurt my friend. This account must be settled with you. Nilu's palm fluttered with the blade, and the Zanpakuto burst out with dazzling light. She's going to die. Too bad, I can't let her succeed. Deidara took out a doll bomb from his pocket. This doll bomb is mixed with its own highest level of chakra. The doll bomb fell from a high school, grew in size, and accelerated its fall. Finally forced me to use the killer. There was a trace of madness in Deidara's eyes. This is the trump card he carefully prepared for this operation this time. C3 is so powerful that it cannot be underestimated, it can even blow up a ninja village. C3 no. 18. At the same time, Neliel's aura reached its peak. She gave a loud drink. Praise the Akura, Antiloprida. Chapter 211, for generations of Raikage, for subscription. The Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. At the same time when a shocking battle broke out in the Land of Water, Konoha ushered in a special day. As early as a few days ago, after the news that Yukito was beheaded by Wei spread, an earthquake occurred in the entire ninja world. The evil forces hidden in the shadows surfaced, and after Akatsuki's organization was exposed, it caused panic among the small countries. They had been living in the cracks of the great powers, relying on the protection of the 5 great powers to survive. These small countries do not have shadow-level powerhouses, nor do they have the 3 ninjas of the Meganin world. Whenever the ninja war breaks out, they bear the brunt and are the first to suffer the devastation of the war. This time, the exposure of Akatsuki and the strong rise of Aizen have made the entire ninja world permeated with a smell of gunpowder. Everyone has an uneasy feeling in their hearts. Many people realize that this may be the prelude to the coming war. The country of Thunder, one of the 5 major countries, suffered a blow to its overall strength due to the loss of Yuki Nio. What's more important is the loss of reputation. The Kingdom of Thunder has always been strong, and even in the previous ninja wars, it is still not afraid of the other 4 major countries. However, this time, the death of the wooden man caused Dunayan Village's reputation to be discredited. Raikage was furious and launched a ninja wanted order, vowing to arrest Aizen. In addition to Konoha, another country has issued a wanted order for Aizen. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Aizen is no less dangerous than Akatsuki. The advisors of the Kingdom of Thunder are not fools, they are not arrogant enough to fight against Akatsuki and Aizen's forces by themselves. This is not only worth the loss, but also gives other countries a chance to invade. To this end, Raikage took the most sensible decision, temporarily allying with the Fire Nation. After inquiring from the Anbu of Unayan village, the Kingdom of Thunder knew the situation of the Kingdom of Fire very well. 3 generations of Hokage died, and the village was almost devastated. A few days ago, 4 long-established Konoha elites, Joinin, died tragically at the hands of Aizen. The death of the spiritual leader, and the heroic sacrifice of many Jonin who were able to stand on their own, made Konoha, who was already in the dark, even worse. This is the time when Konoha is most vulnerable and when he needs cooperation the most. Since it is impossible to destroy the opponent, then choose to turn the enemy into a friend. In the same way, the Land of Wind also made the same decision. They also want to take this opportunity to turn enemies into friends with Konoha and sign a new covenant. Compared to Konoha, Saiyan is the biggest loser. In the last war to destroy Konoha, the 4 generations of Kazekage were tragically in the hands of Orochimaru, leaving Saiyan village without a leader. Originally a piece of iron, it turned into a plate of loose sand. Years of hard work by the 4 generations of Fenning were ruined in one fell swoop. The culprit of all this is Orochimaru. What's even more tragic is that, as the son of the 4th generation of Kazuki, Gaara is the best candidate for the next Kazuki. However, when Konoha was in Konoha, the one-tailed Morizuru that was sealed in Gaara's body was forcibly pulled out by Aizen. Although afterward, thanks to the efforts of Jiraiya and Konoha Ninja, Ichigo Morizuru was sealed again in Gaara's body. But Gaara has lost consciousness, and his life and death are uncertain. After the war, Gaara did not die. His body was transported back to the Land of Winds. Gaara was reborn at the sacrifice of her mother-in-law Chiyo, a consultant in Saiyan village. But Chiyo ended tragically. This time, Saiyan seeks cooperation, on the one hand, to establish a military alliance and jointly fight against their organization, on the other hand, to re-establish the prestige of the great powers and maintain the aloof status of the 5 great powers. The famous names of the Land of Wind believe that the 3 major countries share the same affliction, share common goals, and have the same position. This time the alliance is a sure thing. The streets of Konoha are full of traffic and crowds of people everywhere. The dense crowd kept surging, and the lively noise came one after another. Ironically, this seemingly prosperous scene also occurred during the Chunin exam a few days ago. At that time, famous people from all over the world came to Konoha, not only to see the arrogance of their own country, but also to establish good diplomatic relations. Unfortunately, this feast eventually turned into a feast of blood. Squeak! Konoha's door was pushed open, and a luxurious motorcade appeared. The first one was the motorcade from the Land of Thunder. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder sat in their sedan cars, enjoying the cheers of the Konoha villagers. As the diplomatic envoys of this alliance, they shoulder important missions. In the center of the Thunder Kingdom's motorcade, there are 2 important figures. One of them is an uncle who is nearly 50 years old, with silver hair, dark and toned skin, and a sturdy figure. His eyes were like lightning, and the light in his eyes was terrifying. He is the famous 4th generation Raikage, and one of the peak powerhouses in the entire ninja world. The 4th Raikage has a bad temper, impulsive, yet powerful. He is the son of 3 generations of Raikage, inherited his father's powerful strength, and controlled the country of Thunder for many years. The other person in the car is the escort of the 4th Raikage, Darui. His talent is outstanding, and he controls the 3 generations of Raikages led on, and his strength should not be underestimated. In the Land of Thunder, Darui is the most popular candidate for the 5th Raikage. This time, the 4th Raikage arranged for him to accompany him, and it was also to exercise Darui's diplomatic skills and lay the foundation for ascending the throne of the 5th Raikage in the future. Is this the Konoha hidden village? As expected, it's a prosperous village. Darui looked at the scenery outside the car and sighed sincerely. Konoha is located in the center of the 5.0 ninja continent, and has some unique advantages, and has always been the leader of the 5 countries. Although Konoha was baptized by war a few days ago, the will of fire was not defeated, but took root and thrived. After the war, Konoha returned to its former prosperity, temporarily recovering from the pain of war. Humph. If it wasn't too serious, I wouldn't come to Konoha. The 4th generation Raikage is environmentally friendly with both hands and has a hot temper. In fact, he didn't take Konoha in his eyes, and if it wasn't for formality, the 4th Raikage even took a hostile attitude towards Konoha. When the team from the Kingdom of Thunder arrived at Konoha, the gate opened again, and the team from the Kingdom of Wind also arrived. Chapter 212 The Genius sinks into a butterfly. The convoy from the Land of Winds has also arrived. There was no pomp or gigantic formation as imagined, and the team from the Land of Wind was unremarkable. Compared with the team of the Kingdom of Thunder, the two are very different. It's not that the Land of Wind doesn't pay attention to the issue of face, it's that they simply can't afford to pretend. After the death of the fourth Kazekage, they didn't even decide on the candidate of the fifth Kazekage. The best candidate is Gaara. Because of his age, he is embarrassed to take on the role. Let a 13-year-old hairy child be the wind shadow. If it spreads out, it will be laughable and generous. The name of the Land of Wind will not do such a foolish thing. What made them even more tangled was that besides Gaara, there seemed to be no more suitable candidates for the Land of Winds. Coupled with the mother-in-law Chiyo's sacrifice of life for justice, the country of Wind has fallen into an unprecedented vacuum period. The reason why the Daimyo chose to rebuild with Konoha at this time was because they wanted to hug Konoha's thighs and survive this low period. Among the people accompanying the Land of Wind this time, not only the famous name, but also the three brothers and sisters of I Love Luo, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. As the best candidate for Wind Ninja in the future, Gaara naturally wants to attend this important occasion. 11 Temari and Kankuro, as Gaara's bodyguards, have always been responsible for protecting Gaara's comprehensiveness, and naturally they cannot fall behind. The only person who can hold the aura is the advisor of Cheyenne Village, the younger brother of Chiyo's mother-in-law, Aizen. Compared to the action-oriented mother-in-law Chiyo, Irazo is the type who makes the opponent into chaos by formulating strategies through careful deliberation. He once displayed extraordinary intelligence in the past wars, making him well known in the Land of Sand at that time. Such a person is still alive. After the death of Chiyo's mother-in-law, Aizen returned to the front line and participated in Cheyenne's political decision-making. In this three-nation meeting, Aizen is the real decision-maker. Another person who supports Gaara is Seikin Joinin Maki. Maki is the mentor of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. He is deeply trusted by Kazekage of all dynasties, has rich leadership skills, and is an indispensable general in the Kingdom of Wind. He is one of the few people in Cheyenne who can calm down the scene. It is precisely because of his strong support that he can overcome all opinions and pave the way for Gaara's ascendance. In the carriage where Gaara and the three were in, it was silent. Gaara stared out the window in a daze through the gap in the window. Back to Konoha again. Gaara has a complicated heart. When he first came to Konoha, he took the much-anticipated honor and participated in the Chunin exam as the strongest genius. He easily passed the first level, broke the second level with the best record in history, and entered the main draw. Originally had a blockbuster dream, but was defeated by the cruelty of reality. Gaara's dream was destroyed by Aizen herself. Pulling out Amori's even Gaara's life was almost lost. The wheels of the carriage turned, and Gaara's thoughts also fluctuated. The thoughts are complex, and the five flavors are mixed. There is unwillingness, there is regret, and it is more resentment for Aizen. When Gaara learned that Chiyo's mother-in-law sacrificed her life to save him, even her personality changed. No longer as rebellious as before. Gaara became more mature and stable, while being able to control her emotions. I love Luo, what's wrong with you? Temari looked at the helpless expression on Gaara's face and sighed softly. He became famous when he was young, and he was hit when he was about to soar into the sky, causing everyone to sink. After multiple blows, Gaara is no longer as violent as before. His heart was like a pool of clear water, calm. No, I'm just reminiscing. Gaara came back to her senses and responded at will. But how could this disguised calm escape T-Marie's careful observation? No difficulty is insurmountable, don't be discouraged, Gaara. T-Marie could only try her best to comfort him. Yeah, Gaara. Don't sink into grief. Turn this grief into motivation. Kankuro dissuaded them together. As Gaara's older brother, he didn't want to see the most dazzling genius in the past sink. Young eagles can only soar when they experience setbacks. Gaara is silent, but the depths of the pupils flickered differently. He didn't sink in, but rather high-spirited. He desires power, desires to dominate everything, and even more desires to kill Aizen. The source of all hatred is Aizen. Gulu gulu. The sound of the wheels rolling overshadowed the conversation among the three. Only a short while later, the convoys of the Land of Wind and the Land of Thunder arrived at the center of Konoha. What caught their eyes was a 5-story building. The bright appearance and the simple and restrained decoration make it look high-end and elegant. This is a high-rise building that Konoha rebuilt after the war. There is a large conference room that can accommodate hundreds of people, and it has become a new landmark of Konoha. There is only one reason why the high-level Konoha chose to build the building. This is where the 3 generations of Hokage died in battle. The old watchtower collapsed and the new parliament building stood up, signaling that the will of fire will never go out. The roots of Konoha are really deep, and this majestic building was built in such a short period of time. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. 613, a little unhappy in the words. As the leader of the country of Thunder, he naturally does not want to lag behind other countries. Lord Raikage don't need to be angry. The external force on the outside cannot cover up the decay on the inside. The branches of the big tree Konoha are broken, but it is only supported by the foundation left by the first Hokage. A famous name from the Kingdom of Thunder was sarcastic and did not take the Kingdom of Fire seriously. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's meet the legendary Sannin, the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade for a while. I'd like to see how a girl like girl has the confidence to become Hokage. Raikage took steady steps and entered the parliament building with a mighty momentum. Is that Raikage? He's just as grumpy as he was rumored to be. T-Marie and Kankuro were amazed. They followed in Gaara's footsteps and watched from a distance. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, they could still feel the terrifying aura of the 4th Raikage. People who can become 5 shadows naturally have unique skills, so there is no need to make a fuss. Let's go. This time the 3 kingdoms meeting, I will strive for the greatest benefit for Cheyenne Village. Gaara changed her past slump and stepped into the parliament building confidently. A genius sinks into a cocoon and turns into a butterfly. Chapter 213 The New War, the Land of the Land. At the top of the parliament building, it is heavily guarded like an unbreakable castle. It was only after the accident at the last Chunin conference that Konoha learned a lesson and never took it lightly. Under the decision of Danzo and other elders, almost half of Anbu's elite ninjas guarded here to prevent any accidents. As one of the most important landmarks in Konoha village, it is splendid and high-end. The entire conference hall is empty, with a wide field of vision, capable of accommodating hundreds of people. In the center of the conference hall is a huge round table. This means that the alliance ceremony that is enough to change the history of the ninja world will be born in the round table meeting. Important figures have already been present. Many of them have experienced 3 wars in the ninja world. They have been tempered by wars and accumulated over the years, so that they have a wise heart. The 3 elders of Konoha, Danzo Shimura, Yan Mito, and Koharu came to the parliament hall early in the morning. From the position of the 3 Konoha elders, the relationship between the Konoha elders can be clearly seen. Obviously, Mito Gate Yan and Q and Koharu belong to one faction, and Danzo, who has a tough style, belongs to another faction. The three Konoha elders closed their eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the arrival of the people from the other two countries. Suddenly, a provocative voice broke the silence of the conference room. "Well, I haven't seen you for a long time. It looks like you're not dead yet, Shimura Danzo." The fourth Raikichi's voice was as heavy as thunder. Shimura Danzo frowned. His eyes opened in vain. "Fourth Raikage? You haven't died yet, how could this old man take the first step?" Shimura Danzo is not angry, and confronts the fourth Raikage forcefully. Both are of the same age and have met many times. Those who can survive the ninja war are not ordinary people. Looks like Konoha has withered away, and you actually let an old guy like you control the power. Raikage was simple and rude, and his words were full of disdain. HMPH, onion is just like that, even a wig can't keep it. The two were battling each other, and their words were filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The three-nation meeting has not yet begun. The situation is critical, and the two sides are on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, the sound of footsteps broke the stalemate atmosphere. The people from Cheyenne village have arrived. 5 people, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Irizo, and Maki entered the venue, which immediately attracted the attention of both parties. It looks like everyone will be there. However, apart from Hokage, it seems Kazukage didn't show up. Shidai Raikage said contemptuously. As we all know, 4 generations of Kazukage died in the hands of Orochimaru. Liang deliberately said these words to ridicule Cheyenne village for being too weak, and even the strongest Kage was easily killed. The young and vigorous Kankuro was the first to express his dissatisfaction. He was about to scold him angrily, but was stopped by Gaara. "Don't be impulsive, Kankuro. This time we came to Konoha, not for a boring quarrel, but for the interests of the country and the future of Shinobi Village." Gaara showed a calm that was impossible for people of the same age. In the face of many long-established ninjas, he did not flinch at all, but stepped forward. "I love Lao is right, unnecessary spates will only delay the time of the meeting, don't mind." Hyla Zhang said softly. As the elder of Cheyenne village, he is highly respected. As soon as he opened his mouth, Kanku Langdon silent. "Hyla Zhang, you are still as cautious as ever. Just like the Ninja World War, you are sinister and vicious." The fourth Raikage hit the nail on the head, and did not intend to save face for Hyla Zhang. "Raikage, just stay calm and wait for the arrival of the fifth Hokage." Zhang closed his eyes and did not intend to argue with Raikage. He is very aware of the situation of the Land of Wind, and only with Loki tolerance can he have a chance to restore glory. Sure enough, not long after Zhang's words fell, the gate of the confinement was opened. Crunch. After the door was completely pushed open, 2 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Jiraiya, Tsunade. The two legendary Sannin, Konoha's Dinghai Shensen finally appeared. After the 2 Sannin appeared, Raikage remained silent and observed them solemnly. When his eyes stayed on Jiraiya, his brows were furrowed. Raikage felt a strong aura from Jiraiya's body, which was endless. More importantly, in the depths of this breath, there is another breath that makes him feel jealous. Although Tsunade is a girl, she still brings great oppression to Raikage. These 2 guys are quite dangerous. Raikage pondered in a low voice, wrapped his arms around his arms, and waited for Jiraiya to come to the round table. "Sorry, everyone, I'm a little late." Zilai also spoke first. His eyes swept across everyone's faces, and said with a smile, "I really miss seeing so many familiar faces. Yeah, I really miss the days when I was in a turbulent era. Today, as the 5th Hokage, I will announce the official start of the Three Kingdoms Conference." Tsunade was valiant, and the White Rabbit jumped violently as she got up. "Well, if we want our Cheyenne village to cooperate with you, we must provide valuable information. This military alliance must also consider the common interests of our three countries, otherwise everything is nonsense. Raikage put his arms around his arms and pointed out the key points of the meeting. Even Irizo and Maki of the Land of Winds agree with Raikage's statement. They do want an alliance, but until then, all interests must be distributed, otherwise it will become a thankless fool. In the face of the pressure from the two rooms, Sinead did not panic. She smiled slightly, and the corners of her mouth raised an arc. There are no eternal partners between great powers, only mutual interests. Since Konoha dares to call you together, we naturally have important information in our hands. Sinead clenched his hands tightly, leaned on his chin, and said, to be honest, we have tracked down the information about Ochimaru and found his hiding place. Perhaps one Ochimaru is enough to arouse your interest. What if I say that Ochimaru has been subdued by Aizen? Sinead's eyes were firm, and a loud voice came out of his mouth. Our next common goal is to launch a new war, invade the country of Tien, and defeat Aizen. Chapter 214 Konoha betrays forbearance. Believe. Please subscribe. Ochimaru was smashed by Aizen and a medical couch. Is this news true? The fourth Raikage was slightly shocked. You must know that Ochimaru is the legendary three ninjas. For many years, the Mega Ninja world has killed for generations of Kazekage. Even though his hands are sealed, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Ochimaru relies on White Snake's ability, it is still a tough opponent. Ochimaru actually surrendered to others. If the news hadn't come from Sinead's mouth, the fourth Raikage would never have believed it. The impression that has been established for a long time is difficult to shake for a while. Of course the information is true. You must have heard of the spooky accident in the country of ghosts, the destruction of the temple in the country of Marsh, the prison riot in the city of Ghost Lights, and the accident in the Xingnin village in the country of bears. The mastermind behind these things, it's Aizen. Although he knew the truth long ago, Sinead still felt incredible when these words came out of his mouth. Everything Aizen did was an earth-shattering event, enough to threaten the safety of the ninja world. However, it was also because of these things that Konoha was disturbed that Aizen's whereabouts were exposed. After Root and Anbu's investigation, Konoha was 647 stories tall and narrowed Aizen's base between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. When the news of the death of Shirifueto came out, Konoha, based on the geographical location of the battle, finally concluded that Aizen was hiding in the country of Tien. As we all know, Shiguo also has a ninja village and a ninja village. The founder of Yainin village is Ochimaru, who has defected for many years. If Aizen was able to stay in the country of Tien unharmed, it meant that Ochimaru had long since surrendered and became a puppet. Aizen is the mastermind behind the scenes and the final master. I didn't expect that. Aizen once joined the Root organization. It seems that I misunderstood. Shimura Danzo sighed, with only strong regret in his words. If he had discovered Aizen's disguise at that time, the situation would not be so difficult now. Aizen is really as scary as you say? 4 Raikage asked slightly suspiciously. He didn't underestimate Aizen's strength, but it was too exaggerated to make Konoha and Shane frown. In the impression of the 4 generations of Raikage, except for the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, there seems to be no ninja that can shock all directions and make all ninjas fear. Does the strong rise of Aizen mean that there will be a new overlord in the ninja world? For a while, this question appeared in everyone's mind. Especially the people of Konoha and Shane were helpless. They had played against Aizen before and knew each other's strength. It's just that mysterious and unpredictable illusion between gods and ghosts controlling the 5 senses is enough to be invincible. What's more, Aizen itself is powerful, like a dark abyss, and the bottom can't be seen at all. The form is getting more and more urgent. Although the ninja world is calm on the surface, it is actually undercurrent. Tsunade said solemnly, "Don't forget, there is a Akatsuki organization hidden in the dark. You must have heard of those deeds of betrayal and forbearance. HMPH, Uchiha Itachi, Ochimaru, and Chisha Scorpion are all traitors in your village." The fourth Raikage strikes again. Tsunade was speechless. Raikage was right. In fact, a few members of Akatsuki's organization defected from Konoha. Speaking of which, the darkness of the village is the culprit. The cruel facts are in front of you. How can you make me feel at ease to cooperate with you? The fourth Raikage is aggressive, trying to dominate the public opinion of this meeting, making Konoha and Seikin pay more for the alliance. Lord Raking, you should understand the truth of cold lips and teeth, right? Gaara, who had been listening all the time, finally spoke up. He showed a wit rarely seen in a young man. If the land of fire and the land of wind fall, the land of thunder will be the next one to suffer. Maybe the fourth Raikage is very powerful. But how confident are you in the face of illusions that manipulate your five senses? Gaara was not afraid of the majestic Raikage, and even took the initiative to look into Raikage's eyes. The eyes of the two collided in midair, causing changes in their inner emotions. Although Raikage had a displeased expression on his face, there was a hint of admiration in the depths of his pupils. He is not a reckless man, but a shrewd old fritters. The young Gaara can openly challenge the fourth Raikage, which in itself is a commendable act. That's right, I agree with Gaara's statement. If we still quarrel over petty profits, it will always be just a piece of loose sand, and there is no way to stop the rise of Aizen and Akatsuki. Chira said with a serious face, "In my opinion, the best way is to kill chickens and terrify monkeys. Gather the power of the three kingdoms and wipe out Yinin village in one fell swoop. Even if Aizen's strength is strong, it can't stop the huge ninja coalition." For generations of Raikage, Gaara fell into contemplation. This time, the decision is very important, and it almost determines the future of the ninja world. It is also the best chance to stifle the power of Aizen in the cradle. How is it? Have you made a decision? Tsunade asked again. Her words already represented Konoha's position. Time passed slowly, and the spacious conference hall was silent. Irazo and Maki looked at each other and finally made a decision, agreeing with Konoha's policy, and sending a ninja army to attack the village of Ninja. Raikage pondered for a moment, and finally agreed. In this way, the country of fire, the country of wind, and the country of thunder established an alliance. They will allow the formation of ninja troops, invade the land, and destroy the village of Ninja. A place far away from Konoha, the country of Tien, the largest underground palace. Aizen sat in the first place, holding an information scroll in her hand. The latest information about the ninja world is recorded above. This is the latest information obtained by Yinbu Zanbu. The famous names of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder, the elders gathered in Konoha and seemed to be plotting a big event. Ochimaru, what do you think? Aizen asked calmly, without any worries in her words. The three major powers conspired, presumably to get rid of us. I have already thought of a way out of the siege. But I have to find someone. The corner of Ochimaru's mouth outlined an evil and charming smile, and said coldly, Konoha betrays forbearance, will you? Chapter 215, The Technique of Guiyuo. Please subscribe. Blue? Aizen's eyes condensed, and there was a rare glimpse of doubt in the depths of her pupils. During the 2-month incubation period, Aizen controlled a lot of information through the Root organization, but had never heard of the Ninja Beluga. Lord Aizen, it's normal that you haven't heard of Beu. After all, he disappeared more than 10 years ago, disappeared. Ochimaru's eyes flickered, and he sneered, however, no matter how he hides, he can't escape from me. As someone who is also crazy about forbidden arts, How could I easily give up information about him? Even if you study forbidden techniques, you're just an ordinary human being. The calm words contained strong disdain, and Aizen didn't take KO in her eyes. Only those who have reached the 10-blade level are qualified to fight under his command. Other than that, everyone else is a floating dust that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Liu is not easy. He has been concentrating on it for many years, and finally he has mastered a forbidden technique, the technique of Galuo. This ninjutsu can fuse the bodies of various animals, thereby absorbing their abilities. Belahu sublimates the technique of Kira and applies it to the boundary of blood. The corner of Ochimayu's mouth curled up with a charming smile, and said, "If I'm not wrong, 20 years have passed, and Belahu has at least controlled the 4-blood successor boundaries with the technique of Guiyaluo." Although he didn't look forward to appearing in the ninja world, his strength should not be underestimated. Ochimayu's words came from the heart. As a fan of forbidden arts, he knew very well that forbidden arts would bring obvious effects. If it was really according to what he had guessed, Belahu had controlled the 4-blood sustaining boundaries, it would be an important help. Even if his strength is not weak, how can you guarantee that he will stand on the same position as us? Aizen's calm gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Ochimayu's mind. Although he is not worried about Ochimayu play tricks, but don't want to be extravagant. Ulquiorra and Nellielu went to the land of water to capture Mitsuo, and there is no news so far. If an enemy is established for no reason, it will bring more trouble. With Aizen's wisdom, naturally he wouldn't do such a thankless thing. Lord Aizen, to be honest, I have studied the technique of Guiyaluo and understand its principles. The most core purpose is to achieve immortality and immortality for the 5 elements. Ochimayu's eyes showed a frenzy. He never stopped researching forbidden techniques, also in pursuit of immortality. Immortal? Aizen sneered, thinking that the so-called immortality is nonsense. Only the will is the real immortality, and the power is the real immortality. If the information is correct, Belahu may have already used the Galuo technique to control the 4 types of blood-based boundaries. As long as there is one more type of blood-based boundaries, his technique will be complete. Ochimayu's eyes were sharp and he said in a cold voice, "The last person to follow the bloodline was selected 15 years ago. He is Hatake Kakashi, who has the reputation of copying ninjas. Since he is determined to win Kakashi's riding wheel, and we are in the same boat as Konoha. With the same position and the same enemy, why not join forces strongly?" On the surface, Ochimayu is making plans, but deep in his pupils, there is a hint of ruthlessness that no one knows about. He used to get along with Beiliu and knew each other's character well. The teeth must be reported, and the means will be unscrupulous to achieve the goal. This kind of character is destined to be not a trustworthy person. Drive away tigers and devour wolves. The reason why Ochimayu took the initiative to come up with a plan was to dig a fire pit for Aizen to jump, and the 2 tigers would die if they fought. At that time, Ochimayu can sit back and enjoy the profits, and even have the opportunity to obtain the technique of Galuo. Well, he is indeed an interesting human being. In order to gain strength to break free from the shackles of the rules, he got rid of his weak identity and bravely came to the edge of the cliff. Aizen said calmly, "The reason why we think the flowers on the cliff are beautiful is because we will stop at the cliff. Instead of taking a step to the sky like those fearless flowers. Find him and let him join my command." Ochimayu's eyes flickered, and before he knew it, his back was covered in cold sweat. He finally understood the gap between himself and Aizen, and just because of this momentum, the 2 were completely different. "Lord Aizen, although I can't pinpoint the exact location where Belahu is hiding, I do know one place, Mount Sumryu." Ochimayu said calmly, All the signs show that Belahu seems to be planning a conspiracy, and this conspiracy must be realized in Mount Sumryu. It's a pity that the two of them are not there. But since Belahu has some value, then I'll take a trip myself. In Aizen-sama's mouth, they refer to Alquiora and Niliere. The two rushed to the land of water to capture Sanwei, but did not return in time, but it was beyond Aizen's expectations. Lord Aizen, it's not too late, let's go and win before the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Orochimaru's meaningful smile hides a strong murderous intent. Just as the two sides were racing against time, the battle in the land of water was still not over. At this time, most of the water in the entire lake had evaporated, and in some places the cracked ground could even be seen. Judging from the traces on the scene, this place was once hit by a violent energy storm, which caused such a big impact. C3, number 18. In order to prevent Nilu from returning to the blade, Deidara did not hesitate to use his trump card and resorted to a big move. It's a pity that although the momentum is mighty and the power is powerful, it is suppressed by the spiritual power that bursts out when Nilu returns to the blade. C3 failed. It seems that I was careless. C3 was actually put under her crotch. The strength of Aizen's subordinates really shouldn't be underestimated. Deidara rarely put away her arrogance and stood cautiously on the back of the giant bird. The bottom was obscured by a thick pink fog, making it impossible to see the situation at all. But Deidara felt a terrifying aura, which made him suffer from that pretense. When the pink smoke dissipated, a figure appeared in the vision of the art duo. Antelope Rider. Chapter 216 The Green Spear of Emerald, One-Hit Kills. Please subscribe. After returning to the blade, Nilu's image has undergone tremendous changes. She turned into a half-human sheep armed with two spears. The double-headed horns originally attached to the skull mask have become long-headed horns that are curved back in sections. Not only that, but the whole body has also changed. The collarbone, shoulders, elbows, and hands were covered with white armor, and black long-sleeved gloves were added to both arms. The strongest form of the former 30th blade, Antelope Knight. The glory that belongs to 10 blades, and the moment of glory that belongs to Nilu, has finally come. Nilu held a double-headed spear in her hand, her eyes changed from the gentleness of the past, and became fierce and fierce. Deidara's arrogance angered Nilu. Although she is kind-hearted, she doesn't like killing. But Nilu's body is virtual. As a virtual, the deepest instinct of the soul is to kill. Once the killing is triggered, it will never stop unless the opponent is killed. Nilu's aura was so powerful that even Alquiora looked at it. Although Alquiora's strength is superior, he is also afraid of Nilu, who is in the state of returning to the blade. You were able to get C3 in the crotch unscathed. Your strength is beyond my expectations. But it's okay, it will be over soon. Although Deidara was afraid of Nilu, she still responded strongly. He does have arrogance, the capital, the strength is superior, and it has the strength of the movie. You're right, it will indeed end soon. Nilu's voice was low and she swung her two-headed spear. The tip of the gun condensed pink spiritual power and blasted it out quickly. Flicker. The virtual flash in the state of returning to the blade is far stronger than before, like a streamer, rolling towards Deidara. Under the clear and transparent eyes, there was a hint of coldness in them. It was this look that angered Deidara. Your eyes. How dare you despise art? Such contemptuous eyes will all be destroyed in an explosion. Deidara was furious as a crazy artist. He can ignore provocation, but he cannot tolerate others desecrating art. In his heart, art has eternal beauty. Deidara was angry and controlled the giant bird to avoid the phantom dodge, but still broke his wings. Brother Scorpion, wait for me below. It may make you unhappy, but I want them to repent for their contempt for art. Deidara jumped and landed steadily. The red sand scorpion was slightly dissatisfied, but did not blame Deidara. Because he is equally angry, Scorpion, as a puppet master, in a way, he is even crazier than Deidara. Go ahead, if you're not quick enough, I'll make them into living puppets. The scorpion's eyes were cold, and he finally had the intention of killing. He was originally a crazy person, ruthless, and even called insane. The image of the antelope knight behind Nilu's return is graceful and luxurious. In the eyes of the red sand scorpion, this is God's masterpiece, the best material for making puppets. A living person? That's ironic. Your concept was wrong from the beginning. How do you decide that we are human beings? Alquiara remained calm, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. The art that Deidara professed was useless in his eyes. No matter how much Deidara shouted, it couldn't cause Alquiara's heart to fluctuate. However, Alquiara would not make a move. This is the battle that belongs to Nilu, and it is also the first battle for her to return to the command of Aizen-sama. Deidara, stop talking nonsense, let him feel the power of pop art. The red sand scorpion roared loudly, and the killing intent in the words was undisguised. Ha! Popularity is dead, I'll let them experience super graphic art. Deidara's eyes were full of madness, and he put his hands in his pockets. The two large mouths in the center of the palm desperately devoured the clay. He pulled out his palm and used clay to create an exquisite work of art. Seeing this, the scorpion of the red sand said expectantly, "Have you finally used that trick?" Boom! When Deidara threw out his hands, a thick white fog rose. Alquiara and Nilu could vaguely see a hazy figure through the thick white fog. When the thick fog completely dissipated, a behemoth appeared in everyone's field of vision. With wings that cover the sky, huge volume, and a head held high, this work of art is vivid, and its shocking appearance firmly attracts everyone's attention. C2, the dragon. Deidara leapt into the air and stepped on the back of the dragon. Under his control, the giant dragon flapped its wings and set off a sky full of dust. Soon, the giant dragon flew high into the sky. Deidara sneered, "At such a long distance, no matter how strong your offensive is, it can't hit me. Owning the absolute advantage of the sky, I will be invincible." Deidara folded his hands together, and the dragon opened his mouth. A white dove spit out of its mouth. The speed of the white pigeon is very fast, gliding in the air like a streamer. Drink. Deidara made a seal on both hands, and the white dove exploded not far from Nilu. The boulders crumbled and the stone chips flew. In the face of the powerful energy storm, Nilu just swung the double-headed spear to disperse the energy storm. Just because of the absurd excuse of despising art, this is not a reason, but an instinct. The instinct of arrogance and self-confidence is doomed to your fate. Similarly, you are just a crazy beast, and I don't think of you as a human being. Look at. Nellie's tone became low, and she said coldly, "Since you are not human, then I don't need to show mercy, even if I carry your life on my back." She raised the double-headed spear, leaned back to 3.7, and threw it hard. The green spear of emerald. The double-headed spear turned into a streamer, set off a violent whirlwind, and shot towards the Cetor dragon hovering in the sky. Oops. If you hit this trick, you'll die. Deidara felt a strong crisis of life and death in his heart. Although he was willing to control the Cetor dragon to fly away, he was unable to avoid the high-speed shuttle of the jade green spear. Under the terrified and desperate waiting, the emerald green spear continued to enlarge in Deidara's eyes. Eventually it runs through the body of the Cetor dragon. A burst of indescribable terrifying spiritual power poured out from it, unscrupulously invading every corner of the dragon. With a loud bang, the Cetor giant dragon shattered and vanished into ashes in the gorgeous light. The green spear of emerald, one hit kills. Chapter 217. The three parties are moving, racing against time, for subscription. Shocking explosion. The gorgeous explosion is like the curtain call of fireworks, sublimating in splendor and ending in brilliance. With just one move, the green spear, Deidara's carefully prepared big move, C2, was destroyed in one fell swoop. Obviously, the two are not on the same level of power. It's too strong. I'm afraid even Lord Orochimaru in his heyday can't handle this move. Red Lotus raised her head, shaking her heart. Even if it's so far away, she could still feel the power of that explosion. Even if she casts the strongest crystal shield ninjutsu, she cannot resist. Only then did Gullion realize how naive her previous concepts were, like a frog in a well, indulging in her own world. She originally thought that her strength was strong, and among the many subordinates of Orochimaru, they were all at the top level. However, when Aizen, Ulquiorra, Deidara and others appeared, the arrogance in the past was just a joke. The energy in the past was like being poured into a basin of cold water, and it was instantly doused. Compared to Deidara and Nila who were fighting each other, Grun was a scumbag. Gyumayu snuggled into Grun's arms and closed her eyes in fear. 11 in front of so many shadow-level powerhouses, he is a rookie. If Grun had not been protecting him, the previous explosion caused by C2 would have been enough to kill him. Sister Red Lotus, can we successfully complete the task given by Lord Orochimaru? Gyumayu asked cautiously, her voice as thin as the chirping of mosquitoes. He didn't have the courage to look up at all. The aftermath of the battle alone was enough to keep his eyes open. On the lake, the water level dropped, and more than half of the lake water evaporated due to the high temperature generated by the explosion. Even though Sano Isofu fell into a coma and fell to the bottom of the lake, most of his body was still out of the water. Because of how fierce this battle is, once the shadow-level ninja is real, he can easily blow up a ninja village in a fit of rage. Whether it's Ulquiorra, Nilu, or the art duo, they're not worried that Mayasuke will wake up again. Because as a turtle-shaped monster, Isazuke-Mio's head is the most vulnerable place. Previously, with the full blow of Ulquiorra and Nilu, the majestic spiritual power caused the head of the three tails to explode, and a large amount of blood rushed to the head, resulting in a strong sense of dizziness. No matter how strong the three-tailed defense is, it cannot resist the impact from the inside of the body. The competition for the three tails has reached a fever pitch. The battlefield is not limited to the land of water, but also takes place in the land of fire and the land of fields. In the land of fire, in the hidden village of Konoha, the three leaders have finalized the details of the alliance, and pointed their spearheads at the village of Yainainen in the land at the same time. Instead of trying to explore Akatsuki's nest, it's better to take down the Orochimaru's stronghold first. Because Orochimaru's stance has changed, there is still a behind-the-scenes mastermind behind him, Aizen Keimuku. The daimyo of the Three Kingdoms stayed in the Parliament building to finalize the details, and the elite ninja troops led by the four generations of Raikage, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others were carefully prepared and were about to march towards the land of Tien. On the other side, the country of Tien, the underground palace hidden in the dark. It has become an empty nest. Under the information of Orochimaru, Aizen took Kurama and Katsuo Hoshi to Mount Sumryu. As a prisoner, Orochimaru was reduced to becoming the little brother who led the way. Poor Tsuzi Sasuke, who has not recovered from the grief of being defeated by Kurama Yakumo, can only follow behind Orochimaru and Yakushito in a dejected manner. Whenever he looked up at Aizen's back, there was only a strong look of unwillingness in his eyes. Fate made a big joke with him. Originally, with the mentality of revenge, he went to Orochimaru for strength, but he didn't expect to be pitied. The strong man who followed wholeheartedly turned out to be someone else's younger brother. More importantly, when he was in Konoha, Sasuke once pretended to be forced in front of Aizen. Now that he can't pretend to be forced, he is instead hanged and beaten by Aizen's pommel horse Yakumo. This is really a sad story. The group left Teshiguro immediately and rushed to Mount Sumryu. They must race against time to win Bila, who has an aid to fight against the three major ninja nations together. The key to this war lies not only in the contention of the three tails, but also in Mount Sumryu. Time passed slowly, and after only half a day, Aizen and the others arrived at Mount Sumryu. What catches the eye is an endless mountain range that reaches into the sky. From a geographical point of view, this is indeed an excellent hiding place. On weekdays, there are few people at all, let alone explore it in depth. Is this the Mount Sumryu? It's really extraordinary. Aizen said calmly. Of course, Aizen-sama. Beliu is also extremely cautious, choosing this place carefully and hiding it for 20 years. Orochimaru has deep eyes and is always planning a conspiracy. In fact, there was an important piece of information missing from the information he disclosed to Aizen. From previous information, Orochimaru has confirmed that Bella transformed the ninja into chakra and completed the technique of deprivation. In other words, no matter how powerful a ninja is, they cannot get close to Karu. As long as he casts the spell, he can deprive the opponent of 980 chakras. After a ninja loses chakra, it is obvious that he is a rookie. Let's go, Aizen-sama. The palace of Bella is in the deepest part of the mountain range of Mount Sumryu. There may be unexpected surprises there. Orochimaru smiled slightly and walked at the front. Aizen just glanced at Orochimaru's back, but his heart didn't fluctuate at all. No matter how many plots the ants have, they can't change the ants' side. From the beginning, Aizen and Orochimaru were not at the same level of life. The gap between the sky and the earth cannot be bridged. Konoha Ninja Village, in front of the Parliament building. The fifth-generation Hokage stood on a high platform. She looked at the elite ninja below with satisfaction, and her beautiful face set off a beautiful arc. There are not only elite ninjas such as the Fourth Raikage, Darui, Kakashi, etc., but also famous Konoha clans such as the Hyuga family. But he didn't move. He wanted to stay in Konoha village to prevent the Zhao organization from attacking. The lessons learned from the last time made Konoha no longer dare to be careless and try his best to protect the safety of the village. Tsunade looked at the horizon, where the Kingdom of Heaven was located. Let's go, the country of Tien, and destroy the village of Ninja. Chapter 218 Negotiation Breakdown. Subscribe. In front of the palace where Weiran stood, Aizen and Orochimaru stood side by side. A 20-meter-high gate blocked their way. This gate is made of crimson metal, and the whole body flashes with red light, like an impenetrable scorpion, intercepting in front of Aizen and them. I can feel the inside of this palace. There is an atmosphere of the five elements. It's just that the five elements are not perfect, and the last attribute is missing. Orochimaru pondered in a low voice, recalling the scene 20 years ago in his mind. On that night shrouded in black mist, Konoha Sannin was still at a young and vigorous stage, and they had not yet restrained their sharpness and showed their talents to the fullest. The prestige of Konoha Sannin also began to spread in the ninja world, but it led to another person's psychological gap, that is, Beliu. Bro felt that the gap between himself and Konoha Sannin was getting bigger and bigger. In addition, he didn't have outstanding talent and strong body, so it was impossible to catch up with Sannin. The widening of the gap made Beliu feel inferior. The little friends have become Gao Fushui and Bai Fume one after another, creating an invisible barrier between the four of them. Under such pain and torture, Beliu decided to take a sideways sword. He studied forbidden techniques and finally mastered the technique of Gyalao. That night, Beliu's research reached the most important moment. The news leaked, and the three generations of Hokage sent Sannin to arrest Bro. But he escaped. 20 years passed by like ordinary rivers, and now, the arrangement of fate makes Belahu and Orochimaru meet again. 20 years ago that night, Belahu escaped without a hitch. This time, will he escape the control of fate? No one knows the answer, because the initiative is in the hands of Aizen. With the passage of time, Orochimaru is no longer the all-powerful Sannin, but a prisoner of Aizen. Lord Aizen. That's right, Belahu is in this palace? Orochimaru lightly pursed his lips, and the corner of his mouth raised a meaningful smile. He couldn't wait to see Belahu, and he also longed for the other party to become stronger. Controlling violence with violence is the best way to get rid of Aizen's control. The fourth one, by Aizen didn't pay any attention to Orochimaru, just pointed it out in the air. A white thunder roared towards the door. At this moment, something unexpected happened, and the door was pushed open. Crunch. There was a heavy push on the door, and a figure walked out from the dark shadow on the other side of the door. Long white hair, the face of a child, and a small body. Although Belahu appeared, it gave people a different feeling. He was wrapped in bandages, not like a human, but like a mummy. Belahu raised his hand, and the red hole in the palm actually absorbed the white thunder cast by Aizen. Not only Orochimaru, but also Aizen showed a surprised expression. Absorbing energy, this is a wonderful means. Especially in the 5 countries where ninjas are rampant, it can be called an alternative absolute defense. Orochimaru. I didn't expect that we would meet again after 20 years. Peely's voice was hollow and low, like a ghost crying wolf howling. There is a red mark on his forehead, which adds a bit of eerie aura to it. If it hadn't been for Orochimaru to confirm that he was KO, almost no one would have believed that it was a human being who appeared in front of him. It's just. Your situation seems to be a little down. Belu's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly stared at Orochimaru's hands. Even with the bandages wrapped around his hands, he couldn't stop shaking. As a crazy human researcher, Belahu naturally knows the characteristics of the human body. He could see at a glance that Orochimaru's hands were irreparably injured. Pale complexion, purple forehead, trembling hands. Orochimaru fell in the utmost splendor. Fate really played a big joke on you. Belu's tone was yin and yang, and it could not be seen that it was pity or ridicule. If I guessed correctly, you should have your hands sealed. You who lost the ability to seal the seal still have the courage to come to the door. Is this behavior a self-confidence unique to Sannin, or ignorance? Belu's eyes became sharp, and the light in his eyes was terrifying. In fact, he has been waiting for this scene for 20 years. Countless days and nights are looking forward to it, and countless days are unforgettable. Now, the roles of the two have finally been reversed, and Belahu is the ultimate winner. 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Hexi, Feng Shui turns around. It seems that you are very satisfied with your current situation, Belahu. It seems that 20 years of time have not smoothed out the edges and corners of your heart. Orochimaru sneered. Even though his hands were completely crippled, he still had confidence in his bones. What's more, the purpose of his approach was not to quarrel with Belahu, but to devour himself and take the opportunity to get rid of Aizen's control. Belahu was about to speak again, but was interrupted. Aizen, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. Okay, the pointless quarrel ends here. Humans, let's talk about it. Aizen didn't make any movement, just stood calmly, still bringing great oppression to Belahu. Belu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he moved from the positions of Aizen and Orochimaru. Looking at it, it was judged that Aizen and Orochimaru turned out to be a master-servant relationship. Jiao, good, this means that the legendary Sannin actually surrendered to others. This shocking news subverted the idea of Belahu. In his impression, Sannin's strength has always been at the top level in the ninja world. Such a strong man would surrender, so how terrifying is Aizen's strength? You must also hate Konoha. Since we have the same position and the same enemy, why not join forces? Aizen threw an olive branch to Belahu. Follow me and fight under my command. I will bring you a whole new world and unprecedented power. Ha 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 ha. Belly laughed loudly and sneered with a grim face. Don't be kidding, as long as I get the 5th blood succession limit, I can achieve immortality and immortality. I am the one who is destined to stand at the top of the ninja world. Chapter 219 4 Kinds of Blood Following Boundaries, for subscription. I am the one who is destined to stand at the top of the ninja world. Everyone should submit to me. What qualifications do you have for me to follow you? It's ridiculous, it's really ridiculous. Belahu roared wildly, and the originally stiff face became even more sinister. He unreservedly vented his inner emotions and suppressed them for 20 years. It finally erupted like a flood, out of control. Once I have obtained the 5th blood sustaining limit, Ochimayu, what is Sanin? Belahu roared arrogantly, releasing his emotions to the fullest. He is confident that with the current 4 boundaries of blood, he is enough to crush Ochimayu. It's really ironic. You keep trying to rule the world of ninja with the aim of 3 ninjas. It seems that for the past 20 years, you've just been watching the sky. Aizen didn't get angry, and didn't care about Belu's rudeness. His tone was calm, but contained a sarcasm. Set the target on a down-and-out ninja, and for this purpose, try to surpass him. Perhaps, this is the vision of the ants. After all, they can't spy on the corner of the throne of the sky. Contrary to Ochimayu's expectations, Belahu did not refute, but became extremely calm. Indeed, Aizen's words spoke to his heart. Indeed, the 390 target set in 20 years. Now he has become someone else's younger brother. There was not a trace of joy in Belu's heart, nor a trace of satisfaction. There is only the anger that has been suppressed for 20 years and the shame that has tortured him for 20 years. Since you think I'm just an ant sitting on the well and watching the sky, then I will defeat you. Take this as the first step, and finally dominate the ninja world. Belu loosened the bandage on his hand, and a killing intent filled his eyes. Land Shield, Thundercloud Cavity Wave. Pelia made a seal with both hands, and the first blood follower limit was activated. A black cumulonimbus cloud appeared in front of him. Zizizi. Thunder and lightning roared, and black clouds swept. In the blink of an eye, the bright and spacious space turned into darkness. In addition to Aizen, Sasuke Uchiha, Xiaxing, and Yakumo Kirima's faces changed. They could feel the violent energy contained in the black cloud, enough to threaten them. It turned out to be Chakra, who can use Thunderdun. It seems that your research in the past 20 years is really surprising. Ochimayu's eyes flickered, and with his keen perception, he was naturally able to perceive the power of thunderclouds. It seems that the person who could only follow their backs back then has completely become a strong man. Go to hell. Die under lightning, with regret and regret. If you want to blame, you shouldn't take the liberty to disturb me and sabotage my plan. Belahu stretched out his arms and finally clenched them tightly. Card wipe. With a crisp sound, a thunderstorm finally descended from the black cloud. This thunderbolt is different from ordinary thunderbolts, and has special conductivity. In just a moment, it filled Aizen's surroundings, cutting off everyone's retreat. The thunder and lightning contracted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that it was about to wrap around everyone. Aizen finally moved. He sneered disdainfully. The essence of Thunder Ninjutsu is also based on powerful chakra. As long as you use more majestic spiritual power, you can easily defeat it. Aizen's thoughts moved, and the huge spiritual power poured out like a storm, not only blocking the approaching thunderclouds, but also suppressing all the chakras in the thunderclouds. In an instant, the thundercloud disappeared, and all the thunder dissipated. Aizen easily gained the upper hand with the help of Reiatsu. How? How is it possible? Bella was stunned. He knows the power of Land Shield, and even a shadow-level ninja cannot use his momentum to break it. How did Aizen do all this? Don't panic, don't be afraid. From the beginning, your thinking has fallen into a misunderstanding. What do you think I rely on chakra to fight? Aizen's expression was indifferent, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bri couldn't accept Aizen's arrogant gesture, and roared angrily, HMPH, no matter what energy you control, it's useless in front of my shield. Bellehu folded his hands together, his index finger and thumb condensed into a circular shape. Blue fluorescence surged, and a strong storm rushed towards Aizen where they were. Ochimayu, Kurama Kumo, Uchiha Sasuke, and Summer Star were all affected by this storm, and the chakra in their bodies turned into a thick transparent fog, rushing straight into the sky. Is the chakra in the body deprived? The faces of the four of them changed in shock. They found that most of the chakra stored in their bodies had been deprived, and all of them were taken away by Belu breath. Without chakra, even if they conceal, they can't unleash the power of ninjutsu. HMPH, no ninja can get close to me, even. Before Belahu's words were finished, his ecstatic expression froze in vain. He found that Aizen was not affected by his spell. Is this your trump card? What a pity. Lan Ran's eyes were as cold as frost, without any fluctuations, only the usual disdain. There is no chakra in his body, only a terrifying sea of spiritual energy. Impossible. How can you become a ninja without chakra in your body? I'm going to cut open your chest to see what secrets are inside your body. The third limit of blood, Xun Shield. Pele's voice just fell, and the news of his figure was still there. This action was so fast that even the eyes of the other four could not catch his trace. Teleport. Before everyone could react, Bru's figure appeared behind Aizen. With a hideous face, he roared angrily, the last bloodline limit is the steel shield. My body is free to be made of steel, enough to penetrate your chest. Bella's eyes were fierce, and his arms were dark, as if turned into indestructible steel, stabbing towards Aizen's chest. At this moment, Belahu suddenly let out a scream. His expression was sluggish, and his arm was cut off by the roots. What shocked and puzzled Q even more was that Aizen's figure never moved. All he could see was Aizen's hand on the hilt of the Zanpei Kuto, putting Kyokusu Izuki back in the scabbard. Even with the swift shield, Bella still can't see Aizen's movements clearly. The strength of the two is vastly different. Chapter 220 The Fifth Blood Successor Limit, Subscription. The arm actually broke? How did he do it? Why didn't I see his movements clearly? Why was he able to break the steel shield? Why have I been dormant for 20 years and still easily defeated by others? For a while, there were many doubts in Bella's mind. He is puzzled, he is confused, he is desperate. Concentrated on research, possessing 4 kinds of blood successive boundaries, Bella is confident and arrogant. His deliberate lurking is to make a comeback at the most suitable time and announce his rise to the ninja world. It's a pity that the 20-year dream of spring and autumn was shattered the moment his arm broke. At this time, Belahu's heart that was immersed in his own world was finally released. From the process of fighting just now, Bru clearly felt the gap between himself and Aizen. Whether it is strength or speed, the two have an irreparable gap. This gap cannot be narrowed in 10 years or 100 years. Aizen put the Zanpei Kuto back into the scabbard, still as calm as ever. From the beginning to the end, in his eyes, Belahu was just a clown jumping on the beam. No matter how wonderful tricks Belahu performs, he always plays a role for people to enjoy, just a supporting role. Aizen is the protagonist of this stage, the irreplaceable one. When did you draw your sword? Because of the shock in his heart, Kei's words became a little trembling. Until now, he hadn't figured out when Aizen shot. Because in his impression, Aizen never moved, just stared at him coldly. It is precisely because of this disdain in his eyes that Belly has decided to kill and vowed to kill Aizen. From the beginning, when you can't keep your cool. Aizen walked to Bru step by step, and said coldly, "It really surprises me, just such a level of provocation makes you act impulsive." Bellehu interrupted Aizen's words and roared, "What time is it? Don't you understand? I said that from the beginning, your fate was already doomed." Aizen frowned, and said displeasedly, "No matter how powerful your physical strength is, or whether you control the 4 blood boundaries. As long as I want, I can get close to you in an instant, just like now." Before these words could fully reach Pei's ears, Aizen had already appeared in front of him. Before the panic in Belle's eyes solidified, it was replaced by hideousness. Bellehu felt the heart-piercing pain, and a huge hole appeared in his feet. The crimson blood kept pouring out, making his feet seem to be wearing a heavy shackle. Even if Bellehu mastered the swift shield, he could no longer teleport. Bellehu knelt down in front of Aizen, not as energetic as before, but there was only resentment in his eyes. Originally thought that after hiding for 20 years, he could take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack when Orochimaru fell. It was with this mentality of counterattacking in front of Pan Yanwen that Bella took the initiative to walk out of the palace and meet Aizen and them face to face. The promised counterattack didn't happen. Instead, his face was swollen. Bella pretended not to be able to force it, but knelt down in front of Aizen. What made him unhappy the most was that he couldn't cause Aizen's heart to fluctuate from beginning to end. Being chopped off with one hand and abolished with one foot, Bellehu instantly became a scumbag. He lost the capital to pretend, and even his arrogant mentality was shaken. He wanted to move, wanted to fight back, but there was nothing he could do. Under the pressure of Aizen's ocean-like spirit, Bellehu had no right to move at all. The mentality exploded, and Bellehu even doubted whether the 20 years of painstaking efforts and countless days and nights of research were worth it. Does fate always make fun of him and cast aside him forever? Perhaps, everything is no longer important. When Bellehu's mentality is crushed from that moment on, he lost his chance to become a top ninja. If people lose their goals and dreams, what is the difference between them and salted fish? Impossible. I can't just end like this. I'm still short of the last blood succession limit, and I can achieve immortality and immortality. I want to get the last blood succession limit, and I want to be the final winner. Belly lowered his head in despair, and kept murmuring in his mouth. His eyes were empty and confused, with a trace of unwillingness, and more of a tiredness. Just the last step, as long as he is given another 3 years, the mark left on that person will mature, and he will be sure to capture the 5th blood succession limit. Belly resented, why did Orochimaru come to the door at this time? He hates why Aizen's strength is so strong, and he also hates why his dreams are so fragile. The 5th kind of blood succession boundary? Submit to me, fight under my command, and I will help you capture the 5th blood succession boundary. Aizen looked down at Bellehu, and his words contained a majesty that could not be rejected. Ha! It's ridiculous. Do you think the 5th blood successor boundary is so easy to capture? Even if you have the ability, you can't break into that place and leave unharmed. Belle's inner fighting spirit was gone, only decadence and fatigue remained. The place you're referring to is Konoha? Aizen sneered disdainfully. He is Konoha's biggest enemy and the nightmare in the hearts of all Konoha ninjas. Until this moment, the people of Konoha are still living under the fear of being dominated by Aizen. HMPH, you must also know Konoha's reputation. It's like a dragon pool and a tiger's den. It's a fool's dream to want to break into it and escape unharmed. Bellehu sneered. In the era when he defected, Konoha's strength ranked first in the 5 major ninja villages, and no one could stop him. The closed life of the past 20 years has made Bilahu's cognition of Konoha still remain in the previous impression. It is because of excessive belief that ignorance and ignorance are born. It just so happens that this is also what the weak rely on to survive the most. The corner of Aizen's mouth outlined a disdainful smile, and said, "Since you left a mark 20 years ago, do you know who that ninja is?" Speaking of the ninja, Gaara said frantically, "Copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi." Chapter 221 Surrender, Declare War Konoha. Hatake Kakashi? Aizen's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect the 5th person to be Kakashi. Although Kakashi is a genius of the Hatake clan, he does not have the limit of blood. In other words, Bella was actually eyeing the Shaker. It turns out that your ultimate goal is the righting will of the Uchiha family. It's really interesting. Aizen smiled slightly and turned around indifferently. His eyes stayed on a thin figure, Sasuke Uchiha. The righting wheel that Brin needs, happens to be on Sasuke. As long as Aizen is willing, he can immediately dig out Sasuke's eyes and give the Shenyan reward to KO. Gaara followed Aizen's gaze and stared at Sasuke, looking at the Oi fan, the unique symbol of the Uchiha clan behind Sasuke's shirt. 470. He immediately confirmed the identity of Sasuke, the coveted Uchiha clan. Gradually, Bilahu's thoughts returned to 15 years ago. At that time, he had already defected to Konoha, and since the technique of Guiyuo had been completed, he traveled around the various ninja countries to find a suitable bloodline boundary. In the end, he determined the 4 boundaries of blood succession, and selected the last person to be Kakashi Hatake. Somewhere in the Land of Fire, a suburb far away from Konoha. At that time, Kakashi was just a fledgling ninja. Although he experienced the baptism of the Ninja World War, he still did not lose the tenderness on his face. Kakashi was wandering aimlessly in the woods when suddenly, a white figure appeared in his eyes. This figure fluttered in white clothes, and it was actually suspended in the air. When the figure approached, Kakashi could clearly see that he was Bella, who disappeared for 5 years. "You are Bilahu? Didn't you defected to Konoha? Why did you return to the Land of Fire?" Kakashi said in surprise. He kept backing away and distanced himself from Bilahu. In Kakashi's mind, the person in front of him was as dangerous as Orochimaru, a lunatic who devoted himself to researching forbidden techniques. Often such people are the craziest in their hearts, and even do crazy things. Originally, it was out of such scruples that the 3 generations of Hokage ordered Seiran to arrest Bilahu, but in the end it fell short and his figure disappeared into the night. "It's been a long time, Kakashi. 5 years later, your edge is even more dazzling." A glimmer of admiration flashed in Bilahu's eyes. Although he is Konoha Rebellion, he is still full of praise for Kakashi's talent. Inherited the talent of his father Hatake Shiryu, and also has the blood wheel eye, one of the strongest blood follower limits. Kakashi can be said to be Konoha's most dazzling genius, and has been favored by countless people. It is precisely for this reason that Bella finally selected Kakashi as the 5th blood follower. What kind of conspiracy are you thinking about? As long as the Hokage is alive, it is impossible for your conspiracy to succeed. Kakashi's face was solemn, and he mobilized the chakra in his body as he stepped back. Suddenly, he grabbed his right wrist with his left hand and performed ninjutsu unexpectedly. Done, Rachel. A large amount of chakra poured out, and a dazzling thunderball condensed in Kakashi's palm. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards Bilahu. With the determination to kill with a single blow, Kakashi will hold Bilahu's chest hole through. However, Kakashi's offensive looks fierce, but it is useless. When his figure came to Bilahu, he was surprised to see Bilahu suddenly appearing in front of him. card wipe. Bella grabbed Kakashi's wrist and twisted it suddenly. The pain from his wrist made Kakashi unbearable. He cried out in pain, the chakra in his body fell into chaos, and finally the thunderball disappeared. Bella, who easily diffused Kakashi's offensive and slowly sneaked in front of him. "You! What do you want to do?" Kakashi panicked and fell to the ground in a panic. In the end, he couldn't dodge, and Bella, whose palm pressed against his forehead, leaving a scarlet mark. When his thoughts returned to reality, Bella knelt on the ground, and a mark also appeared on his forehead. The mark was the same one left on Kakashi's forehead 15 years ago. With that mark, I can easily deprive Kakashi of the writing will I. Ginseng, I can gather the 5th blood successor limit, and achieve immortality and immortality. Bella pondered in a low voice, then sighed heavily. Up to now, his situation has been under his control, and even his life and death are in the hands of Aizen. Since your purpose is for Kakashi's writing wheel, it means that we have a common position. Why don't you join me and fight against Konoha together? Aizen smiled slightly, and the next second his tone became cold, and he said, or do you think there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory? No, you are wrong. The reason why the weak kneel in front of the strong is not just the difference in strength, but also a spiritual gap. When you try to rely on external forces instead of your own strength, your achievements have come to an end. Without a firm mind, how can you see the scenery at the top of the sky? Hearing Aizen's words, Billy remained silent. His mind struggled. Aizen was right. Back then, it was because of his lack of confidence in his own strength and talent that his sword swerved, and he eventually fell into the darkness and could never turn back. The so-called search for the 5th boundary of blood is just an excuse, just to cover up the cowardice in your heart. It is precisely because of low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence in his own strength that he desires to be strong, to surpass the 3 tolerances, and to wash away the shame. 4.9 Have you made a choice? Aizen's calm words contained strong killing intent. There were only 3 things to do, and he had already given Bella 2 chances. If the other party does not agree, Aizen will cut off his head with the most severe means. Bella raised his head and stared at Aizen, his eyes flickering constantly. In the end, he lowered his arrogant head and chose to surrender. He will follow Aizen willingly, chasing that new power. Lord Aizen, I want to declare war on Konoha with you. Bella formed a seal with both hands, and released all the chakra absorbed by the technique in the past, rushing into the sky. Suddenly, the sky changed drastically, and the dark clouds turned into the shadow of Belial. Chapter 220 To the Elegy of the Times. The sky has undergone drastic changes. The originally clear sky was replaced by a dark sky. The black clouds flowed so fast that they turned into the shadow of Belial. This is also one of the research results of Belial over the past 20 years. A large number of chakras captured by the technique burst out in an instant and condensed into a huge shadow. At this moment, not only Mount Sumryu, but also the 5 kingdoms of Fire Country, Thunder Country, Water Country, Wind Country, and Earth Country can clearly see the shadow of Belial. His move is undoubtedly a challenge to the ninja world. To be so confident, to directly declare war on the entire ninja world, are you crazy, Belial? Orochimaru was puzzled. Even though Belial was powerful and joined Aizen's command, the 2 would join forces. But with such a high profile, it is easy to capsize in the gutter. No, Orochimaru. There's nothing wrong with Belial, it's you who is at fault. If I'm not wrong in my estimation, after the 3 major ninja villages convene the alliance meeting, they will definitely send their elite troops to the country of Tien. Aizen said calmly, in the land of Tien, there are many strongholds in addition to the Yainin village on the bright side. Once the Konoha side comes out in full force, how can you guarantee that the strongholds will not be destroyed? On the contrary, Bellahu's provocation will focus everyone's attention on Mount Sumryu. With such a big battle, they will definitely rush to Mount Sumryu. At that time, this is where the decisive battle will take place, and we will annihilate them here. Bellahu continued, Lord Aizen is right. I have occupied Mount Sumryu for many years, and according to the steep terrain here, I have laid many traps. Besides, there is only one way to the palace. As long as we wait here patiently, we can completely annihilate them. But Bellahu paused for a moment, then said, before that, I invite you to watch the results of my research over the past 20 years, Aizen's armor. Aizen's strength made Bru willing to follow him. The reason why Bellahu changed is largely because of Orochimaru's downfall, which caused Bellahu to lose his goal of catching up. However, the appearance of Aizen made Bru see a higher level of power. Research results. It's really interesting. Aizen nodded indifferently, and did not refuse the invitation of Bellahu. In the Soul World, Aizen was a scientific research expert. Not only is he superior to the Hooting 13th team in terms of strength, but his scientific research level is also arrogant. Aside from Kisuke Urara, no one has a mind that can keep pace with Aizen. It was beyond Aizen's expectations that Bellahu was able to research the technique of Galio. Although the strength of Aizen is just a humble ant in Aizen's eyes. But this does not mean that the technique of Galio has no value. If you can properly use this forbidden technique, once you collect the strongest bloodline limit that conforms to the 5 elements, you may be able to create infinite possibilities. Let's go, show me your scientific research results. Let me see if the scientific research results in your hands are valuable. Aizen smiled slightly, and followed Bellahu calmly. Bellahu was attentive, turned around and smiled at Aizen. Lord Aizen, there is something you must be very interested in. The reason why Bellahu is so sure that Aizen holds him in high regard is not just because of the technique of Gijara. More important is another research result. The reason why he tried to dominate the ninja world is also for this reason. Orochimaru's palms hidden under his sleeves were clenched in anger. He ignored the pain from his palms, just because he couldn't contain the anger in his heart. Originally, it was only with the intention of devouring a wolf that Bellahu's whereabouts were revealed. The original intention of Orochimaru is to get rid of Aizen through Bellahu. He overestimated Bru's strength, and at the same time underestimated Aizen's strength. The seemingly powerful Bellahu is a rookie in front of Aizen. The seemingly inexplicable deprivation of the chakra technique was restrained by Aizen's spiritual power. No matter how fast the speed of the swift shield is, it cannot be faster than the peak Shunpo. Bellahu didn't even see Aizen's movements, and an arm had already been cut off. Although the broken arm can be sutured, it is enough to prove how big the gap is between the two. Orochimaru is not reconciled, let alone be bound by Aizen forever. However, he was helpless. After staying by Aizen's side for nearly a month, Orochimaru still couldn't find out the flaws of Kyokusuizu. When he is not sure of breaking the absolute hypnosis, Orochimaru will not be stupid enough to turn his face with Aizen. Perhaps, only when the time for the turning technique is ripe and reoccupying a new body can we be sure to escape from the devil's claws. Everyone followed in the footsteps of Bellahu and entered the palace. At the same time, several other places far away from Mount Sumryu caused an uproar because of the images of Bellahu. On the way from the land of fire to the land of fields, the ninja coalition stopped. They stared at the sky in amazement, bewildered. The sky was dark, obscured by endless dark clouds. This sudden scene 260 hits the morale of the ninja coalition. He's Bellahu. He's been missing for 20 years. He's not dead. There was a look of shock in Sunade's beautiful eyes. Back then, Bellahu was one of her suitors, but she was politely rejected by Sunade. It wasn't until after that incident that Kei disappeared and gradually faded out of Sunade's vision. Unexpectedly, Bellahu is making a comeback now. Aizen's crisis hasn't been resolved yet, but there is another coup. Is the Fourth Ninja World War really coming? With a heavy sigh accompanied by worry, Tsunade remained silent. On the other side, in the Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. At the top of the Parliament building, Jiraiya looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Like Tsunade, he was worried about the future of the ninja world. Only after Aizen appeared, accidents happened one after another. Many ancient monsters were broken, and even the 4 long-established elite Chunin all died. The culprit in all of this points to Aizen. Aizen and Medical Star, Soyu Source, Anakama, what kind of response will you make? Jiraiya's voice was transmitted through the air, as if it was a prelude to the Dark Age of Ninjas. Chapter 223 The End of Art, for subscription. A green spear of emerald can easily kill C2 in seconds. The big explosion in the sky obscured everyone's vision. Deidara, is he dead? The red sand scorpion murmured in a low voice. He understood that the current form has lost control, and Ulquiorra and Nilu are leading the battle. Scorpion did not dare to act rashly, because he felt Ulquiorra's gaze locked on him. Although the opponent did not return to the blade, Scorpion finally felt that Ulquiorra's strength was even more terrifying. Just a cold look in his eyes made a strong threat in his heart. Does this look despise me? Scorpion laughed at himself helplessly. Now Deidara's life and death are uncertain, and he is the only one left. Scorpion did not have the confidence to compete with the Tiden blades. Ulquiorra didn't pay attention to the battle between Nilu and Deidara, and just watched the red sand scorpion calmly. There was disdain in those calm eyes. This mission failed, but it's a pity that Deidara died in his own art in the end. Perhaps because of the artist's sake. The red sand scorpion rarely mourns for Deidara. At this moment, Deidara's voice came from midair. You are so annoying, brother Scorpion, how could I be killed by this trick? The thick fog that covered the sky dissipated, and Deidara's figure emerged. His clothes were shattered, countless blood seams were cracked on the surface of his skin, and in many places, the bones were exposed. Deidara's image is in a state of embarrassment, in stark contrast to the rebelliousness at the beginning. It wasn't that he didn't want to block it, but the speed of the emerald green spear was too fast to avoid. The giant bird spread its wings and flew high, carrying Deidara to the top of the red sand scorpion. Alive, Deidara. The red sand scorpion, who has always been indifferent, has excitement in her words. He understands the reason why his lips and teeth die, and once Deidara dies, he will soon repeat the same mistakes. It's really tricky. Nilu's face was gloomy, and her full blow only severely injured Deidara. The strength of the members of Zhao's organization exceeded her expectations. Is it because I haven't fully adapted to this world yet? Nilu muttered to herself. She waved her backhand. Spiritual energy poured out, and the double-headed spear condensed in her hand again. I'm going to use my most powerful trick to kill you. Deidara squatted on the big bird and made a seal with both hands. He was blinded by anger. He took out the blasting clay from his mouth and stuffed it frantically into his mouth. He ate the explosive clay himself. So, is he going to use that trick? The red sand scorpion's eyes flashed strangely, and he said expectantly. This is the technique I personally prepared to kill Itachi. Deidara spit out the mud flow formed by the blasting clay from his mouth, and fell down in a continuous stream. It's a crazy guy to have spare energy left. Ulquiorra said in surprise, is this a bomb? If so, it's hard to avoid it. The detonating clay flowed on the ground, accumulated continuously, and after a while, it condensed into a huge human figure. The portrait is lifelike, with the same face and expression as Deidara. This portrait is different from the previous works. It has been carefully fabricated by Deidara and is the most perfect artwork. Ah! That hateful cold look has finally disappeared, It seems that you are not unscrupulous. Deidara raised an arc at the corner of his mouth and roared triumphantly, "Don't try to escape, this is a C4 Garuda. No matter how fast you are, how can you escape the explosion?" Deidara's pupils shrank, only the crazy killing intent remained in his eyes. "Drink." With his seal, a huge portrait of dozens of meters exploded. Like C3, the explosion was powerful and spread over a wide area, covering the entire lake in an instant. "Oops, run, we'll all die once we get caught up in an explosion storm." Grun was so frightened that her face paled. She hugged Kyumayu and quickly backed away. While retreating, he formed a seal with his hands and performed crystal shield ninjutsu, trying to resist the explosion. Unfortunately, her speed is too slow. Seeing the explosion storm is about to engulf them. Just at this critical moment, Nilu's figure appeared beside them. "Get out of here, as far as you can." Nilu's words were cold, and even contained a trace of anger, causing the two of them to tremble. She put her two hands on Yulian and the others, and she turned with a ringing motion, and fled with the two of them. Compared to the kind-hearted Nilu, Ulquiorra didn't care about the lives of Grun and the others. With his Reiatsu, he could sense countless tiny bombs in the air. These bombs are invisible to the naked eye and flow easily through the air into the body. "Shut up, black-winged demon." With the blade facing forward, Ulquiorra uttered the words of liberation. He can no longer stand idly by, and only by releasing a moment of liberation and releasing a sea of spiritual energy condensed into essence, can the miniature bomb in the air be washed away. The black spiritual power spread like ripples, and wherever it went, all the miniature bombs were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that all the micro-bombs had been destroyed, except for a few areas. C4 is broken. Ringing. In the state of returning to the blade, Ulquiorra's speed is beyond imagination. He came behind Deidara in an instant, and the spear of spiritual power pierced through Deidara's chest. Ulquiorra frowned. He could feel it was just a clone. "Ha! I knew you would teleport. Regret everything, this clone is also a C4 bomb." Deidara's body emerged from the belly of the giant bird. He easily broke free and jumped out of the giant bird. "Drink." Deidara's eyes were fierce and he was about to detonate his avatar, but the expression on his face changed. Because Ulquiorra appeared behind him. If this is the so-called power of art, then you humans will be hurt, which is because of such naive and arrogant thoughts. Because naive thoughts will kill people. Ulquiorra grabbed Deidara's arm and swung the psychic spear. A simple and rude blow directly cut off Deidara's arm. Not only that, he stood with his two fingers side by side, and a black phantom flash that only 10 blades were qualified to use blasted out, instantly shattering half of Deidara's body. The momentary art has finally come to an end. Chapter 224 Ultimate Art, 3 Generations of Wind Shadows, Subscription. Deidara's eyes were blank, and Ulquiorra cut off his arm. His body fell weakly, like a kite with a broken string, falling at will. The face that was once glorious, now only his despairing eyes. In front of Ulquiorra in the state of returning to the blade, Deidara couldn't even connect the seal. Deidara didn't feel remorse for his situation. His resentment only came from Ulquiorra's eyes. As a person with high self-esteem, Deidara couldn't accept Ulquiorra's indifferent look. This kind of look. Damn. Deidara's expression was dull, which turned into endless anger. He roared, "I just can't get used to this. You have this expression from start to finish. Who are you pretending to be so cool? Whether I use C2, or C3, or even C4, I can't change your expression. It's not allowed. This kind of behavior is never allowed." Due to excessive anger, Deidara's face burst into blue veins, and his voice was too sharp, even broken. However, No matter how much he yelled, 290 couldn't touch Ulquiorra's heart. The latter still had the expression of indifference, with a kind of contempt from the heart in his calm eyes. Shame, blatant shame. It's that kind of look again, the look that makes people uncomfortable when they see it. Deidara put his palm on his chest, tore off the torn clothes, and said almost frantically, "I don't allow you to use that kind of look, it's like denying my art. That's seeing my art. I don't have the slightest look of amazement. I don't allow you to use those eyes to ignore my art." Deidara pulled hard, her shirt shattered, revealing her sturdy chest, and a shocking scene appeared. The skin where his heart was located had a wound stitched with black threads. The surrounding skin is engraved with mysterious lines, like an abyss mouth being sealed. I didn't take it seriously at all. I thought you were an object that needed to be eliminated. That's enough. The bland tone, like a heavy hammer, struck Deidara's heart. Not only that, but Ulquiorra made a move that stunned Deidara. With a backhand wave, he scattered the spear of spiritual power, and he didn't even plan to use the weapon with his hands flat. With bare hands, you don't even plan to use weapons? It's so bullying. Deidara's expression was dull, and his angry expression turned into a sneer. This smile not only contained a kind of sternness, but also a kind of madness that looked like death. He undid the black thread stitched to his chest and undid the seal. BFFT. The mouth of the abyss revealed its true face, with teeth as sharp as knives, and howling loudly. "We." Deidara took out a huge blasting clay from the tattered shirt and stuffed it into the huge mouth in his chest. "This is my ultimate art. I'll blow myself up later. After I die, I will become art, unprecedented art, and there will be unprecedented relics left here. After that, my art will be praised like never before." Deidara's crazy eyes contain the pursuit of art. He is not afraid of dying. In order to defend the dignity of art, as long as those who despise art are punished, even if he blows himself up. His body gradually became dark and transparent, and the blood vessels in his body were clearly visible. The violent energy poured out along the heart and flowed along the blood vessels to all corners of the body. When the energy poured into the blood vessels in the head, Deidara's face became hideous and terrifying, not like a human being, but like a monster. "This time, I will do what I say, and I will let you be buried under the ultimate art." Deidara's body was dim, and his face was almost invisible. His angry voice was still in the air. Fear? Despair? Marvel? Cry? My art is to explode. In the end, Deidara's body was completely dim, leaving only countless tiny blood vessels. Just as the blood vessels were about to pour into the heart, Ulquiorra, who had been indifferent all along, finally spoke up. "Why? The last struggle? Even in the face of such a huge disparity in strength, you still think you can beat me, don't you?" Ulquiorra raised his fingers, condensed his spiritual power, and said coldly, "It's ridiculous, Deidara. It seems that you haven't tried the feeling of death, the taste of true despair, before you dare to say such a big thing." Black void flash. The despairing black blasted out, shattering the bomb like a destructive force. In the end, Deidara's ultimate art, whether or not he even had a chance to play, became a swan song. The crazy artist who pursues instant art is completely dead. Deidara is dead? The red sand scorpion was stunned. He was stubbornly resisting the offensive of Nelly Lu. There are countless broken puppets all over the ground around him. Even his hidden puppet, Felu, was blown up by Nilu. With her overwhelming strength, Nilu forcibly destroys Scorpion's secret technique, Red Secret Technique, 100 Machine Exercises. It turns out that there is such a young body hidden under this hideous puppet. You may be deceived by just looking at the appearance. Nelly Lu's eyes lit up with fighting intent. She didn't want to delay any longer. She wanted to kill the red sand scorpion as quickly as possible. Although it's a pity that I couldn't make you a puppet, I lost a chance to create a perfect masterpiece. However, do you think these puppets are my hard work? You are wrong. The red sand scorpion made a seal on both hands, and said coldly, "Let you see my treasure. Killing him will waste a lot of my effort, so he is also my favorite work." Boom. A white mist spread out, and behind the red sand scorpion, a mighty puppet appeared. 3 generations of wind shadows. In the entire ninja, only I can create a human puppet. Moreover, the human puppet I created can also use the ninjutsu before his death, which means that I can restore the strength of the 3 generations of Kazekage before his death. The red sand scorpion's killing intent surged, desperately fighting to the death. At the same time that his hands were sealed, the 3 generations of Kazekage were sealed at the same time. Ninja, Iron Sand Shower. Chapter 225 The Eighth Blade, Sar Apollo, for subscription. Summoning the 3 generations of Kazekage. The red sand scorpion wants to fight to the death. 3 generations of Kazekage have a special physique that converts highly condensed chakra into magnetic power. His famous ninjutsu Sand Iron is a combination of the ninjutsu of the former Shukakuren Yulai and the special attribute of the chakra nature of his own magnetic force. Technique. Sand Iron can be changed into various forms for attack and defense at will. It is the most terrifying weapon in Sand Hidden Village. Once the iron sand invades the body of a human or puppet, it can completely paralyze itself and lose the ability to move. This is very critical. Once you encounter Uchiha Belt 2, Namikaze Minato, who master space ninjutsu genius, a short pause can end a life in an instant. Since the chakra of Sandaime Kazekage is magnetic, no magnetic weapon can cause him any influence. With this terrifying bloodline boundary, the 3 generations of Mifenying won the title of the strongest twin shadow in history. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind, and the fame of the 3 generations of Hokage also caused him to be killed. As early as more than 10 years ago, the Zhao organization issued a killing order to the 3 generations of Fennying. In the end, he was killed by the scorpion, and turned into a puppet by the scorpion. The ill-fated 3 generations of Fennying, who had infinite beauty in his lifetime, were called by the scorpion as the most valuable puppet. Even if he turns into a soul and leaves the ninja, his body is forced to fight. It trains when iron sand. Sandai Fennying spit out black sand. This kind of sand is different from the sand in the Garrig Horde. It is not only heavy but also has some kind of magnetism. The black sand was overwhelming, crushing Nilu like a black cloud over a city. This is already the last resort of the red sand scorpion. If even this move fails, his fate is destined to fall into the art of sublimation just like Deidara. The means are gorgeous, but after all, it's just passing by. In gorgeous art, it will eventually sublimate until it becomes bleak. Nilu raised her double-headed spear, and the top of the spear condensed pink energy. Flicker. There was a loud bang, and the black sand couldn't stop the attack of the virtual flash, and it turned into countless black particles, scattering all over the sky. Oh, it seems that your strength is beyond my imagination, so you can only use that trick. The red sand scorpion sighed, not knowing whether it was because the enemy was too powerful, or because Deidara died. His confidence was shaken, and his will was no longer firm. The once insane artistic duo fell apart and were on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The red sand scorpion formed a seal on both hands and shouted, "Ninja, Iron Sand World Law." Under the control of the scorpion, the black sand actually condensed again, turning into a black net of heaven and earth, falling from the sky. Countless black steel spears shone brightly on them, shocking. You may be a real warrior at this time. But it's too late. This is the highest level of your art, right? Watching your art die is the best relief. Nilu raised her two-headed spear and locked onto the red sand scorpion. She swung it hard, and the spear rolled in the whirlwind, stabbing the scorpion straight. The green spear of emerald. Unstoppable, let alone escape. The seemingly rigid black iron spear shattered at the touch of a strong wind and turned into fine black dust again. The overwhelming strength finally decided the outcome of this battle. Stab it! The speed of the emerald green spear is too fast. The red sand scorpion can't dodge it at all, and can only watch it pierce through his body. Because his body is a puppet, he is not only slow, but also fragile. Scorpion's eyes flashed a light of relief, and finally closed his eyes. After a while, his body completely disintegrated and turned into countless fragments. Shen, who pursued eternal art all his life, died with the most outstanding work of his life. After the immortal duo, the art duo was also defeated by the 10 blades. Is it finally resolved? Finally, I didn't have to wait long. Ulquiorra's figure appeared silently beside Nelu. The two top 10 blades, with their overwhelming power, ended the lives of Deidara and the red sand scorpion, causing Akatsuki to suffer another major blow. I wasted a bit of energy, but I finally lived up to the expectations of Izan-sama. Let's go, let's take Sanwei back. I think Izan-sama was impatient. Nilu walked straight to the unconscious Three Tails. Ulquiorra stared at her back, and appeared above the lake with a loud turn. He easily grabbed the huge Three Tails, and flew towards the country of Tian by relying on wings that covered the sky. The direction that the two 10 blades were walking was exactly where the ninja allied forces rushed to. On the other side, in a palace lined with houses, in an extremely hidden room, several figures stood. Aizen, Ochimayu, Kiryu, Kurama Kumo, and Uchiha Sasuke waited, all of them focusing their attention on a transparent glass cabinet in front of them. There was an abominable black light, and in a flash, a dark and evil power was revealed. It is the most proud work of Bellahu, and it is also a masterpiece created by his painstaking efforts in the past 20 years. This is. It turned out to be Zero Tail. Ochimayu's eyes flickered, and his words were full of shock. As a scientific research expert, he naturally knows that many taboos exist, including the sprites and Satoru who have been absorbed by the collapsing jade. Zero Tail is also one of them, and its body relies on the darkness in people's hearts to generate huge dark chakras. Isn't this monster deposited in Amayu by Shennon? Why did it appear here? Ochimayu was surprised and even more puzzled. Based on the intelligence he has collected over the years, there is absolutely no way to go wrong. Shennon is not only the leader of Kong Ninja, but also a person who has practiced the physical activation and physical regeneration that Ochimayu wants. It is precisely because of Shennon's research that Zero Tail was born. Ochimayu, I can't see that you have an idea about Zero Tail too. Kuru seems to be happy to see Ochimayu's shocked appearance. The more shocked Ochimayu was, the more he seemed to have some kind of pleasure in his heart. He said respectfully, Lord Aizen, this is my gift to you, and the result of my research over the past 20 years. The gift presented to me is exactly what I want. Aizen smiled slightly, walking closer to Zero where he could already feel Bengu's heartbeat. At the same time, a figure appeared in Aizen's mind. The 8th blade, Sarapollo. The 226th chapter Natural Nemesis, first. The 8th blade, Sarapollo. The moment I saw Zero Tai, I also thought about Ochimayu and Belia who were frantically researching forbidden techniques. In Aizen's mind, the figure of Sarapollo appeared in an instant. Once one of the first 10 blades and one of the most loyal 10 ninjas who followed Aizen, Sarapollo was a trustworthy subordinate. He is a staff member of the Research Institute of the Virtual Circle, responsible for intelligence and information. His status and responsibilities are equivalent to the captain of the 12th Division of the Soul Society, Niulai. Sar Apollo is the most powerful researcher in the Virtual Circle, an expert in developing all spiritual weapons. It's a pity that when Ichigo entered the Virtual Circle to rescue Inu, he was killed by the more perverted Namori, and his body was made into a specimen. Although the strength of Sar Apollo is not too strong, even compared to the first 4 blades, it is not at the same level. But Sar Apollo still has his brilliance. Especially his ability, the evil concubine, is even more perverted. In a way, it is similar to Orochimaru's shedding technique. Although Orochimaru pretended to surrender, how could he hide his inner thoughts from Aizen? His every move, and even the intentions in his mind have long been guessed by Aizen. The reason why Aizen didn't kill Orochimaru was just like the days when Orochimaru Jin followed him, and wanted to see what kind of means the opponent would use to kill him. Unfortunately, Orochimaru is too weak to threaten him at all. In this case, Orochimaru is completely worthless to Aizen. What is the difference between a ninja whose hands are sealed and loses combat power and a waste? Since force cannot force Orochimaru to surrender, then we have to find a way to restrain Orochimaru. So, Aizen thought of Sar Apollo. Perhaps this former Virtual Circle research expert can make Orochimaru feel the most primitive fear. Belu, as you said, since it's a gift from me, can I think I can do whatever I want with this, Zero Tail? Lanran turned around and showed a gentle smile to Belu. This smile contained infinite charm, and people couldn't help but indulge in it. After feeling the powerful strength of Aizen, Belu worshipped Aizen more and more. He found that he couldn't see Aizen at all, because the other party was like a mystery, and it was impossible to capture what Aizen was thinking. In fact, apart from Aizen himself, no one could guess what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would not be able to rely on his own strength, calm mind, and a seamless plan to fight against the Gote 13 team by himself. Lord Aizen, my original plan was to integrate the 5th middle blood and follow the boundary, and then rely on the perfectly regenerated body of Zero Tail to compete against the 5 major countries alone. But Belu paused for a moment, and said devoutly, after witnessing the strength of Aizen-sama, I realized how stupid my past actions were. Perhaps, Aizen-sama, you are right. Only by faithfully following you can we be able to gain more powerful abilities and experience a whole new world. So as long as you follow Aizen-sama, this cloned Zero Tail is just a superfluous rib. Although Bru's words were touting Aizen, they were true thoughts from the bottom of his heart. Whenever he recalled the process of fighting Aizen, he still felt lingering fears. He has no doubt that as long as Aizen is willing, that knife can cut off his body. The reason why only one arm was broken was because of Aizen's mercy. In fact, Aizen didn't kill it because of the uniqueness of Gui Yaluo's technique and the idea of Belu. Otherwise, with Aizen's own strength, there is no need to rely on anyone at all. If that's the case, then give it to Benu. Aizen took out the collapsed jade from her bosom. Suddenly, Noda's house price was filled with blue light. The familiar heartbeat sounded again. Bang bang. Bang bang. This is. It contains such a strong soul power. How can the ninja world have such a strange thing? Whether it was Orochimaru or Belu, the pupils of the two of them shrank suddenly, and a storm surged in their hearts. As crazy scientific research experts, the two naturally have a deep understanding of various studies. It is a pity that they will never be able to touch a restricted area, and that is soul research. Since the establishment of the 5 kingdoms, the soul has always been a restricted area. The soul represents the ultimate essence of life, and as long as the secret of the soul is unlocked, one can get rid of the shackles of life. It's a pity that even the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, who calmed down the troubled times and established Konoha, couldn't get rid of the passage of time, and eventually died one after another. That's why Ochimayu and Bilahu showed a shocked look the moment they saw Bennu. Bennu emits blue light, instantly illuminating the entire room. Under the shroud of bright blue light, the glass box that trapped Zero was shattered, and all the blue light covered Zero's body like spirituality. How can that be? Bella was stunned. In his field of vision, Zero's huge body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a moment, it was completely swallowed by the blue light. In the end, it was empty and completely disappeared. After absorbing the dark energy in Zero-tailed body, although Bennu was awakened, the light in it was far inferior to the changes that occurred after absorbing the two-tailed cat last time. Enough to see the ancient monsters and the nine tails. What a huge gap there is between the beasts. Aizen closed her eyes, and the figure of Sarapollo appeared in her mind. Suddenly, Bennu burst into a dazzling light, all the energy tilted like a tide, and condensed into a blue light curtain in the open space in front of him. Under the light curtain, a figure appeared. Short pink hair, golden pupils, and obvious lower eyelashes. The thin body and wide scientific research eyes are still the same familiar appearance, and his face is still full of dedication to scientific research. The 8th ranked 10 blades, Sarapollo. Sarapollo stared at him completely. His eyes regained clarity, and he looked around in confusion, at a loss. When Sarapollo's eyes stayed on Aizen, his expression was dull, and the confused look was replaced by shock. You are, Aizen-sama. Chapter 227 8th Blade, Return Blade? Second more. You are? Aizen-sama. Sarapollo trembled in his heart. In any case, he never expected to see Aizen again. He even suspected that all this was an illusion. Wasn't he already dead? Therefore, he mistakenly took Nayulai's new drug, Superman drug, and his 5 senses became extremely fast. In an instant, it seemed as long as hundreds of years, but his 5 senses seemed extremely slow. Because it was too late to reach out his hand to stop him, Nayulai stabbed his palm and heart to death with a knife. What's even more tragic is that because of the torment of the medicine, it will take 100 years before you can feel your own death. In this way, the scientific research expert who once controlled most of the information in the virtual circle died tragically. Sarapollo, it's been a long time since we met. Aizen smiled and held Bennu tightly in her hand. Through the power of Bennu, he has summoned the 3 10 blades of Ulquiorra, Niluel, and Sarapollo. These 3 are absolutely loyal subordinates, and they are also the strength that Aizen relies most on in the ninja continent. Sarapollo's 11 role is different from the other 2. Aizen does not need him to fight, nor does he need to capture the tailed beast. Sarapollo just needs to continue to maintain the essence of the virtual circle and maintain the scientific research work. During the few months she came to the ninja world, although Aizen was not interested in the superficial power of the ninja world, she was curious about many hidden secrets. The secret of writing round eyes, the secret of the magic chakra, the secret of the 9-tailed beasts. These are all mysteries that Aizen needs to solve. Although Wei has been absorbed by Bennu, this is not the end, it is just a prelude to the turmoil in the ninja world. For this reason, Aizen needs to strengthen his own power while accelerating the pace of aggression. Although his subordinates already have 3 female subordinates, Xiaxing, Inu Jiaorai, and Kurama Yakumo, the role of the 3 is not obvious. Although Xiaxing's strength is good, he is a rookie in front of top ninjas and has no ability to fight back. Even the weakest flying section in Akatsuki's organization can easily smash Xiaxing. Although Inu Jiaorai has the ability to defy the sky, he can transcend the obstacles of time and space, and fully recover from his injuries. But she doesn't have the fighting power herself, and she can easily kill Inu Himori with just an elite Jonin. Kurama Yakumo's ability is even more defying, but she is only a little lully, and it takes time to temper before she can break the chrysalis into a butterfly and become a master of illusion. Therefore, Aizen arranged for Summer Star to protect Anu Himeyori and Kurumaye Kumo. All, in the case of the S-class rebels from Zhao's organization, these three female subordinates are all soy sauce characters. Only Nilu is a real powerhouse, who can not only act on her own, but also control the size of her body at will. She can be both Ellie and a royal sister. This feeling should be real. Aizen-sama, why am I reborn? Is this a virtual circle? Sar Apollo's mind was muddy, and even if his IQ was high, he couldn't react in time. Because rebirth is too incredible. Even if Sar Apollo studied in the virtual circle for decades, he could not spy on the secret of rebirth. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid of being dazed, Sar Apollo. Forget the past of the virtual circle and embrace a new journey. A gentle smile hung on Lan Ran's handsome face. You will understand when you see everything recorded here. He took out an eyeball from his arms, and the owner of this eyeball was Ulquiorra. Aizen crushed the eyeballs, and a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of them. Everything that happened after Ulquiorra's rebirth was presented in front of Sar Apollo. The country of Swamp defeated Kakashi and Matakai, the city of ghosts killed the monster Satoru, and the country of Iron beheaded the two-tailed cat. Confronting monsters again and again, a thrilling battle. Sar Apollo was a wise man himself, and he immediately understood that this world was not the same as before. The virtual circle is gone, and the god of death has disappeared. Through the video, he learned about the enemies of this world, who seemed to be called ninjas. Ha! The nine-tailed beast is really a rare breed. I am really lucky, not only can I be reborn, but also follow in the footsteps of Aizen-sama and conquer the ninja world. If Yami is here, I must be very lucky. Sar Apollo's surface became ecstatic, he shouted loudly, not only excited about the rebirth, but also excited about the mystery of that one. As the top scientific research officer of the virtual circle, his desire for scientific research surpassed his own life. Don't be proud, don't be in a hurry, just do your best. Don't worry about the threat to scientific research, no matter what happens, just advance and retreat with me. Even if there are many mysteries in the ninja world, they will be break open one by one. Aizen stood indifferently, but was enthusiastically sought after by Sar Apollo. At the beginning, the reason why he followed Aizen with all his heart was not only because of his absolute strength, but because of Aizen's unique charm and dedication to scientific research, because Aizen itself was the most outstanding scientific research expert in the soul world. There seems to be a guest here who has something to say. Let 733 listen first. Sar Apollo stared at Orochimaru. He felt Orochimaru's gaze was like a poisonous snake, staring at him all the time. Orochimaru asked calmly, are you 10 blades? Ha, it's really insightful. I am the 8th ranked 10 blades under the command of Aizen-sama. Sar Apollo glanced. Sar Apollo stretched out his arm and introduced himself elegantly. It turned out to be 8th. This number doesn't sound like a strong one. Orochimaru sneered. For some reason, when he first saw Sar Apollo, he felt that he was his natural enemy and possessed the ability to perfectly restrain him. Yes, don't worry. But I should be stronger than you. By the way, who are you? Sar Apollo didn't seem to feel Orochimaru's sneering remarks, and still smiled gracefully. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru said coldly. So it's Sannin? I really want to know what you would do in a desperate situation. Let me see it myself. Sar Apollo drew out his Zanpakuto, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is he going to return to the sword? Chapter 228 Sipit, Evil Concubine, Third More. Sar Apollo is going to return to the blade? He pulled out the Zanpakuto, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth, and sneered, "Although it's not necessary, I'll tell you anyway, Orochimaru. With you inferior humans, you can actually make me feel so upset. So much so that you will try your best to fight if you want. This kind of thing is the funniest thing in itself." Sarapollo opened his mouth and was about to swallow the sharp Zanpakuto. His seemingly deadly behavior was extremely stupid in the eyes of Belahu and Orochimaru. Is he crazy? He wants to commit suicide? Belahu was puzzled. Even if Sarapollo was dissatisfied with Orochimaru, he wouldn't swallow his sword and kill himself, right? However, even more unexpectedly, Aizen didn't even intend to organize Sarapollo, but showed a meaningful smile. Aizen didn't want to organize the return of Sarapollo, because that was his original intention. In order to subdue the arrogant Orochimaru, he must feel the fear that comes from his heart. This fear is unforgettable, deeply engraved in his bones and cannot be erased. Have a drink, evil concubine. Sarapollo swallowed the Zanpakuto, his whole body swelled, and then exploded, showing a new posture. After returning to the sword, his image has changed greatly, and he is completely different from the previous week's Ven image. His lower body became tentacles, and then the tentacles condensed and disappeared into feet and the hem of his clothes. 4 huge wings were born on the back. Even his eye sockets changed, and colorful patterns appeared around him. The 8th ranked 10 blades, at the moment of aiming at Orochimaru, seemed like a hunter with a keen sense of smell, seeing his favorite prey. The first thing he did when he came to the ninja continent was to return to the blade. Accompanied by a cheerful voice, the complete image of Sarapollo appeared in front of Orochimaru and Belahu. A strange arc was raised at the corner of his mouth, and he said with a wicked smile, "I'm sorry for making you wait so long, and the good show is about to appear. The second act will begin soon." Sarapollo put his hands out and laughed lightly. He was smart and already understood the intentions of Aizen-sama, and this act of letting him go back to the sword was undoubtedly meant to imply that he would give Orochimaru a disgrace. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and he could clearly feel that Sarapollo's spearhead was aimed at him. The contempt and killing intent contained in the calm words made Orochimaru even more uncomfortable. Sorry, allow me to correct it, Orochimaru. Because it's the second act, it's over soon. Sarapollo bent over, and a column of blood erupted from the center of his limbs and wings. The blood from the sky poured into the air, and then sprinkled on Orochimaru's body. Huh? What happened? For the sake of self-confidence, Orochimaru didn't avoid the blood drop, but there was an uneasy feeling in his heart. For some reason, Orochimaru always felt that something unknown was about to happen. After the blood mist stuck to Orochimaru, it dripped on the ground, and there was a scene that stunned Belahu and Orochimaru. I saw that these blood droplets quickly grew larger, and finally turned into several figures. Their appearance was the same as Orochimaru, but the same pattern as Sarapollo was engraved around the eyes. Ha 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 ha. Sarapollo burst into laughter and shouted angrily, "Very good, all the characters are here, so let's start. Orochimaru, with your mind, you should understand this scene, right? They are all enemies with the same ability as you. If you don't deal with it carefully, be careful not to save your life." Sarapollo sneered playfully, as if he was enjoying an interesting drama. Orochimaru is the protagonist of this comedy. To put it another way, Orochimaru is the cat that needs to shiver, and Sarapollo is the cat who played with him in applause. Is this a puppet? No. I can feel that every me has the same fluctuations in his body. I'm afraid this is the clone he created using that blood rain bar. As the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru remained calm in the face of unknown desperation. He calmly analyzed the abilities of Sarapollo, trying to analyze all the abilities from the clues. Okay, You must understand the rules of the game. It's time to fight with all your strength. Fight with yourself. Sir Apollo's voice was as cold as frost, causing an invisible cold killing intent to flow around him. The moment his voice fell, more than a dozen copies of Orochimaru rushed towards Orochimaru, trying to tear him apart. HMPH, it's such a wonderful ability. What would you gain if you were torn apart? Orochimaru's head flew out, and the long neck wrapped around the replicas, smashing their bodies in an instant. Although these replicas look realistic, they are weak. More importantly, the power of the evil concubine cannot replicate the white snake body of the big snake. Without this unique advantage, these clones are vulnerable. HMPH, even though I know it's a replica. But it's really unpleasant to see myself broken. The big snake snorted coldly, and in a blink of an eye, he killed all the clones. The head flew back to the neck. Orochimaru didn't look good, and the killing intent surged inside. Okay, wait for a long time, open your eyes and see the true power of the evil concubine. Sir Apollo put his hands out and said proudly, "Sorry, I'm not interested in that." Orochimaru pulled out the grass pheasant sword and stormed towards Sir Apollo. However, this fell into the other's arms. The tentacles of Sir Apollo's lower body closed and swallowed Orochimaru. Orochimaru couldn't dodge in time, so he could only try his best to break free, but was finally spit out by the closed petals. The one who said sorry should be me, right? Because you don't have the right to choose. This drama is compulsory. A puppet of Orochimaru appeared in Sir Apollo's hand, and he sneered, "Orochimaru, maybe you don't understand? The function of this puppet is very simple. He is like a remote control to control your 5 senses. As long as if you want, you can feel endless pain." Sir Apollo pinched the doll's feet with his index finger and thumb, and with a swipe, the human head's legs were broken. At the same time, Orochimaru suddenly felt a piercing pain. His feet were broken, and he couldn't help kneeling on the ground. P.S. Uncle Snake is too perverted, so he had to torture him. Chapter 229, Hinata's Determination, 4th. The country of Tien, the village of sound and ninja. Since the destruction of the Konoha War, the strength of the Sound Ninja village has suffered a sharp decline. In the past, they had an elite route, and there were not many ninjas in the village. Not to mention that these ninjas all died in that war. Therefore, there are very few powers still surviving, and the Sound Ninja village is in a precarious stage. If Orochimaru was still in its prime, it would be easy to restore Yanin village. It's a pity that he can't even control his own freedom, so he can only survive. Now, the appearance of the 8th Blade Thrall Apollo has caused Orochimaru to suffer even more. As long as the doll didn't disappear, Sir Apollo could torture Orochimaru as he wanted. The most painful thing in the world is not death, but you cannot choose the method of death, and even the time of death cannot be controlled. Orochimaru was finally scared. Facing a lunatic whose methods are more sinister and vicious than him, Orochimaru is afraid from the bottom of his heart. The last bit of self-esteem in him was finally shattered, and only boundless fear remained. 517 5th Hokage, isn't the information you provided correct? It seems that Orochimaru has abandoned this village. The 4th Hokage questioned sharply, and beside him stood a beautiful figure, the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Orochimaru has abandoned Yanin village and fled ahead of time. It seems that I overestimated the role of this village to him. Tsunade was at a loss. Previously, under her command, the ninja allied forces had surrounded Yanin village. They can even feel the fear of the Sound Ninja. HMPH, this is just one of the strongholds of Orochimaru, right? With his sinister and cunning personality, there should be quite a few strongholds in the country of Tien. Although Raikage has a bad temper, he is not a reckless person. With a calm mind, He kept analyzing the possibility of Ochimaru. In fact, their purpose is not only to find Ochimaru, but also to find Aizen, who is standing behind the scenes. Aizen and Yumiko are the most evil people. In the end, the two still ordered an attack. Although destroying Yainin village has no effect, it can also kill chickens and monkeys. The elite ninjas of the three major countries flooded in like a tide, breaking the defense line of Yainin village. Yinren, who remained in the village, did not sit still and resisted, making the last struggle. In the northern part of Otonin village, this area is where the Konoha Hinata family is in charge, and it is also one of the places with the strongest resistance. 64 palms of gossip. A coquettish shout came out, and a pair of palms as white as jade slammed into a yin ninja's chest like a lightning strike. Because the acupoints in the whole body were hit, the flow of chakra in the body was blocked, and the yin ninja couldn't resist the attack, and finally vomited blood and fell to the ground. The girl easily defeated a genin from the Tanin village. The ability of the Hinata family is brought into full play. She has a delicate face, flawless skin, and big watery eyes. On weekdays, there is always an innocent smile on the corner of his mouth. Hinata. As the eldest daughter of the Hinata family, Hinata has a high status. Under the halo of illustrious fame, Hinata should have lived a carefree life. However, after Aizen appeared, the trajectory of her life changed. It is easy to like someone, but it is difficult to erase that person from your memory. Originally, Hinata was just a girl with a heart like water, kind-hearted and innocent. Aizen was like an uninvited guest who suddenly broke into her life. That amazing talent, that handsome face that countless girls admire, that ecstatic gentle smile, plus that low-key and humble character. All of Aizen's performances are perfect, even impeccable. In this way, by accident, he stole the girl's heart. In the classroom, Hinata kept silently staring at Aizen's back. On the training ground, Hinata also silently paid attention to Aizen's back. She was timid and shy, she didn't take the initiative to say it, and she kept this rare feeling in her heart. After Aizen's betrayal, Hinata was the only person in Konoha village who didn't believe it. She searched for traces of Aizen, but found nothing. Until the last time, in the country of Swamp, Hinata finally saw the figure that haunted him. Unfortunately, parting is always sad. There was no perfect ending to this relationship. After Aizen hugged Hinata softly, she disappeared into the night. Now, the reason why Hinata volunteered to join the ninja coalition is not to destroy Yanin. She just wanted to find Aizen and tell Aizen about her grievances and thoughts. Once the root of love is deeply planted, it is difficult to remove it. This feeling buried deep in my heart will only become deeper with the passage of time. Hinata, what are you doing in a daze? A shout came into his ears, breaking Hinata's contemplation. She raised her head suddenly, but saw a cute girl running towards her. Her younger sister, Hinata Hana. Ah, it's fireworks. No, nothing. Hinata shook her head, vehemently denying it. But how could her eclipsed beautiful eyes escape Hana's detection? Oh, are you thinking about him again? Seeing Hinata's dejected appearance, Hana sighed heavily. After only disappearing from Aizen in the village, Hinata's face no longer had the smile of the past, her beautiful eyes became dull, and she did not have the aura of the past. Hinata didn't respond to Hinata Hana, and there was a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes. The two sisters didn't hate Aizen because Aizen didn't do anything to hurt them. Although Hinata was injured in the capture battle of Away, it was not Aizen's black hand. Aizen even said that for Hinata's sake, she spared the sun, which made her whereabouts exposed. Hyuga Hizi has a strong physique. After returning to the village, he recovered completely after only a few days of training. So strictly speaking, the Hinata family and Aizen have no dead end that cannot be solved. Hinata Hana advised, forget him, even if you worry about him, you won't be able to see him. Hinata shook his head and said firmly, "No, I must find him this time, and I won't let him leave my side again." Chapter 233 The Three Tails Airborne, The Decisive Battle. Fifth More. Although Yin endured and resisted, she could not escape the fate of perdition. Compared with the three major powers, their strength is like a man's arm blocking the car. The once prosperous village has been engulfed by the flames of war, with corpses all over the ground and blood all over the ground. The ninja coalition of the three kingdoms did not suffer any losses. The once thriving Yainin village, because of Orochimaru's selfish desires, became the yellow flower of yesterday. This ending is really sad. Tsunade exclaimed. She, who is also a Sannin, grew up with Orochimaru since she was a child, and she knows his character well. Tsunade understands that Orochimaru's distorted character is not just his unilateral problem. The three generations of Hokage also bear a great responsibility. It's a pity that of the two parties involved, one of them has died, the other is down, and even the Yinin village, which has been painstakingly managed for many years, has been destroyed? Is this all predestined? Tsunade looked at the clear sky and sighed heavily. She is powerless to change the cause and effect of the past, and powerless to change all the contradictions that cannot be solved. She can only shoulder the heavy responsibility of Hokage and rebuild the glory of Konoha. 5 generations of Hokage, it's useless to take down the old nest of Yainin village. I'm afraid there are still many strongholds hidden in the territory of Tianzi. Raikage of the 4th generation is environmentally friendly with both hands, standing beside Tsunade majestic. He looked at the miserable scene, indifferent. The 4th generation of Raikage is over 100 years old, and has experienced more cruel ninja wars, so naturally he doesn't take all this seriously. Why don't we aim at Mount Sumaru? Speaking of Mount Sumaru, Tsunade's face was filled with worry. Since the Phantom of Belahu appeared, there has been no movement. Tsunade was worried that when the ninja allied forces were sweeping the land of Tien, Bra would be born out of nowhere. The threat of this unstable factor is often the biggest, and it is to destroy the balance of the entire scene. Compared to the so-called 4 kinds of blood, I think the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Aizen are more important. Other than that, the rest are just shrimps. The 4th Raikage disagreed with Tsunade's suggestion. His only goal was to find the murderer who killed Yukito, that's all. As for Belahu, the 4th Raikage wouldn't care, because that was Konoha's business. But before Tsunade could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. She raised her head suddenly, staring at the distant sky in horror. There, a dark shadow was approaching quickly. Shidai Raikage followed Tsunade's gaze and looked at the sky. His expression also became dumbfounded. The two looked at each other and exclaimed, "This is 3 tails?" Not only just them, countless ninjas looked up at the sky with unbelievable expressions on their faces. Some even suspect that they are wrong. Isn't this the legendary 9-tailed beast? Why does it fly in the air? No, look carefully. Sanwei was dragged by 2 people to fly. When everyone saw the 2 figures above Sanwei, they all exploded. Not only can it fly in the air, but it can also drag the huge 3 tails. Is this behavior something that humans can do? In fact, they were not wrong. These 2 were not humans, but Ulquiorra and Nilu. The 2 Ten Blades didn't want to be so flamboyant at first, but they were not able to summon giant birds that were like Deidara. In desperation, Ulquiorra could only carry Mitsuo back to the land of fields with Nilu. Fortunately, they were powerful enough to be able to stagnate in the air through spiritual power, and finally came to the country of Tien without any danger. To reach that hidden underground palace, you must pass through Yainin village. Under such circumstances, Sandblade still encountered the ninja coalition. It seems that Aizen-sama's guess is correct. The coalition forces of the 3 major powers have invaded the land of Tien. Aokigahara looked down indifferently, murderous intent surging in his green eyes. Humble human beings always try to stop Aizen-sama's footsteps. In this case, it will make you feel the real despair. Aokigahara waved, and the huge three tails were thrown out by him. The dark shadow that covered the sky was like a meteorite falling from the sky, falling towards the crowd below. Although Aokigahara has been released from the state of returning to the blade, his strength cannot be underestimated. The speed at which the three tails fell was beyond imagination, and immediately caused a panic in the ninja coalition. Oh my god! Throwing three tails with one hand, is this something that humans can do? Numerous ninjas exclaimed and then fled around. With the huge volume of tens of meters, combined with the unparalleled speed, once it is hit, the life is not guaranteed. To treat Sanway as a tool. Tsunade's heart trembled. You know, every tailed beast is called a war machine and is sought after by the 5 major countries. However, in Aokigahara's eyes, the three tails are like a piece of garbage that can be thrown away at will. Everyone, flash! Tsunade shouted loudly, also dodging to one side. After a while, Sanway fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the ground, causing a shocking wave. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire area where the ninja village was located collapsed, and the flat ground split into countless shocking cracks. Many ninjas were affected, their clothes were shattered and their skins were scratched. The raging flames were extinguished, and the strong wind swept up the dust. The bottom is like purgatory on earth, making people shudder. Who? Tsunade gasped and looked around solemnly. Fortunately, most of the ninjas escaped the bombardment of the three tails in time and escaped this unpredictable disaster. You are Aizen's subordinates, and you are also the 10 blades mentioned in the information? Tsunade's eyes were striking, and he calmly confronted Aokigahara. She asked coldly, if I'm not mistaken, the number 4 should be inscribed on your body, right? Aokigahara was expressionless and said indifferently, it's a pity, knowing my ranking, you should be even more desperate. Because above me, there are 3 10 blades. He pulled out the Zanpakuto, and pointed the sharp blade at Tsunade. No matter how many you are, the ending is already doomed. Chapter 231 The Return of the King, 6th. Openly declare war. Facing the siege of the elite ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages, Konoha, Unayan, and Chien, Aokigahara still drew out his sharp Zanpakuto and faced Tsunade's blade. Are you declaring war on us on behalf of Aizen? If so, that would be too ridiculous. Even if you are 10 blades, you are too arrogant. Although the 4th Raikage had never fought against 10 blades, he did not underestimate Aokigahara. Just standing in the air and throwing 3 tails with one hand, even he couldn't do it. The reason why human beings are humble is based on their own ignorance. When will I show you my true strength? Aokigahara sneered contemptuously. He pulled down the zipper on his neck, revealing the exclusive number, 4. In the virtual circle, the first 4 and 10 blades represent the supreme glory. Their strength is not at the same level as the 10 blades behind them. Aizen once ordered that the top 4 and 10 blades are not allowed to return to the blade under the sky cover of Xuei Palace, which will distort the space. This shows how powerful they are. Sure enough, it's no 4. It seems that you are ranked according to your killing ability. So can I confirm that it was you who killed Yukito? Tsunade's face was solemn, and a few drops of sweat fell from her white and tender cheeks. The 2-tailed cat has become a sacrifice again. Aokigahara put her 2 fingers together, pointing at Raikage below. Flicker. A green beam of light descended from the sky, like a sweeping laser. The face of the 4th generation of Raikage changed in shock, and he waved his arms. Let me see how powerful 10 blades really is. The 4th generation of Raikage passed layered and chakra, causing blue light to flow around his body, combined with his graceful lines and the golden belt around his waist, giving people a kind of violent beauty. Chongliu Fist. The fourth Raikage's elbow was condensed with terrifying thunder and lightning, and it smashed hard on the oncoming virtual flash. Two completely different forces collided, erupting violently fluctuations. The energy ripples spread round, and all the ninjas retreated wherever they went. They don't want innocent people being thrown into it. Is this the strength of the fourth Raikage? It's terrifying. The ninjas of the Land of Thunder looked calm, but the ninjas of Konoha and Shane were stunned. It is difficult for them to imagine that someone can cultivate physical strength to such a level. It wasn't just the ninja who were surprised, even Ulquiorra and Nilou's eyes filled with surprise. They seem to have an illusion that the identity of the fourth Raikage is not the 10 blades, but the same 10 blades as them. Don't be careless, Nilou. It seems that there are still a lot of prey among humans worthy of our shot. Before Aizen-sama arrives, be vigilant. Ulquiorra's pupils contracted and said calmly. He has made the 4th generation of Raiying an opponent worthy of elimination, which means that Ulquiorra will go all out. You deal with him, and I deal with that big-breasted woman. But Nilou's words stopped, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. In the vast crowd below, she actually saw Gaara's figure, which meant that there were not only Aizen Sano, but also Mamoru Uio in this battlefield. At this time, as long as Aizen appears, he can absorb the energy of the two-tailed beasts at the same time through the collapsing jade. At the same time, on the road from Mount Sumayu to the Land of Fields, this distance is not far. At this time, a few figures shuttled quickly and rushed towards Yainin village. Aizen, Belahu, Orochimaru, Sarapollo. Ordering others to stay in Mount Sumayu, Aizen took the 3 strong men to the battlefield. Lord Aizen, my sensing device sensed a huge vibration there not long ago. Perhaps the war has already heated up. Belahu respectfully followed Aizen's life, with only fanatical worship in his eyes. If he surrendered to Aizen before, it was only because the other party had another level of power. Well, this time, after seeing the strength of Sarapollo's returned blade, the last doubt in Belahu's heart disappeared. Even a powerful scientific research expert like Sarapollo followed Aizen with all his heart, so what qualifications does he have for his half-hearted rebellion? In this way, Beelu became one of Aizen's most loyal subordinates, and at the same time, he also strengthened the scientific research team. Different from Belu's high-spirited spirit, Orochimaru's face was pale and his steps were staggering. He was tormented and lived through an unforgettable nightmare. Made into a doll by Sarapollo, with broken limbs and damaged internal organs. Even the bones were broken one by one. If it wasn't for the presence of Inuheim, Orochimaru would have been tortured to death. Now, Orochimaru will tremble involuntarily when he sees Beelu. He let go of his inner arrogance, succumbed to Aizen, and never dared to have any other thoughts. As long as Sarapollo still holds his doll, Orochimaru can only continue to dormant. Since several of them are top powerhouses, they quickly crossed this short distance and rushed from Mount Sumayu to the Land of Tian. As soon as he stepped into the territory of Tianzi, Aizen smelled the smell of gunpowder. He understood that the war had reached a fever pitch, and with the strength of Yainin village, it was natural that he could not resist the 3 kingdoms alliance. Then there is only one possibility, the 2 10 blades successfully captured the 3 tails. The corner of Aizen's mouth floated 1.3, and a smile appeared, the figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared instantly. Sound Ninja Village. The violent energy is flowing everywhere, and the terrain has been completely changed. Facing the oppression of 2 shadow-level powerhouses, as well as the battle of many elite ninjas, Ulquiorra and Nilou are back. After returning to the blade, they showed their formidable strength and immediately reversed the defeat. Faintly, They actually blocked the offensive of the ninja coalition with the strength of 2 people. It's useless, the advantage in numbers can't make up for our previous gap. Ulquiorra blasted out a black phantom flash, instantly killing Unai and Shangjin. At this moment, Ulquiorra's expression fluctuated, because Aizen had already appeared in his field of vision. The 232nd chapter, Emotional Fetters, 7th. Aizen quietly appeared behind Ulquiorra, and the king finally came to the battlefield. When Aizen appeared, countless people exclaimed. Aizen and Medical Star, a ninja belonging to Konoha's side. He cursed in anger. They had dreamed of Aizen countless times in their dreams, and they wanted to smash him into tens of thousands of pieces. In particular, the Inuzuka clan, the Akimishi clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Nara clan, the people of these 4 major families were gnashing their teeth in hatred. In the battle in the Iron Country, Aizen killed 4 people strongly, causing a violent shock in the entire ninja world. It not only made the 2 kingdoms of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire disgraced, but also made Konoha worse. Strictly speaking, the reason why the 4th Raikage convened this alliance was to capture Aizen. He clearly realized that Aizen was the scourge of the entire ninja world, and the danger was even far greater than that of the Akatsuki organization. In Konoha's camp, there are many familiar old faces, Hate Kakashi, Matakai, Zaryuto Biasma and so on. They were shocked and couldn't believe it. Every time he fights with Aizen, the force around him will become stronger. When Kakashi and Kai met Aizen for the first time, Aizen was alone, playing Konoha Ninja with Kyoka Suizuki's 5 senses of manipulation. The second time was in the country of Swamp, when they met Aizen again. A new subordinate, Ulquiorra, appeared by his side. Even without Aizen, even Kai, who opened the 6th gate, was still defeated by Ulquiorra. This time, for the 3rd time, Aizen was also not alone. Behind him stood many strong men. Ulquiorra, Nilu, Salapolo, Belahu, Ochimayu. There are 3 10 blades. One has 4 kinds of blood and can deprive chakra of rebellion, and there is a legendary rebellion. This lineup is enough to run rampant in the ninja world, and I am afraid that apart from Akatsuki, there is no match for it. Aizen, you sinner, finally appeared. Matakai is still as angry as ever. He has been defeated by Aizen many times, and he has suffered a lot of humiliation. Such a painful memory, for a man who advocates blood, must never exist. Great look, Matakai. It's been so long, you seem to have recovered from the pain last time. Aizen looked down at everyone from a height, like a born king. Many ninjas couldn't even bear the pressure contained in his eyes, and felt their scalps go numb. Oops, Aizen's strength has improved again during this time. Hate Kakashi was as cautious as ever. As a well-known expert in Konoha and Ninja Village, he naturally won't lose the big because of the small. Kakashi sensed Aizen's breath from a distance, and his face changed in shock. Aizen was stronger than the last time we met, and it was like a bolt from the blue, instantly making Kakashi's mind buzz. Aizen, with your wisdom, you naturally understand our purpose, right? As Konoha's traitor, you will face the most severe trial today. Tsunade is righteous. Although she has never fought Aizen, she detests him deeply. After all, Aizen was the one who ended the lives of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the culprit of all evils. The 5th Hokage, there is one thing you got wrong from the beginning. Aizen stood gracefully in the air, and said indifferently, my identity has not been a Konoha ninja since the very beginning. You don't even have the qualifications to defeat my subordinates, so what qualifications do you have to be my kind? It's really arrogant. Even in the face of many powerful enemies, he still speaks provocatively. It's really worthy of Konoha's confidant. The 4th Raikage looked at Aizen vigilantly. This time, he controlled his emotions and never acted rashly. Because only Ulquiorra and Nilu, who had returned to the blade, were able to resist their attack. What kind of strength does Aizen, who is above them, possess? Aizen didn't have the chance to provoke the fourth Raikage, but instead turned her gaze to the unconscious Mitsuki below. Aizen said with a rare admiration, "Is this the Mio Izata?" "As I expected, it is vulnerable." For Aizen, no matter how many tails there are, it doesn't make any difference at all. They are all destined to tremble under Aizen's feet and turn into the energy of collapsing jade. Aizen-sama, not only the three tails, but also the one-tailed person Jirigara is here. Ulquiorra said coldly. Aizen's eyes moved to Gaara, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The last time he broke the seal of the four elephants, Shui broke out of his body. Aizen didn't know why Gaara was resurrected, but it didn't matter. "The last time I escaped you, this time is destined to be absorbed by Bennu." Suddenly, Aizen's eyes stopped for a rare moment. When he looked away from Gaara, he found a weak figure. It was still that familiar face, with tears of longing in those big watery eyes. That innocent appearance is the same as in the past, still so pitiful. Hinata. On the night they met in the land of swamp, Hinata cuddled in Aizen's arms and wept bitterly. She finally saw Aizen, who made her dream of dreaming, but the ending was a bittersweet reunion. It's not that Aizen is heartless, but that his nature is so indifferent. Aizen could never believe in anything other than his own strength and wisdom. However, with the passage of time, perhaps out of guilt, or because Hinata and Mori Hinata were the same, Aizen's heart changed a little. That indifferent heart was finally influenced by Hinata's perseverance, and it was for this reason that Aizen would have let Hyuga Hiza go in the Iron Country back in the day. Everything was because of Hinata. The eyes of the two people intertwined, and they were both silent. At this time, silence is better than sound. You don't need too many words, you don't need too many expressions, just a look. Aizen can read Hinata's mind. Am I really too cold? Aizen laughed at herself, and her heart, which has always been calm, actually had ripples. Under the surprised eyes of Ulquiorra and the others, Aizen showed Hinata a concerned smile. Chapter 233 The Seventh Blade, Zamali Lulu, 8th. Aizen-sama actually laughed. Ulquiorra, Nilu, and Salapolo looked at each other, as if they had seen something unbelievable. For a long time, the image of Aizen in their minds is that of strong self-confidence, controlling everything, like a mystery, and they can never guess Aizen's mind. During the days when they were in the virtual circle, although they rarely saw the smile on Aizen's face. Even if there is, it is a smile without any emotional fluctuations. It was the first time the 310 blades had seen a smile from the heart like this. The three of them are all high and imaginary, and their wisdom is higher than that of human beings. Although they never had feelings, they knew how to judge the situation. Can make Aizen smile really? Hinata occupies a certain weight in Aizen's heart. This woman. Ulquiorra fixed his gaze on Hinata and pondered in a low voice. At this moment, he has already judged Hinata as the item of Aizen-sama. His job is to protect the chick's field safety. Oh, that's ironic. I didn't expect that I would show flaws. The fluctuating emotions in his eyes disappeared, and Aizen returned to the calm appearance of the past. For some reason, whenever he saw the pitiful appearance of Hinata in his eyes, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. This kind of guilt is not clear. The truth is unclear, or it can be said that he can't bear to let Hinata continue to be sad. Even if you think your feelings are too dry to give, there will always be a moment when something can tug at the deepest strings in your heart. After all, we are not born to enjoy loneliness. This is the biggest difference between death and emptiness. Aizen's remarks expressed her inner feelings. When she came to the new world, the grievances in the world of corpse and souls in the past were gone. People always change with the environment, and now, It is Aizen's first step to change. He finally had something like emotion for the first time. Seeing Hinata crying, her sister Hinata sighed heavily. She knew that Hinata would never forget Aizen's family, and she also understood that Hinata's feelings were deeply rooted. Ochimaru, it seems that you have fallen too. The corner of Tsunade's mouth raised a bitter smile, although Ochimaru's position stood opposite them. But as a partner for decades, Tsunade can read the helplessness in Ochimaru's eyes, and even a trace of fear. What happened to make him show this terrified look? Damn it, Aizen. Tsunade is angry that the four masters and apprentices who were once perfect are now falling apart. Tsunade blames Aizen for all this. If it weren't for the appearance of Aizen, there would not be so many changes. Let's do it, the fifth Hokage. It's not too late to kill Aizen and his 10 blades. In the eyes of the fourth generation Liang, the fighting spirit is rising. They are numerous and have the natural advantage of being small in number. As the saying goes, 2 fists are invincible against 4 hands. Even if Aizen is strong, they can't stand the consumption. Not to mention, Ochimaru is still a waste that can't be sealed with both hands. Fire escape tactical troops, attack. Under Tsunade's command, a force of about 50 people walked out of the crowd. They are all ninjas who are proficient in fire ninjutsu. The 50 ninjas started to form seals with their hands, trying to trap Aizen by using fire escape ninjutsu. However, just as they formed the seal, Bellu, who had been silent for a long time, finally set off. HMPH, it's impossible for a group of third-rate ninjas to get close to Aizen's armor. Bellu, who folded his hands together, his index finger and thumb condensed into a circular shape. Blue fluorescence surged, and a strong storm rushed towards Aizen where they were. The 50 fire ninjas were the first to bear the brunt of the storm. All of them were affected by the storm. The chakra in their bodies turned into a thick transparent fog and charged straight into the sky. Is the chakra in the body deprived? Everyone's faces changed in shock. They found that most of the chakra stored in their bodies had been deprived of them, and all of them had been taken away by Belu breath. Without chakra, even if they were able to form a seal, they would not be able to exert the power of ninjutsu. Too bad. As expected, Bellu has completed the plundering mark of Gyalao's technique. No matter how powerful a ninja is, he can't approach him unless he is a ninja who is good at taijutsu. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help turning his eyes to Maitakai. Perhaps looking at the audience, only Maitakai is a ninja who relies solely on taijutsu. Even the powerful 4th generation Raikage must rely on ninjutsu to fight in close quarters. Kakashi, don't worry, I will pay back that humiliation in the past 100-fold this time. Meitakai's eyes were firm, and he even had immortal mentality. Since the 6th gate can't hit Aizen, he will open the 7th gate, even if the 7th gate still fails, then he still has the 8th gate, the death gate. You go and deal with these ups and downs, Ulquiorra. Aizen didn't pay attention to these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and he wasn't even interested in the two shadows. With Ulquiorra and Nilu there, they didn't have the chance to fight Aizen at all. Aizen stepped out one step, and cast Shunpo to the sky above Sanwei. He took Bennu out of his arms, and suddenly, Bennu burst into an amazing light. In the box in full view, these blue rays of light actually wrapped around Sanwei's body and continuously penetrated into its body. Due to the severe damage to the head of the 3 tails, he has been in a coma and has not struggled. What is he going to do, Sanwei? Sanwei actually started to disappear? Tsunade looked horrified. She was shocked to see Sanwei's body gradually dimmed, turning into a pure-tailed beast chakra, which was gradually absorbed by the blue light emitted by Bennu. Stop him, never let him take Sanwei. Tsunade was about to run towards Aizen, but was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Nilu. Your opponent is me. Nilu waved her double-headed spear and stabbed Tsunade fiercely. Under the obstruction of 10 blades, no one can get close to Aizen. In the blink of an eye, Sanwe's body completely disappeared, and the chakra in the body was absorbed by Bennu. Boom! Collapsing jade illuminates the fragile Aizen, and a figure gradually gathers in front of Aizen. When the figure stared, the true face of Mount Lu was revealed. The seventh blade, Zomari Lulu. Chapter 234 The Ultimate Speed. The twins turn loudly. Ninth more. The seventh ranked 10 blades, Zomari Lulu. Zomali's appearance is different. He is a sturdy black man with a broken face. He has golden eyes, skull earrings, and spikes on his head. Zomari Lulu is the fastest moving person among the 10 blades, and the one who admires Aizen the most. Broken face. He has a calm personality and is convinced that the power that dominates is the truth. His ability is to dominate the body of others in the name of love. The parts of the body that are stared at by the eyes on Zomali are at his disposal. A sun-like pattern appears on the part that is controlled, and if it controls the mind, it can control the whole body. The reason why Aizen summoned Zomali at this time was not because he had the fastest ring, but because of his unique ability, the ability to dominate everything, in the name of love, to dominate everything. Welcome back, Zomari Lulu. Aizen's palm stretched out his sleeve and smiled at Zomali. This smile contains the majesty of the superior and the confidence to control everything. You are Aizen-sama? Zomali's pupils shrank suddenly, a burst of disbelief and ecstasy. Among the 10 blades, he admires Aizen the most. This worship is not blind, but comes from the heart, one might even call it fanaticism. Zomali, 280 doesn't need to ask anything, you just need to know that I have resurrected you, that's enough. Aizen retracted her palm and said calmly. Zomari was stunned. Although his mind was muddy, Aizen's words were like a light that cleared away the haze, illuminating Zomali's confused path. Long live. Long live, Aizen-sama, long live. Just like the moment before his death, Zomali shouted loudly, long live Aizen-sama. HMPH, it's still the same as before. It's boring. Salapollo snorted coldly. As a noble scientific research expert, he thought Zomali's behavior was degrading to elegance. Ulquiorra, Rule, and Salapollo, I didn't expect the three of you to still follow Aizen. Seeing his own kind, Zomali felt at ease. In addition to Aizen, what he hates most is death, and he is dissatisfied with death's killing and arrogance. Okay, this is the end of the reunion. Zomali, use your abilities to make humans feel the taste of cannibalism. With Aizen's order, everyone once again aimed at the ninja coalition. There is an extra 10 blade for no reason, which makes the hearts of all ninjas heavy. Actually absorbed the 3 tails. Is that how 10 blades appeared? I can't believe it. Even Tsunade and the 4th Raikage, 2 well-informed shadow-level ninjas, have never encountered such an incredible thing. In the history of the ninja world, there has never been a case of absorbing the 9-tailed beasts. Tsunade suddenly realized that he seemed to remember the most important thing. She recalled every piece of information she had obtained before, from the country of ghosts, the country of marsh, the city of ghost lights, to the disappearance of the 2-tailed cat and the 3-tailed Gifu. Ancient monsters, 9 big-tailed beasts. So it is. Tsunade's eyes were bright, she was already smart, and she solved all the puzzles immediately. The blue gem in his hand is the key to everything. By absorbing the ancient monsters, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and releasing 10 blades. What? The 4 generations of Raikage were shocked. If what Tsunade said was true, then this would be a shocking news for the ninja world. Aizen can even be called the public enemy of the ninja world. Because Aizen wants to release 10 blades, he must capture a more powerful tailed beast. It seems that your purpose is the same as that of Zhao's organization, which is to capture the nine-tailed beast. In this case, I will destroy the gem in his hand and cut off any worries. The fourth Raikage cast Ledun Chakra, turning into a bolt of lightning and storming towards Aizen. Don't speak wild words easily, that will only expose your weakness. Aizen didn't plan to run away. Boom. Zomari turned his swivel and instantly appeared in front of Aizen. He raised his Zanpakuto and slashed at Shidai Raikage's fist. Who are you? Please. I'm the 70th blade, Zomari Lulu. Then, tell me your name. Zomari drew out his Zanpakuto and aimed his sharp blade at the fourth Raikage. HMPH, there is no need to answer. I have only one identity, and that is your enemy. Fourth Raikage's body is covered with violent thunder, he is imposing and mighty, and he is still calm in the face of 10 blades. So, what an arrogant guy. I have something to tell you. If you snatch the Bennu from Lord Aizen's hand, it's best not to waste your efforts. Zamali's expression was unexpectedly calm. He seemed to be persuading a lost human being. HMPH, I don't understand what it means to waste effort. The fourth Raikage stepped on the ground with both feet and was about to pounce on Zomari. Suddenly, his expression was stunned, because Zomari actually appeared behind him. Clang. 3 generations of Raikage reacted sharply, blocking Zomari's slash in an instant. But he saw one after the other, a total of 2 Zomari appeared. What the hell is going on here? Could it be a shadow clone? Fourth Raikage's heart sank, and he found that he couldn't tell which one was the real body at all. Xuanja turns, my speed is the fastest among the 10 blades. And I processed it again and made something like a clone, just like the shadow clone you said. The false clone disappeared as Zamali's palm was wiped away, and then reappeared. It seems that you were surprised by this. Zamali finally showed a look of disdain in his eyes, and he sneered, well, it's like a magic trick. This magic trick is only used to scare opponents. You shouldn't be ashamed because your eyes can't keep up. Really? It's you who should be ashamed. You should know this later. Say your moves quickly. The fourth Raikage used the telekinesis technique, smashing the chest of the clone with one punch. However, something unexpected happened to the fourth Raikage, and there were 4 Zamali around him. I'm sorry, there are more than 2 clones of Xuanja Ring. 4 sharp Zanpakuto pierced the body of the fourth Raikage fiercely from 4 angles. Chapter 225 Calm down, cursed eye Sanger. 10th more. The sharp blade pierced through the body of the fourth Raikage. Farewell, unknown shadow. The reason for your failure is that you are so arrogant that you won't even say your name. Zomari stabbed the Zanpakuto into the body of the fourth Rain, looking like he was winning. Zomari wanted to pull out the Zanpakuto, but his expression suddenly changed. He found that the Zanpakuto seemed to be fixed in the flesh and blood of the fourth Raikage, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Ledun Chakra mode. The fourth Raikage made his entire body covered with chakra and lightning by concentrating Raidun Chakra on his body. At this moment, his body was activated, and there was a tendency to evolve into thunder. The chakra of the whole body works to the extreme, forming a unique thunder armor that traps Zamali's Zanpakuto. Ledun, heavy flow storm. The fourth Raikage quickly turned around and focused Trident Chakra on his elbow to hit the opponent. With a bang, Zamali's real body was hit hard and flew out like a cannonball. Wow! Blood spilled from the corners of Zomari's mouth, panting. Since the actions of the fourth Raikage happened between the fire and light stones, he didn't react at all, and he was naturally heavy. It turns out that Sharon's reaction is so slow. It seems that the old man has overestimated your strength. Fourth Raikage folded his fist, the wound on his body shrank, stopping the blood flowing. The reason why he was able to gain the upper hand was entirely due to Zamali's own negligence. The arrogant person should be the right one, 10 blades. But don't worry, the reason for your failure is not because of arrogance, but simply because of the pattern that is too different from a lead-done ninjutsu. The fourth Raikage's momentum rose, and he gradually grasped the situation of the battle. Although from the outside, the fourth Raikage is a person with strong physical strength, but his speed is also extremely high. When he was young, he once led the team to encounter Minato Namikata on a mission and fought against him, but he was completely defeated in speed and was almost seriously injured by Minato's hand. Although he was defeated by the Golden Flash, Felician, it does not mean that the fourth generation of Raikage is slow. I'm arrogant? Why do you think so? Zomari put his hands out, stabbed the Zanpakuto into the ground, and said in a cold voice, although you are an enemy, you are also a shadow-level powerhouse. I regard you as equal to myself, and deal with it with the same mentality. I have no arrogance in my heart. HMPH, as a ten-blade who doesn't know the type, but considers himself to be the same as the old man. This book is already a very arrogant thing. Before the fourth Raikage could say anything, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and came to Zamali in an instant. He unexpectedly picked up Zomari, the thunder in his hand spread to the other side, and threw Zamali's super heavyweight to the ground. Let me blast the bomb. The ground is cracked and the earth is sunken. The violent thunder centered on Zamali and spread to all directions, causing a wave of earth-shattering fluctuations. Wow! Zomari spit out a mouthful of blood, his clothes were shattered, and his breath was sluggish. If it weren't for that hard steel skin, his body would have collapsed long ago. It's not even dead yet, it's really tenacious. The fourth Raikage was surprised. So far, none of the people who ate the thunderbolts were immortal, but Zomari became a special case. Zomari struggled to get up and staggered away from the fourth Raikage. It was a rare thing for him to stay on his feet, on the verge of collapse. Do you want to kill me just based on this level? If that's the case, I'm not qualified to be ranked 7th in the 10 blades. Zomari held the hilt of the Zanpakuto with his backhand, turned it 90 degrees, and said coldly, it seems that arrogance and rudeness are your nature. The one who took your arrogance from the inside out. Slowly wash it clean. He released his palm, and the Zanpakuto floated in midair. Zamali squatted with his feet, his head bent, and slowly spoke the liberating language. Peace, cursed I Sanger. After returning to the blade, his chopping knife was then bent and squeezed out of smoke to wrap his body. When the thick black fog dissipated, Zamali's image changed significantly. There are black lines on his face and chin. Even more terrifying, his lower body turned into a peach-colored pumpkin-shaped ball and floated off the ground, with as many as 50 eyes appearing on his body. Hey, I didn't expect Zomari to return. It seems that his opponent is very strong. The moment Zomari returned to the blade, Sol Apollo was aware of the abnormality. He ranked 8th in the 10 blades, one level lower than Zamali, and naturally recognized the opponent's strength. TSK, it seems that a good show is coming soon. I wonder what expressions these so-called ninjas will show when they see their companions kill each other. A look of anticipation flashed in Sol Apollo's eyes. He couldn't wait to see Zomari unleash the power of love. This look. Like a monster. The fourth Raikage looked solemn. Although Zamali didn't move, there was still an extremely dangerous feeling lingering in his heart. This feeling is invisible and cannot be detected at all by the naked eye. Suddenly, Zomari, who was still, raised his palm, and when he aimed at the fourth Raikage, the eye in the palm opened. The technique of instant body. For the sake of caution, the fourth Raikage moved away from Zomari in an instant. But even so, he still feels that something is wrong. It seems that the other party has already used a trick. What's wrong? You sensed my attack, but nothing happened. You can't understand, right? Zomari turned his back to the Fourth Reich, and in his cold eyes, there was only contempt from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry, it happened long ago. Your left foot is already mine. Zomari shouted with a ghastly face. The Fourth Reich was stunned. He lowered his head, but saw a black mark on his left foot. The power that rules all, love. P.S. Today is the 10th watch. The unicorn arm, which I have practiced for 20 years, has been operating frantically, and it has already bleed. For the 10th update, I even gave up the time to date with my sister, so I beg you all to subscribe. Of course, I'm a man who masturbates for 20 hours without gasping for breath. Naturally, it won't just break out for one day, so if nothing else happens, there will be 10 updates in the next few days. In short, everyone is happy. Chapter 226 In the Name of Love, Dominate All Things, First. Your left foot is mine now. Zomari squeezed his palm lightly, and the Fourth Reich took a step forward uncontrollably with his left foot. What's going on here? Facing this strange situation, even the Fourth Reich, who was over 50 years old, could not remain calm. A certain part of your body suddenly loses control and moves autonomously, and no matter who you are, you will be scared to pee. No matter how hard the Fourth Reich tried, he couldn't control his left foot, as if that foot had been occupied by a ghost. Are you afraid? Are you desperate? Zomari folded his hands together and said solemnly, everything in the world has dominance. The officer rules his subordinates, the king rules the people, the wind rules the clouds, and the sun rules the moonlight. The ability of my Zanpakuto Kursai Sanka is to deprive the eyes of the control over the objects that the eyes are staring at. Zomari raised his head, looked up at the sky reverently, and worshipped. I call this power love. Unexpectedly, after hearing his explanation, the Fourth Reich was surprisingly calm. There is neither panic nor fear, only the stability that has been honed over the years. Zomari frowned slightly, as if he was displeased with Reich's arrogant gesture. In his opinion, the 4 generations of Reich should be influenced by the power of love. I think you still don't understand. Zomari was angry and said contemptuously, I sympathize with you, humble human being. Wisdom is too shallow, and many things cannot be understood. It must be very hard, right? The Fourth Reich remained silent, and he didn't even try to get rid of the domination on his left foot. This kind of behavior is arrogant and rude. If you don't understand, just experience it yourself and you will know. Zomari raised his left hand towards the Fourth Reich and kept waving it inward. Come on, left foot, come to me. At the same time, the Fourth Reich uncontrollably took a step forward with his left foot. This strange scene stunned the Unayan village ninja who was watching from a distance. This ability to dominate other people's bodies is beyond their comprehension. Perhaps, this kind of power is called the power of God, right? Waves finally appeared in the eyes of the Fourth Reich. He raised his brows and tried to resist the domination again, but to no avail. The left foot was still uncontrolled, and even his body was forced to move. A naive human being, resistance is useless. Your domination will not affect your left foot at all. Zomari sneered playfully, very good, accept the domination, left foot, take another step forward. At this time, the Fourth Reich made an unexpected move that Zomari did not expect. He condensed a chakrali knife in the palm of his hand and swung it down so hard that he even cut off the hamstring of his left foot. Only those with firm will have the courage to make such a move. The skin split open, blood splashed, and the Fourth Reich acted decisively. Although he lost his left foot, He was temporarily freed from Zamali's domination. Oh, that's really courageous, as expected of a shadow ninja. This cut off the hamstring of the left foot. It really can't move anymore. I don't know if it's from the heart, or it's a fake, Zamali praised. It's amazing to be able to make a decisive decision. But the domination is endless. How will you deal with it? The eyes on Zamari's arm appeared black, and the next moment, that kind of mark appeared on the left hand of the fourth Raikage. Well, the broken left hamstring is really in the way. The fourth Raikage originally wanted to avoid Zamari's dominant gaze, but because of the loss of one leg, it was too late to dodge. This time, he fell into an unprecedented desperate situation. Move it, left hand, cut your neck. Under Zamari's control, the fourth Raikage raised his left hand and twisted his neck. The fourth generation of Raikage's face changed in shock, and he made a decisive decision, condensed a thunder knife in his right hand, and cut off the tendon of his left hand again. I see, not only the left foot, but also the left hand can be discarded immediately? Zamari stretched his arms and said indifferently, immediately treat the part of the control that was taken away as an enemy, and cut it off. Even if it is a part of his own body. This is really surprising. The object is yourself, and you can still make such a calm judgment. Fourth Raikage, I'm starting to agree with your strength. However, before he paused for a second, the expression of praise was replaced by a touch of disdain. But your judgment, in my opinion, is a bit rash. Now you only have your right hand and right foot. 50 eyes on Zamari's body were watching the fourth Raikage at the same time. This bizarre scene made the ninja who was looking on the side get goosebumps. It's too arrogant to try to challenge me as a 10-blade with only one hand and one foot. Don't you think so? The fourth Raikage calmly said, I've already said, how can you be compared to a ninja with 10 blades of unknown type? Even if I give up my left hand, I still have my left foot. But you want to strike down with me, it's still a long way off. Unfortunately, it seems that you don't know your own strength even more than I thought. I forgot to tell you something. The fourth Raikage. My eyes, each eye, can dominate an object. However, I just made 2.3 use 2 eyes to dominate. The corner of Zamali's mouth outlined a sinister smile, and said, in other words, besides your left hand, I also dominate another person. Fourth Raiking's face changed in shock. He quickly glanced around, only to find that a black mark on the forehead of a Chunin from Unayan village. Damn. The fourth Raikage was indignant in his heart. He was powerless to stop everything, so he could only watch this middleman endure until he was dominated. Clang. This Chunin, under the control of Zamali, lost control of his body. He actually wanted to penetrate the body of the fourth Raikage with a sharp shuriken. There are 9 more updates, please subscribe. Chapter 227, The Despair of Being Dominated, 2nd. That Unayan village Chunin actually wanted to use a shuriken to pierce the chest of the fourth Raikage. With empty eyes and stiff limbs, he is like a walking corpse that has lost his soul, and even his body has been deprived of control. The moment a black mark appeared on his face, he was already controlled by Zamali. Go, ninja. Pierce him and kill your shadows. Zamali's expression was calm with contempt, and fierce with madness. No matter who it is, no one can break free from his ability and must accept the domination of love. Hey, Changgu, what are you doing? The other Chunin was at a loss. He didn't know why his companion had something evil, and he would assassinate the fourth Raikage. He even tried to hold the Chunin named Haz, but unfortunately, as his body broke free from him uncontrollably, raised his shuriken and stabbed at the fourth Raikage. Seeing that his former subordinates had made up his mind to kill him, there was only a sad look on the old face of the fourth Raikage. Even he had a headache about Zamali's ability, and couldn't think of a way to crack it. Only by killing or restricting the dominated person can you avoid the 11 killings of your companions. The fourth generation of thunder has a solemn expression, and the ninjas in Unayan village generally practice thunder ninjutsu and take a wild and violent route. Perhaps only the earth escape ninjutsu has the function of restricting movement. Punch. As his movements were very fast, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the front of the fourth Raikage, but the sharp blade was blocked by the fourth Raikage with his right arm. The thunder armor covering his right hand deflects the blade. How is it, unknown shadow, you are too arrogant, you finally taste the taste of fear. Zamali laughed wildly all his life. As a devout believer, he always had a madness hidden in his bones. Once this madness is vented, it represents a disaster. Give up the struggle, unknown shadow. In this desperate situation, the humble human can only choose to accept, only to surrender, only to kneel in front of Aizen's armor. However, no matter how enthusiastic Zamali's words were, Raikage of the fourth generation remained indifferent and still had that indifferent expression. This kind of look. It seems that your arrogance hasn't been washed away. Zomari was furious. He clenched his palms tightly, and the Chunin tried to pierce Raikage's chest with the shuriken again. At this time, the fourth Raikage made a move that everyone could not have expected. Recurrent Storm. He concentrated Ledun Chakra on his elbow, struck his opponent with a touch of grief and couldn't help himself, and killed the Chunin in an instant. It wasn't that Raikage wanted to kill each other, but he had to. If you hesitate in your heart and let Changgu succeed, that is the real cruelty. Because once he dies, it means the end of the Ninja Alliance has come. I am amazed at the courage of beheading your own subordinates immediately. However, what is the difference between you, who kills your comrades, and a beast? Zomari sneered, his words full of sarcasm. He will use this cruel method to break down the psychological defense of the fourth generation of Raikage step by step, make him despair, make him fear, and make him crawl at the feet of Aizen's armor. You who have no feelings and have destroyed your humanity have never had feelings at all, let alone know the true meaning of ninjas. There was only sorrow in the eyes of the fourth generation of Raiying, which seemed to announce that a legend that had been in the ninja world for many years was about to come to an end. The value of ninjas is to work together for the village. We must focus on the overall situation and contribute to the village. Protect the compatriots in the village. Everyone in the village is a family, and it is their sacrifice to build a better future for the next generation. I bet on the name of the fourth generation Raikage of Unayan village, and I will definitely kill you. For Dai Laying held the spirit of the seeing death as his home, his feet slammed on the ground, and he performed the lightning flashing technique. Seeing that this fierce fist was about to hit Zamali's body, the other party finally moved. It turns out to be stubborn, then I have to use all my love to dominate all this. Zomari folded his hands together, all 50 eyes on his body were opened, and the black eyes radiated out. No matter how fast the fourth Raikage was, he could not avoid it. Domination. The body of the fourth Raikage stopped in midair, and his expression froze. Black marks appeared on his right hand and right foot, and his body's control was deprived, like a lamb waiting to die. The only thing the fourth Raikage can control is his own eyes. He only watched his body move towards Zomari, his eyes of despair, fear, and life were better than death, representing the state of mind of the 4 generations of Raikage. In the end, the fourth Raikage stayed in front of Zamali, and when the other's palm was on his forehead, the only remaining wisdom in his eyes disappeared. The fourth Raikage's brain was also controlled, and the whole body no longer belonged to him. A generation of legends came to an end, with a desperate end, and even his own body could not be controlled. It seems that Zomari has successfully defeated the fourth Raikage. His ability is really unstoppable in the face of a ninja. Sal Apollo was standing in the air, with Nilu and Ulquiorra being there. No one could approach them. There is also a chakra deprivation technique of Belu, which is absolutely impeccable. Let's make this feast even more gorgeous. Ninjas, you should not only enjoy the taste of killing each other with your companions, but also the taste of fighting with your own blood. Sar Apollo put the Zanpakuto into his mouth and said a liberating language. Have a drink, evil concubine. Sar Apollo swallowed the Zanpakuto, his whole body swelled, and then exploded, showing a new posture. A strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said with a wicked smile, I'm sorry, ninjas, for making you wait for so long. The good show is about to come on stage. The second act will begin soon. Sar Apollo bent over, and a column of blood erupted from the center of his limbs and wings. Blood poured out of the sky, and then spilled down below. An unexpected rain of blood spilled on most of the ninjas. Before they could realize it, they saw a stunned scene. There were several other selves appearing around them. This strange situation was beyond their comprehension. Ninja Coalition, it's time to fight with all our strength. Fight with yourself. Chapter 228 Kai vs Raikage, 3rd. Ledun, Rachel. Hate Kakashi neatly used the thunderball in his palm to penetrate himself's chest. It feels so bad to kill myself. Kakashi frowned. He still hadn't figured out the situation, why all of a sudden, the number of people on the battlefield had doubled, and most of them were replicas. The original advantage of the large number of Ninja Coalition forces has become a weakness. Because each person was copied into 4 or 5 clones, as a result, 5 times as many enemy troops were instantly born on the battlefield. With Sar Apollo alone, the advantage of the Ninja Coalition is gone. What the hell is going on here? Could it be because of the blood rain? Kakashi was still thinking, but was interrupted by another guy. Although the ability of these replicas is far inferior to that of the deity, there are so many that they are endlessly rushing up, which is also a headache. Lilian Hua? Maitokai launched a high-speed continuous attack that was invisible to the naked eye, and finally hit the back of the clone's head to the ground. He jumped up, came to Kakashi's body, and said solemnly, damn. The ability of those 10 blades is too powerful, and it is not a power that a human can control at all. No, you're wrong, Kai, they're not human at all. Kakashi's eyes looked into the distance, where stood a noble and elegant figure, Aizen and medical star. Although Aizen was not for sale, no one was able to approach him. He just stood there quietly, watching the ninjas fight. Whenever there are ninjas who want to attack Aizen, they are all dominated by Zamali's power. This is the 4th Raikage? Why did he kill his own people? Kakashi was stunned. He didn't know Zamari's ability and could only make judgments based on what he saw in front of him. The 4 generations of Raikage are like a loyal bodyguard, guarding Zamali and Aizen's side, killing ninjas who try to get close. This cruel scene made Kakashi unacceptable. If even the 4th Raikage betrayed, then the fate of the waiting ninja will be ruled by Aizen. Blood eye. Matkei's fists clenched and creaked. He didn't understand what means Aizen had used, and he didn't understand why the 4th Raikage betrayed. All he knew was that if Aizen was defeated, this nightmare would end. Maitokai asked, Kakashi, are you ready? Kakashi felt the determination to die in Maitokai's eyes, smiled slightly, and said, let's go, for the will of fire, for the glory of Konoha, even if we pay the price of our lives, we must stop Aizen. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, their friendship over the years, their lifelong rivals, and with the determination to die, they moved forward bravely. On the other hand, Zamari controlled the 4th generation of Raikage to kill. He's crazy, he's intoxicated, he's determined to dominate everything that's pleasing to the eye. Lord Aizen, aren't you going to take action? Zamali Gong performed his shunpo and came respectfully around Aizen. He madly worships Aizen, like mad belief in the ability to dominate. In his heart, Aizen is the master, the irreplaceable ruler. It's not necessary, we just need to watch quietly and watch them kill each other in desperation, that's enough. Aizen smiled, paused for a moment, and said, however, it seems that some old friends have appeared. At the end of his field of vision, the figures of Maitokai and Kakashi gradually enlarged, and Konoha and Aizen fought head-to-head for the third time. Aizen. Maitokai roared, the blue veins on his arms were clearly visible, enough to see how angry he was in his heart. Repeatedly being humiliated at the hands of Aizen has become a lingering nightmare in Maitokai's heart. Great look, Maitokai, I seem to see your awake look. But you still haven't lost the urge to be a beast. It's ironic. Aizen stood in midair, with an elegant arc on his handsome face. No matter how angry Maitokai became, he was always a beast in Aizen's eyes, and the essence of a beast was no different from an ant. You are the same, Aizen, you are still so eloquent. But compared to the past, you seem to have deceived those 10 blades with your rhetoric. Hatake Kakashi tried his best to restrain his impulses and remained calm. You are wrong, Hatake Kakashi. Aizen's eyes were as calm as water, and she said, I have never said once to make my subordinates believe me. I have said that I want them to follow me, but I have not asked them to believe me and follow me. I said before, don't trust anyone, including me of course. Kakashi was stunned, he did not doubt the authenticity of Aizen's words. Because he looked at Zamali's standing posture, and at a glance he could see that he and Aizen were only masters and servants. A strong man who was able to defeat and control the 4th generation of Raikage would actually worship Aizen fervently. This kind of thing is too unimaginable. So what? Even if you can make them follow them willingly, it's just to destroy the peace of the ninja world. This peaceful world will never tolerate the existence of you aliens. Maitokai retorted angrily. He believed that Aizen was an unpardonable sinner and a murderer who pushed the entire ninja world into the abyss. This wicked crime can never be forgiven. What you said. It's ridiculous, Maitokai. The whole world in your eyes is my ultimate goal. What did you rely on to create this illusion? A contemptuous smile was drawn on the corner of Lan Ran's mouth, and she said coldly, this world is so small that there are so few places to expand, and it's not even enough for me to toss it alone. These domineering remarks deeply shocked the hearts of Kakashi and Maitokai. They even had an illusion that Aizen's remarks were not arrogance, but the truth of eternal existence. This world is too small for Aizen. Might Hatake Kakashi, longing is the farthest distance from understanding. Just like the distance between us is so close, you can only watch it, even if your heart is occupied by anger, there is still nothing you can do. Aizen didn't even raise his head, he stood indifferently, and didn't bother to fight with them at all. Damn, you are too arrogant, Aizen. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, Maitokai jumped into the air and just jumped in the air, but was intercepted by the 4th generation of Raikage. Chapter 229 The 8 Doors, the 7th Door. 4th More. The 4th Raikage is out. He was dominated by Zamali's power, his body was out of control, and he couldn't help attacking Maitokai. Boom. Both of them are powerhouses with high attainments in physique. During the physical confrontation, a burst of air flowed out. Due to the control of the 4th Raikage, it cannot exert its full strength. So this time they fought, the two were evenly divided. 4th Raikage, have you fallen too? Maitokai returned to Kakashi. There were red marks on his arm. It was obvious that the Raikage of the 4th Raikage had injured him. The 4th Raikage was indifferent and ignored Maitokai. His eyes were empty, only his fighting instinct remained. To unlock the domination, There is only one way, and that is to kill the seventh blood Zombari. However, with the strength of Kakashi and Metokai, it seems impossible to do so. Look carefully, the intelligence of the fourth Raikage seems to have disappeared temporarily. If you look at the mark on his head, it is very likely that he was controlled by this 10 blades. Hatake Kakashi is different from the reckless Metokai. After careful observation, he finally found clues on the forehead and limbs of the fourth Raikage. On these parts, a black mark is used. If I'm not mistaken, if I hit that black mark, I'll be controlled by him. The fourth Raikage's left foot and left hand tendon were cut off. It must be the fourth Raikage who was forced to get out of control. Self-harm. Kakashi immediately analyzed Zombari's ability through clues. He pondered for a moment, and said slowly, from the position of the mark, the reason why the fourth generation of Raikage will be controlled is because the head also has this mark. In a few words, Metokai fully understood Zombari's ability. This keen observation rarely aroused Aizen's admiration. As expected of Kakashi Hatake, he can break Zombari's ability through observation. I am impressed by this calmness. Aizen praised and said with a smile, but even if you know his abilities, how can you deal with it? Humph. Metokai carefully kept a distance from Zombari, and snorted angrily, Aizen, no matter how many tricks you use, I only need to shed the last blood, defeat the fourth Raikage, defeat the 10 blades, and finally defeat you. Metokai, from the moment I came, there was no hope in this world. Aizen ignored Metokai's anger, and said indifferently, there is no difference between hope and giving up, it's just a perfunctory excuse. Seeing the end of the fourth Raikage, you should understand, what kind of wish in this world. Nor can it be achieved. Don't talk casually. A man who only plays tricks is a loser. Wordless anger surrounded Metokai's heart. Aizen's seemingly plain words contained strong disdain. This disdain is not only for Metokai, but also for the entire ninja coalition, and even the entire ninja world. No matter how brilliant the ninja world was, it was equally vulnerable in front of Aizen and his 10 blades core. We are absolutely invincible ahead of us. The sound of clenched fists came out, and Metokai was extremely angry in his heart. These words are no longer just contempt, but insults. As a hot-blooded man, how could he bear this breath? A real man can't be cowardly. Even if you're angry, you're just an ordinary little gravel. Up to this point, you can't change anything. Aizen was bland, still turning a blind eye to Metokai's anger. I bet on the glory of my Konoha Blue Beast, and I must knock you down here, Aizen. Metokai's arms overlapped in front of his chest. The energy in his body was running wildly, and every cell burned, emitting endless energy. He waved his arms and roared into the sky. 8 gates, the 7th shock gate, open. Metokai's hair fluttered, and a majestic blue steam gushed out of him, sweeping across all directions like a storm. For a time, the entire battlefield stagnated, and everyone was stunned, looking up at the place where Aizen and Metokai fought. This is the 7th gate, and even the 7th gate was opened. It seems that this time it is really bad luck. Snad's beautiful eyes were full of worry. She was tangled and aggrieved in her heart, and she could only watch her partners fall down one by one, unable to do anything at all. The abilities of Sarapolo and Zombari alone made the Ninja Coalition devastated. The even more powerful Nilaya intercepted her. If Tsunade wants to turn the tide, he must defeat Nilu. However, this is an impossibility. Take care of yourself, 5th Hokage. Nilu swung her two-headed spear and stabbed Tsunade. Also a woman, Nilu did not kill Tsunade. She only needed to hold Tsunade to complete her duty. The Ninja Coalition that lost the 2 top fighting strengths, like a turkey, can only succumb to the ferocity of the 10 blades and shiver. Tsunade couldn't dodge in time, and his pure white arm was punctured, opening a wound. Scarlet blood fell to the ground, staining the dust red. The art of psychic. Tsunade formed seals with both hands and summoned the slugs of the wet bone forest. Suddenly, a huge slug appeared. Tsunade had no other way. Even if she had the best medical skills, she couldn't get away. Nilu is like an insurmountable mountain, blocking Tsunade in front of her. In addition, Bailahu and Orochimaru rushed into the ninja alliance with the techniques that can deprive chakra, relying on replicas to fight with the dominated ninjas. They are like two tigers, slaughtering among the sheep. With the release of the 10 blades, the seemingly dominant ninja coalition gradually fell into a disadvantage. Their defeat is only a matter of time, because the strongest king, Aizen, never made a move. No one noticed that there was a strange scene on the edge of the battlefield. There was no one around Hinata. Even if the replica and the manipulated ninja passed by her side, they would not shoot, and Hinata seemed to be the heir. The reason why this happened was because of the deliberate manipulation of Sarapolo and Zamali. They didn't dare to attack Hinata, and they didn't have the guts. Because Hinata is the heart of Aizen's armor. Chapter 230 Candlan's Farewell, 5th. The blue steam is like an azure ocean, shrouding the top of Yainin village. The power of the Baemon is extraordinary, showing that even Zomari, the 7th blade, was frightened. Blue steam. It doesn't seem to be the last door. Lan Ran frowned slightly. From the information recorded in Orochimaru, he had already had a deep understanding of Baemon Dungia. The reason why the 8 gates of Dungia is called a forbidden art is that while gaining power, the caster may be damaged. Baemon Dungia is a move that can release the body's restriction on chakra and release excess energy. As we all know, in the meridian system of the flow of chakra in the human body, there are 8 places that inhibit and control the chakra in the body. There are 8 doors, namely, the door of opening, the door of rest, the door of life, the door of injury, the door of do, the door of jing, the door of shock and the door of death. Therefore, the 8 doors will set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body. Unless the body is exercised to the extreme, it will not be able to exert energy beyond the human body's load. Baemon Dungia is the forbidden technique that was born because of this. It allows chakra to forcefully surpass this limit, thereby leading to a unique trick that is dozens of times stronger than the original power. Aizen was disappointed, because although the 7th's power was strong, it was not enough to attract his attention. Unless Mate K opens the 8th door, Aizen will be treated with caution. It's not the red steam unique to the 8th door. I really look down on people. Aizen sneered, still not planning to do anything tilde. In the face of the 7th, they are still unmoved. Zhong, he is really too strong. Could it be that physique still has no effect on him? Hate Kakashi covered his face with one hand, and under the blowing blue air, it was difficult for him to even open his eyes. Approaching Maitokai at close range, Kakashi has a feeling of extreme danger. However, this terrifying oppression seems to have no effect on Aizen. Wait a minute. Kakashi. It's too early to say that taijutsu won't work. Although Aizen's expression surprised me, I didn't do anything either. Our youth has not faded yet, don't say failure lightly. Mat K was tall and straight, his arms were tightly closed, and the depths of his pupils ignited a fierce fighting spirit. But even the 4th Raikage failed. Hate Kakashi sighed heavily. It was unimaginable that one of the 2 leaders was controlled by the enemy. However, the reality is so cruel. Not only do they have to face the powerful Aizen, but they also have to kill each other and defeat the 4 generations of Raikage. It's true that what you hope for may not always come true. However, if you don't always expect what you should do, it will stagnate. The same is true of the things that have challenged you in the past 2 decades. Maitokai stood in front of Kakashi, like a strong man with a determination to die. Looking at his back, Kakashi seemed to have come to an end. He was silent, deeply touched by Kai. Also, this is by no means bragging, but the final glory of my Konoha Blue Beast. When Matakai's words fell, his figure disappeared instantly. At this speed, even Zomari, the seventh blade with the strongest spin, felt his heart palpitate. He couldn't catch a trace of Metake at all. I didn't expect that he actually mastered this kind of trick. It doesn't look like a human action, but like another 10-blade. Zamali's face was solemn, and he no longer dared to take it lightly. No matter how powerful the power was, if he couldn't catch the enemy's trail, it would be of no use. Brush. The figure of Matakai suddenly appeared from behind Zamali, his index finger and ring finger interspersed, making a strange gesture. Look at the trick, Day Tiger. Matke folded his hands and patted Zamali's back. In an instant, the air around Matakai moved rapidly and became a high pressure. The white air pressure gradually gathered into a storm, and under the shocked gaze of all the ninjas, it turned into a huge tiger's head. The tiger's head was majestic and majestic, causing shocking fluctuations. This is... How is it possible that a human being has such a powerful power? Could it be that I have an illusion? Sarapollo couldn't believe the scene in front of him. A huge tiger head appeared in the sky. It was completely composed of violent air pressure, and it contained terrifying fluctuations. Sarapollo even had an illusion in his heart that once the vines on his body were caught in the tiger, they would be as fragile as pieces of paper. Not only was Sarapollo shocked, but even Alquiora and Nilo were also attracted by this wave. They felt the power of the Day Tiger, which could bring them a threat. But after all, the two of them are the top 4 10-blades, so naturally they won't be scared to pee like the 7th and 8th. Boom. At the moment when the huge tiger head hit Zamali, the air pressure bomb burst, forming a huge energy vortex, shrouding Zamali in it. Lord Aizen. Zamali's words have not yet been spoken. His whole body was swallowed by air bombs. The ground shattered, and the original Earth with 1,000 warehouses and hundreds of holes was completely destroyed. Even many ninjas were affected. The formidable power of the Day Tiger is too huge, so everyone was unexpected. The storm continued and the ground shattered. When the huge tiger head disappeared, the storm sublimated, and after the last force erupted, it disappeared completely. The ground was ravaged, and Zamali, who was trapped in it, showed his true face. Broken skin, blood running wildly, sluggish breath, dull eyes. The pumpkin-shaped lower body of the 7th blade had blood all flowing from its eyes. Even his 2 strong arms were scarred. It's not even dead yet. Matakai was stunned. He knew the power of the Day Tiger. Once he was hit, even the shadow-level powerhouse would have to pay the price with his life. However, Zumali survived. It shouldn't exist, this will never tolerate existence. You deserve all control, it's impossible to break the shackles and break the fate. Zamali was furious, all 50 eyes on his body were opened, and he was about to give Matakai the final blow. At this moment, a bloodstain suddenly erupted on his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the mark on the 4th Raikiji's forehead dimmed, and he seemed to be showing signs of regaining consciousness. Chapter 231 What is Despair? 6th More. The mark is about to be broken. The black mark on the 4th Raikiji's forehead became more and more dim, and finally showed signs of disappearing. At the same time, the eyes of the 4th Raikiji seemed to have a hint of clarity. This represented an opportunity for him to break free from Zamali's domination and regain control of his body. Zamali, it seems that your abilities have reached the limit. Aizen said calmly. Although his words were bland, it made Zamali's heart sink slightly. Aizen-sama, believe me, I can dominate him again. I can use the power of love to dominate everything. Zamali looked flustered, he was afraid that Aizen would abandon his ability, He was afraid that Aizen thought he was a useless waste. As an avid believer, if it doesn't get the praise of the people you most admire, it will be a big blow. No need, Zamali. Even if he regains consciousness, the ending will be the same, and you don't necessarily feel guilty. Aizen smiled, and the corner of her mouth raised a gentle smile. He didn't blame Zamali. But Zamali was about to speak, but was shocked by Aizen's cold eyes. An unparalleled spiritual pressure erupted from Aizen's body, and immediately put Zamali in the ice cave of 10,000 years. He couldn't bear the spiritual pressure and knelt down with difficulty. The sense of danger of death haunted his heart, and Zamali did not dare to speak again. The fear hidden in the depths of his memory emerged again, and he realized that his actions had offended Aizen's majesty. Don't make a fuss. Don't be nervous. Even if the enemy strikes again, you don't need to panic. You just need to stay calm and follow me quietly. Aizen withdrew the Reiatsu, and the seventh blood Zomari was able to breathe. Although the whole process is only a few seconds, it is like a degree second, like a year. Zamali stood up respectfully, not daring to speak again. Aizen's power is the real domination, and with Reiatsu alone, he can't breathe. This kind of oppression is even stronger than Hiro-Oh. Aizen's strength is too strong. Hate Kakashi was stunned. If the oppression of Hiroko is a hill, then Aizen's Reia is an unclimbable mountain. There is a huge difference between the two. Are you alright? Kakashi helped Maitokai and carefully confronted Aizen. Just relying on his breath makes him despair. How can such a person be defeated? It's alright, it's just that my body is about to reach its limit. Damn. I can't even kill him like this. Maitokai's confidence was shaken. If he couldn't kill Zomari with a single blow, how could he deal with the more powerful Aizen? Do you really want to open the eighth door? Maitokai's face was ashen. He was not afraid of death, but worried about the future of the ninja world. In the face of the flawless Aizen, perhaps only the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara regeneration will be able to defeat Aizen with confidence. At this moment, the fourth Raikage let out a roar, and while Zamali was being suppressed by Aizen Reiki, with his tenacious will, he actually got rid of his domination. The mark on his forehead disappeared, and the fourth Raikage finally regained consciousness. Kakashi, Maitokai, be careful of his abilities. The old man didn't attack you just now. The fourth Raikage finally untied the shackles, and the long-suppressed emotions erupted. Before he was dominated by him, not only you, but also other Runayan ninjas were also poisoned. Hate Kakashi explained patiently, telling him what happened when the fourth Raikage fell into a coma. Damn. Aizen, you sinner, this old man must tear you to shreds with his own hands. The fourth Raikage roared, killing intent surged inside. It seems that you haven't figured out the reality yet, or are you still holding unrealistic ideas and trying to accomplish the impossible? Aizen looked down at them condescendingly, like looking down at a few ants. No matter how angry Kakashi and the three of them were, it was still the struggle of the ants, which was inconspicuous at all. The cowardice of the ninja world has created your naive thoughts. It is because the ninja world has not experienced war for so long that you have not experienced what true despair is. The fourth Raikage roared, Aizen, you sinner with blood on your hands, delusionally set off the fourth ninja war. Wrong, your idea is wrong. It's not that I want to laugh and start a war in the ninja world, but I don't need it at all. Why do you think that the 5 countries can join forces to resist my 10-blade army? Aizen's eyes were fierce and she said coldly, it's time for this fast to end. Let you all feel what it is like to be truly desperate. Could it be? Zomari's eyes were frantic. Is Aizen-sama finally going to take action? The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talent. The tide, denial, paralysis, momentary, impeding the long sleep. the crawling steel princess, the clay doll who constantly self-mutilates. Combined, bounced, extended to the ground, know your own powerlessness. The 90 of the way, black coffin. When the chant fell, a huge black coffin appeared around the four Raikage, Hatake Kakashi, and Meitai. The black coffin covered the sky and the sun, trapping the three of them in it. Although the three of them tried to escape through the teleportation technique, there was nothing they could do. When they touched the edge of the black coffin, 3.1 was bounced back by an invisible force. Boom! Countless sharp black shadow thorns shot out from the black coffin. These shadow thorns were as fast as lightning, and they pierced through the bodies of the three people almost instantly. After the black coffin disappeared, the fourth Raikage, Hatake Kakashi, and Meitai fell to the ground dying, with thousands of holes in their bodies, and shocking scars appeared on their bodies. Did you see it? This is despair. From the beginning, you have no chance of winning, because we are not in the same pattern at all. Aizen pulled out the Zanpakuto and walked towards the fourth Raikage. His steps were elegant and noble, exuding a unique charm. Brush. The sharp blade pierced the fourth Raikage's chest. The powerhouse of the Mega Ninja world finally came to the end of his life. Chapter 232 The Shackles of Fate That Cannot Be Escaped, 7th More. The fourth Raikage closed his eyes in despair and finally died. Since the third Raikage died in the last ninja war, the fourth Raikage shoulders the heavy responsibility of Onion. Over the years, Union Village has flourished under his governance, restored the former prosperity of the Land of Thunder, and emerged from the quagmire of war. Although the fourth Raikage has a violent temper, he is highly respected and deeply loved by the ninjas of Union. It is a pity that such a person who occupied an important position in the history of the Land of Thunder has just fallen. Just like the three generations of Hokage who entered their twilight years, the four generations of Raikage also came to the end of their lives. The two of them had the same ending, and both died at the hands of Aizen. For the peace of the country and the future of the village, the two great old men paid the price with their lives. The legend will end, but the future has become unpredictable. The sacrifice of the older generation of ninjas is worthless if it cannot be turned into nourishing green nourishment. Fourth Raikage actually died? Hatake Kakashi and Meitai were stunned. The two of them were on the verge of collapse, and their lives were about to come to an end. But before it was temporary, seeing such a shocking scene suddenly made their minds go blank. The fourth Raikage was a powerful man in the world of ninjas, and a big man who was on an equal footing with Naruto died like this. I can't believe it, but I want to believe it. Despair flooded his heart, and at this moment, Kakashi and Meitai seemed to be 20 years older. At this moment, they truly experienced the taste of despair. Aizen was right. From the very beginning, their strengths were not in the same pattern. Even the four generations of Raikage died. With only their two elites, how could they have the courage to resist? It's over, everything is over, no one can stop Aizen's footsteps. Kakashi's eyes were confused and he murmured in a low voice. Witnessing the death of the fourth Raikage with his own eyes caused the belief he had built up over 2 decades to fall apart. The so-called ninja, the so-called will of fire, in the face of overwhelming strength, are all nonsense. This is your world, Hatake Kakashi, Meitai, that's ironic. You look like you can't afford to crawl on the ground, just like ants. Aizen swung the slashing knife, and blood dripped from the blade. He retracted the Zanpakuto back into the scabbard, not intending to deal a fatal blow to Kakashi and Mat. For Aizen, Kakashi and Meitai are just irrelevant ants. For ants, falling to the ground in despair and waiting for death to come is the kindest blessing from God. Lord Aizen, what about the two of them? Zamali asked cautiously. He is not afraid of Aizen, but madly worships it. The ninth ghost art, which was completely sung, fully reflected the power of Aizen. Only strength has the highest level of dominance, strength determines everything, and strength determines the order of a world. It's a very difficult thing to step on an ant and take his life. Zamali, let's go, there is nothing here that arouses my interest. Aizen's eyes didn't even swept across Kakashi and Matakai. He stepped out and disappeared instantly. Zamari hesitated for a moment, he stared at Kakashi and Matakai with deep eyes, and finally turned to leave. Zamali originally wanted to make up for the last knife, but finally gave up the idea. Because Kakashi and Matakai, who were on the verge of death, didn't even have the qualifications to touch his Zanpei Kuto, that's all. On the other side of the battlefield belonging to Cheyenne Village in the Land of Winds. Since there are not many people in Cheyenne Village, Sar Apollo's ability has the least impact on them. However, the Sand Ninjas also experienced a great battle. Cheyenne Village is different from Konoha, taking the elite route. Even when the 3 generations of Hokage were alive, they once lamented the strength of Sand Ninja. Therefore, although the number of replicas is not large, everyone's combat power is extraordinary, and the Sand Ninjas are forced into fierce battles. However, they are also the luckiest ninja village. Due to the lack of powerful shadow-level ninjas, they were not targeted by the 10 ninjas. Neither Ulquiorra nor Sar Apollo would bother to fight the Sand Ninja. Fighting against a group of ants is not an honor, but a shame. Sandstorm Funeral. Gaara controlled the sand in an orderly manner, assisting the Sand Ninja to kill the replica. Although he is young, his strength cannot be underestimated. What's more, Gaara also has a monstrous Shui in his body. Due to the power of Shukaku, Gaara was able to exert power that was not possessed by his age. Wind done, Jian Wu. Temari waved a huge star moon fan and performed wind escape ninjutsu. Instead, her ability is like a duck in water on the battlefield, and she can kill replicas in a large range. Temari is valiant, and the star and moon fan in his hand dances constantly, becoming one of the few scenery lines on the battlefield. After killing a clone again, Temari came to Gaara and said with concern, "Gaara, can you still hold on?" 773 Don't worry, these replicas are only half-baked. Although they have the same ability as us, they cannot exert their power. Gaara folded her palms and took the flying sand back into the gourd. In their area, Sand Ninja has gradually gained the upper hand, and the number of replicas is getting smaller and smaller, and it is only a matter of time before it disappears. Is Aizen the source of that terrifying coercion just now? Temari's face was solemn, and he recalled the scene just now in his mind. When Aizen's Reiatsu was released, all of them felt the fear from their hearts. They were still having difficulty breathing despite the distance. Blood eye. Gaara's eyes flickered, and a mad-killing intent emerged from the depths of his pupils. Aizen's appearance ruined his life. He was supposed to shine in the Chunin exam, and then he would become a supernova in the ninja world and finally ascend to the throne of the 5th generation Kazekage. All of this came to nothing because of Aizen's plan. The old lady of Cheyenne Village, Kondai's mother-in-law, paid the price of her life to seal Shui again. Gaara shoulders the hope of the village and is a key figure in the revitalization of the Land of Winds. Brush. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Gaara out of thin air, causing him to lose control of his emotions. Aizen plus Medical Star. Chapter 233 The Sublimation Before the Tragedy Ends, 8th. Aizen appeared. At the moment of seeing Aizen's figure, Gaara's inner killing intent unreservedly erupted. The man who had been dreaming of killing all this time finally appeared in front of him. Blood eye. Gaara clenched his fists tightly. Due to his excessive anger, his fingernails were deeply embedded in the skin, piercing several blood stains. Looking at the entire ninja world, there is no one who wants to kill Aizen more than Gaara. Whether it's for the ninja world, or for Shane, or for Granny Chiyo. Gaara has too many reasons to kill Aizen. In any case, even if it is the price of life, even if it is the last struggle, he wants to kill Aizen. Sorry, it's Aizen and Yamaku, let's run away. T-Marie's face changed in shock. She pulled Gaara's arm desperately, turned around and was about to run away. However, Gaara broke free from her arm and stood firmly on the spot. Gaara, what are you doing? Don't let anger take over your senses. Even Lord Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, can't beat him, let alone us. T-Marie was anxious and panicked. She's not afraid of death, she just doesn't want Gaara to make a fearless sacrifice. Gaara has inherited the hope of the village, the future of the land of wind, and must not die here. No, in the face of Aizen, it's pointless to run away. Even if you run away, do you think you can escape his palm? Gaara looked back indifferently, but T-Marie was shocked. After being together for more than 10 years, T-Marie has never seen such a firm look in Gaara. Perhaps, Gaara has already held the determination to die, and in order to defend the precious things in his heart, he does not want to escape anymore. Do you want to be a coward for a lifetime, or a real hero, even if only for a few minutes? Gaara chose the latter. He didn't want to run away. Even if he could save his life, it would be just a life of cowards. This kind of life has no meaning. He wants to die like the winds and shadows of all dynasties, for the country and the village, and die with supreme glory. T-Marie and Kankuro looked at each other and sighed heavily. They are very aware of Gaara's character. Stubbornness is his nature. Once Gaara decides something, it is difficult to change. Forget it. Gaara, since you have made up your mind, then we will accompany you to protect the glory of Shane, even if it is death. T-Marie and Kankuro's eyes were firm, and they were equally determined to die. Ring it. At this moment, another figure appeared, the seventh blade, Zomari. Zomari is very smart. He knows that Aizen came to the door on his own initiative, and he must have a plan. Zomari looked around and saw that all the sand ninjas cast angry glances at them. Needless to say, Zomari understood. He used the 50 eyes on his body and used the power of love to immediately manipulate 50 Shane, and ordered them to kill each other. Well done, Zomari, you should step down. Aizen glanced at him calmly, and then turned her attention to Gaara again. Aizen's purpose is very clear, that is, to extract the one-tailed guardian crane from Gaara's body, absorb the chakra of the guardian crane through the collapsed jade, and then summon a 10-blade to expand the power of the 10-blade army. With the existence of the 7th Blood Zomari, those shrimp soldiers and crab generals in Sand Ninja Village will not disturb Aizen. Sitsi Gaara, long time no see, you seem to have grown up again. Aizen smiled slightly, ignoring the angry expression on Gaara's face. Or do you have enough anger to turn your anger into motivation because you are so obsessed with the painful experiences in the past? A sarcastic smile, a bland provocative remark, suddenly made Gaara's heart burn with anger. In fact, Aizen was right. After the war that destroyed Konoha, Gaara lived in regret all day long. It is precisely because of this remorse and guilt that Gaara's strength can grow by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. All the anger and resentment turned into motivation. Gaara desires to gain strength, unprecedented desire to be stronger, remove Aizen, punish Aizen, and make Aizen kneel and repent at the grave of Chiyo's mother-in-law, which is Gaara's lifelong willingness. Now, the opportunity to realize this desire has come. It seems to be close, but in fact it is out of reach. Ignore his provocation, Gaara. T-Marie discouraged her, she understood Gaara's inner knot. There is only one way to untangle this knot, and that is to kill Aizen. Provocation? It's really ironic. It's a great honor to be able to make you hit with this level of provocation. Aizen took a step and gradually approached the three of them. Every time he took a step, the momentum on his body became stronger, and the pressure on the three of Gaara became even deeper. When Aizen was only 100 meters away from the three of them, Marie and Kankuro couldn't bear the aura, their faces paled and their feet trembled. If it wasn't for their strong will, the two of them would have been on their knees long ago. Without any words or actions, the two of them shivered just by their aura. For Marie and the others, Aizen is like the brightest star in the sky, only its dazzling light can be seen, but not within reach. "What's the matter, don't you plan to do it?" Aizen said coldly, "Oh, your hands keep shaking, what are you afraid of? Is it the fear of repeating the same mistakes in the forest of death, or the fear that the gap between you and me cannot be made up at all?" Blood eye. Gaara breathed heavily, trying her best to restrain her emotions. Although he really wanted to kill Aizen, he couldn't do it rashly. Impulsive behavior will only make him repeat the last tragedy. In my life so far, I have only had hatred and murderous intentions. Blind stubbornness will only bring more pain, so as a member of Sand Ninja, I strive to become Feniying, in order to survive with this village. I hard work, wanting to be a presence that other people identify with. Gaara's eyes were firm and he said with enthusiasm, "I also hope that one day I can become the existence that others need, not just as a terrifying weapon, but as the wind shadow of Shane Village. As a wind shadow, you must stand at the forefront of the village, protect the safety of the villagers, and protect the glory of the village. Even if you sacrifice your life, you will not hesitate." Chapter 233 The 10th Blade, Tooth Secret, 9th. Gaara held the palm of his hand, and heavy sand emerged from the hoard, turning into a stream of sand surrounding him. Time seemed to return to the second round of the Chunin exam 3 months ago, the same confrontation, the same characters, but the strengths were very different. At that time, due to disguise, Aizen did not reveal his true strength. Even if they fought in the Forest of Death, he only used a negligible speed, and used Sifling EU and Ye's unique stunt Kongjin to deceive the three of Gaara. Today, different positions represent different forces. Aizen no longer needs to hide his strength, and Konoha does not have the power to threaten Aizen. Through deliberate planning, Aizen summoned 10 blades, and with their power, swept the Ninja Alliance, and even the 4 generations of Raikage, the hero who had dominated the ninja world for many years, died in the hands of Aizen. Even if Gaara is the man who will become Kazekage in the future, how can he resist Aizen's edge? Just like stray hounds, no matter how many they are, they will not dare to face the awakened male lion. Also like the flocks of chicks, even if they fly high, they can't reach the heights that the eagles are waiting for. 250 Aizen. This time, I will never leave myself any regrets. Gaara showed a firm smile, and with the constant swinging of his hands, the sand floating in the air seemed to have spirituality, constantly flying in the sky. Sandbound coffin, Gaara raised her palms to give Aizen a light grip. Suddenly, the wild sand flying in the sky turned into countless huge palms, like the ghostly palms of Shura, ruthlessly pressing down. Compared with the majestic sand sea, Aizen's figure seemed so insignificant and insignificant. The momentum is very strong, but unfortunately, it is too weak. Aizen didn't plan to avoid it, because there was no need for it. Gaara's eyes were fierce, and when the yellow sand in the sky was about to fall, his palms clenched in vain. This offensive, infused with all his beliefs and determination to die. Can he succeed? Although they knew that the hope was slim, Marie and Kankuro still hoped for a miracle to happen. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. The imaginary scene did not happen, but the thing they least wanted to see happened. Facing the raging sand and dust, Aizen just stretched out her palm and waved it lightly. For a moment, the yellow sand in the sky seemed to be suppressed, and it fell to the ground weakly, turning into a plate of loose sand. Gaara's full-strength blow couldn't even touch a single hair of Aizen's hair. This is the result of the past 2 months. If it is only this level, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. The resistance of the ants can't stop the lion's pace at all. The thunderous carriage, the gap in the spinning wheel, this thing is clustered with light and divided into 6. He used 6 light films to appear beside Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, respectively, locking their movements. No matter how hard the 3 of them struggled, they couldn't break free from the 6-rod light prison. What made them even more desperate was that the more they struggled, the tighter the constraints of the 6-stand light prison. Damn it. Kankuro's face was ashen, as if he had expected his end. His appearance was in stark contrast to the arrogance and domineering when he first encountered Aizen in the Forest of Death. After all, the ninja world is a cruel place. There is no so-called order here. Only the strong eat the weak, and strength is the cause and effect of order. Temari, Kankuro, I won't kill the 2 of you. This level of restraint won't take your lives. I want you to watch me pull a tail out of Gaara's body. Aizen took an elegant step, and the corner of her mouth raised a pleasing smile. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to leave a nightmarish memory in the hearts of the 3 of them, the moment they saw Aizen, they would fall down, and they didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Aizen's figure gradually enlarged in Gaara's eyes. He was like a deadly death god, gradually awakening Gaara's inner fear of death. By now, Gaara already knew that she was powerless. He didn't hate it, but regretted it. Until the moment of his death, he could not keep his promise after all. Wind escape, gale slash, suddenly, a ninjutsu blasted out from the side. Aizen didn't even lift her eyelids, she gave up singing and cast 81 boundaries of the way, and blocked this ninjutsu with ease. Sandain Murakami Shinobu is also the mentor of the 3 Gaara, Maki. At the most critical moment, he finally appeared. Aizen. Maki was burning with anger. He had been entangled by the rebellious Sandain, and he couldn't get out of it at all. After seeing Lan appear, he tried his best to kill the rebellion, and then he came to Gaara. Shin Murakami, Maki, I didn't expect you to appear. But it doesn't matter, the ups and downs that the naked eye can't remove, whether it is 1 or 2, there is no difference. Because you can't change the ending. Aizen's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of Maki the next second. He raised his fingers and pointed them towards Maki's throat. A white thunder hole pierced his throat, severing his arteries. Since it all happened between the fire and light stones, Maki didn't react. Wow. Blood kept coming out of his mouth, and as Maki was dying, there was only despair in his eyes. Maki-sensei. Temari was in pain, she could only watch Maki being killed by Aizen, unable to do anything. The pain was even more profound. The boring game is over, let's get to the point. Aizen came to Gaara's side, and slapped Gaara's belly with her palm. Immediately, the vast and majestic spiritual power poured out, continuously infiltrating into the seal of the 4 elephants. Click. With a crisp sound, the seal of the 4 elephants was broken, and a large number of tailed beasts' chakra poured out. Feeling the rich chakra of the tailed beast, Aizen smiled with satisfaction, took out the Bennu from her arms, and placed it in the center of the seal of the 4 elephants. Bennu burst into a dazzling light, madly absorbing the energy of a Shui. At this time, Aizen closed her eyes, and a figure appeared in her mind. The 10th Blade, Tommy. Chapter 234 End the War, Yami, 10th. The 10th Blade, Tommy. This time, the object of Aizen's summons was the 10th Blade, Tommy, who used to act with Ulquiorra. Yami's character is bloodthirsty and irritable. From the beginning of its birth, it exudes a strong atmosphere. He has a strong physique and is quite destructive and defensive. Yami, who hates troublesome things, often gets angry for no reason. Since Yami has absolute confidence in his own strength, he looks down on the weak. For him, Ordinary humans are no different from garbage. If the opponent is regarded as weak by him, he will not be merciful even if he is also a fellow with a broken face. Because of his too proud attitude, both the enemy and the enemy often despise him. The reason why Aizen gave Yami this opportunity is because Yami is not simply 10th in Shibazaki. After returning to the blade, Yami became the 10th blade, Angry Beast, and has the power to explode again. The more angry he is, the more power he accumulates in his body. If it is simply huge, then Yami will not get this opportunity. However, although Yami's ability is inconspicuous in the world of death, it has a pivotal role in the ninja world. Aizen hopes to capture the 9-tailed beasts by using Yami behind the blade. So far, they have captured 1 Shui, 2 cats and 3 tails. Of the 9-tailed beasts, 3 have already fallen into the bag. From being alone at the beginning, to now having 4 10-blade subordinates, Aizen's power has grown rapidly. Soon, the 5th 10 blades will come to Ninja Continent. When all the tailed beast chakras were completely absorbed by Bennu, Gaara's expression froze, and he felt that his life was about to come to an end. Once Renju is forced to pull out the tailed beast, there is only one ending: death. The first time he was drawn out, because of the sacrifice of Chiyo's mother-in-law, Garuman was resurrected with blood. This time, no one can help Gaara again, and he is dead. Could it be that my life just ended like this? I'm really unwilling. Gaara laughed at himself, looked at Temari and Kankuro reluctantly, and finally closed his eyes tiredly and left with regret. From the beginning to the end, his wish has not been realized, to get rid of the identity of the war machine and become the wind shadow of Cheyenne Village. These scripts that were originally destined to happen were all gone with the wind because of Gaara's death. I love La-oh. Temari cried bitterly, her vision was blocked by the tears and became blurred. At this moment, she felt that the sky was about to fall, as if the end of the world was coming. For generations of her father, Keisuke, died in the hands of Orochimaru, and her younger brother Gaara died in the hands of Orochimaru. Only she and Kankuro survived. Gaara's death means that Temari has lost the value of life. Even if she has the potential to become an excellent Jonin, and loses her family, what is there to look forward to? Tears of despair left, Temari fell into a coma because of excessive grief. Kankuro held back his tears and stared at Gaara's corpse silently. His heart was mourning, crying, and regretting. He hated why he was so weak, why he couldn't save Gaara's life, and why he could only watch his dearest brother die. When the most important person in my life dies, I look back and realize that I don't care about the day-to-day life is the real concern. Aizen didn't pay attention to the two of them, and focused on Bennu. When the figure of Yami appeared in his mind, Bennu burst into a bright light. The blue light kept pouring out and finally condensed in front of Aizen. 7th Blade Omari looked at the blue light ecstatically, looking forward to the arrival of a new companion. Not only him, but even Ulquio, who was fighting on the side, Ra, Nelly, and Sarah Polo are looking forward to it. It is a fortunate thing that the 10 Blades Legion can once again gather around Aizen. After a long time, the blue light completely dissipated, and Yami's figure appeared. Yami has dark skin and black hair. His characteristic is obvious, that is, his body is several times larger than ordinary people. There are 4 oddly shaped projections on the top of his head and symmetrical red markings on either side of his cheeks. The virtual mask cleft after the face is broken is in the position of the chin, just like the jawbone. Cut, so it's that guy from Yami. Rude and boring. Sal Apollo's expression changed. He had a prejudice against Yami, and he didn't like Yami's arrogant personality. The 10th blade, Yami, it's your honor to be able to return to Lord Aizen's side. Zamali was expressionless, he had no special feelings for Yami. However, as a kind, He naturally hopes that Yami can come to the ninja world continent. Yami? I didn't expect that Aizen-sama would summon him, a reckless and impulsive guy. Ulquiorra is a person who is 10-blade gear and slows down. He tolerated Jamie's arrogance and often came forward. In the virtual circle period, the two were partners. Here is. Yami's face was blank, and his thoughts were still stuck at the moment before his death. In the shocking battle that took place in the virtual circle, he was beheaded by Kenpachi Zaraki and by Akayakachiki, and finally died with regret. Even Yami didn't expect that he would be reborn again. Is this a virtual circle? Yami looked around suspiciously, and suddenly, he saw a figure that he would never forget, Aizen Keimuku. Lord Aizen. Ha, it seems that this is indeed an empty circle. Yami roared excitedly. In his memory, Aizen was the master of the entire virtual circle and the master of the virtual night palace. Since Aizen's figure appeared here, it meant that he was reborn in the virtual circle again. Seeing Yami's rude roar, Aizen frowned slightly, showing a displeased expression. He said coldly, Yami, you can return to my command and continue to fight for me. I am very happy about that. But can you be quiet and stop yelling? Aizen's words were full of orders that couldn't be refused, which made Yami speechless. He smirked awkwardly, not daring to disobey Aizen's order at all. Lord Aizen, is this a virtual circle? Yami glanced around, and he had seen many familiar figures, all of whom were former partners. The 10 blades that follow Aizen because of their power. No, Yami, this is no longer a virtual circle. But it doesn't matter. Yami, I need your strength to end this war. P.S. The 10th shift is complete. We will continue tomorrow. Next, we are going to hang the tailed beast. Chapter 235 Get Angry, Angry Beast. First update. Yami, I need your strength to end this war. Aizen gave the order, which meant he was impatient with the war. War? Aizen-sama, are you referring to this worm-like garbage human? Where Yami's vision swept across, Konoha ninja, Sand ninja, and Un-ninja were all fighting hard. There was grief in their eyes and grief in their hearts. The death of the fourth Raikage and Gaara was like a bolt from the blue, hitting the heart of the ninja allied army. The only thing all ninjas can hope for is Tsunade. It's a pity that Tsunade was suppressed by Nilu, so he couldn't spare his hands and feet at all. She couldn't be distracted, because with the slightest negligence, Nilu's double-headed gun would penetrate her body. In the face of the fierce 10 blades, the defeat of the ninja coalition is only a matter of time. For Aizen, this war is just a boring trick, whether it succeeds or fails, it doesn't matter at all. His purpose was for Izumio and Morisuichio. With 5 10 blades, Aizen's power is unstoppable, even Akatsuki's organization can't compare to the 10 Blades Legion. Next, he only needs 11 to capture the 9 big-tailed beasts and summon the top 3 10-blade. Almost no one can stop the 10 Blades' footsteps. Yami, you are still as arrogant as ever. Ulquiorra's figure appeared beside Yami, and seeing a familiar friend, Ulquiorra's expression also changed, no longer an indifferent and ruthless facial paralysis. Ah, it's Ulquiorra. You were so careless, you were killed by Kurosaki Ichigo. Yami was sneering, and although he was mocking Ulquiorra on the surface, there was actually a warmth in his heart. Back then in the virtual circle, when Yami felt that Ulquiorra's Reiatsu disappeared, he realized that he was killed by Kurosaki Ichigo. At that time, there was a tinge of sadness and anger in Yami's heart. In the many missions that Aizen has assigned, Yami is partnered with Ulquiorra, which is enough to prove that the two are good friends. Don't be careless, Yami, don't forget that you have just been reborn. You who lost your anger are no different from the trash you said. Ulquiorra responded indifferently, his hands were stained with blood, no matter how many ninjas there were, They were all ants in his eyes. One flash after another, leading to a tragic tragedy. The fragile body of human beings can't resist the power of black void flash at all. In this war, human life is humble. Many ninjas were bombarded into slag by Hexu before they even understood what was going on. Lord Aizen, with the abilities of Sal Apollo and Zamali, humanity has been crushed. It's time to end this war. Ulquiorra stood beside Aizen, neither humble nor arrogant. He has always been Aizen's most respected subordinate and one of the strongest among the 10 blades. Now, in the absence of the first 10 blades, Stark, Ulquiorra is the boss of the 10 blades. Let's do it. Life that doesn't correspond to strength is also a waste. Ending their lives is also the best relief for the weak. Aizen's words mean that the war has come to an end, and it also means that the end of the ninja world is coming. Trash, it's all rubbish. Human beings are like bugs, they will crush you all. Yami is arrogant and doesn't put the Ninja Alliance in his eyes at all. He leapt for life and rushed into the crowd, ready to kill. Flicker. The red spiritual energy condensed, and a phantom flashed out, instantly smashing a Chunin into flesh. Whenever a huge fist is thrown, it will take the life of a ninja. Slaughter, keep slaughtering. Yami can only vent his inner happiness through massacre. However, the humans rushed towards him one after another and performed ninjutsu on him. Anger kept accumulating, bit by bit condensing in Yami's heart. At the same time, his size has gradually increased, and his strength has also increased. This is Yami's unique ability, capable of turning anger into his own power. Whenever he feels anger, power builds up in his body. When the anger reaches a certain level, Yami will return to the blade and release the power of anger to the fullest. TSK, he really is a reckless guy. This kind of brutal killing method is not elegant at all. Sar Apollo did not agree with Yami's behavior. For him, the process of fighting should be elegant and pleasing to the eyes, not such reckless behavior. He opened his arms, and red blood dripped from the flowers behind him again. Suddenly, a blood rain fell from the sky. The number of replicas increased again. Sal Apollo didn't want to do it himself. He just wants to quietly enjoy the human beings fighting with him, which is quite interesting. On the other side, Orochimaru used the grass child sword to penetrate a Chunin's chest. When he saw Zamali and Yami appearing in 853, he was completely desperate in his heart. He understands that his fate cannot be changed, and he has no choice but to surrender to Aizen. Of the 5 and 10 blades, Orochimaru is not sure how to deal with them. Even the weakest 8th blade, Sar Apollo, grabbed the handle of Orochimaru. He holds the puppet of Orochimaru in his hand. As long as he is willing, he can smash Orochimaru's internal organs in an instant, twist his neck, crush his legs, and let Orochimaru die in pain and despair. Has our era finally passed? Perhaps, this is a reform that belongs to the entire ninja world. Orochimaru let go of his inner pride and finally agreed with Aizen. Just because Aizen did what he couldn't do. Boom. With another punch, Yami smashed a Chunin into pieces again. He was starting to feel irritable. The humans had repeatedly offended his majesty, and Yami couldn't accept it. He was angry. Small human, maybe you think that the 10 blades are ranked from 1 to 10, so you have the courage to challenge me. Yami pulled out the Zanpakuto and said coldly, the real ranking of the 10 blades is from to 10, but the 10 blade is the most powerful. No. 0 10 blade. Get angry, angry beast. Chapter 236 Captive Senade, 2nd. Get angry, angry beast. All the anger accumulated in Zanpakuto was released, Yami's volume expanded rapidly, his aura rose steadily, and the power in his body was finally no longer suppressed. The clothes that originally covered the upper body were shattered, revealing darkened toned muscles, and a fierce light was drawn from the corner of Jamie's mouth, and finally, under the coverage of the beam of light, the whole appearance completely changed. Angry Beast. After Yami returned to the blade, his body swelled violently, like a rising mountain, straight into the sky, reaching a height of 30 meters. Even the huge three-tailed body was like a small pet in front of Yami. A strong upper body, 8 feet like Optimus Prime, and a tail like a dragon swinging its tail. When the image of Yami completely appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned, and their faces showed disbelief. For a while, the entire battlefield was silent, all the ninjas had dull expressions, and even the shuriken in their hands fell to the ground. Silent silence, representing unbelievable fear. The size of Yami is beyond their comprehension. This is no longer a human being, but a living tailed beast. My God, just. The 3 tails are just a little turtle in front of him. At this point, Sinead could no longer remain calm. Facing such an invincible enemy, she felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Yami only needs to use 2 fingers to easily crush him. The power gap between the two is inaccessible due to the distance between the stars. Boom. A ninja looked sluggish, and collapsed to the ground because of excessive fear. With his beginning, it immediately caused a chain reaction, and the hearts of the ninjas collapsed and fell into unprecedented despair. Just because Jamie looks unbeatable. Little bug, human beings are really humble little bugs. Let me crush you, crush your flesh and blood, and die, rubbish. Yami's arrogant and arrogant roar. He looked down on humans from the bottom of his heart, and wanted to exterminate the allied ninja army. Although Yami was arrogant, the other 10 blades were silent, especially the 8th blade Sar Apollo, whose faces were even paler. He was the weakest of the 5-10 blades, and it was easy for Yami to kill him. Still as arrogant as ever what? Ulquiorra responded in a low voice. Although he was dissatisfied with Yami's behavior, he did not stop him. As long as the anger in Yami's heart is fully vented, his body shape will return to normal. Virtual bullet. Yami raised his fist and angrily blasted at the crowd of Konoha ninjas. In an instant, red spiritual power blasted out from his fist, like a red sun, falling downwards. Flash. The screams came one after another, and the Konoha ninjas performed the telekinesis one after another, but something unexpected happened to them. When Yami's fist was swung, a strong wind pressure was generated, knocking down the figure in midair. Many Konoha ninjas fell to the ground in embarrassment. When they got up again, the virtual bullets had blocked their vision, and the ninjas could only die in despair. There was a loud bang, and the virtual bullet smashed the ground into a big pit. Many ninjas didn't even have a chance to struggle, and died tragically, turning into a bloody mess. Although they tried to use ninjutsu to resist, in the face of the powerful force of the virtual bullet, any ninjutsu was useless. Whether it's wind, fire, or thunder, the moment it touches the virtual bullet, it all vanishes into nothing. Overwhelming power, proclaiming the demise of the ninja coalition. Humans forgot to resist, forget to flee, and forget to fight. In the unprecedented despair, they even forgot their most instincts. Not because they didn't want to fight, but because there was no need for it. The power gap was so great that there was nothing they could do. Trash, even these replicas are trash, they all disappeared before my eyes. Yami frantically vented his anger. He waved his fist and blasted out bullet after bullet, smashing countless big holes into the ground like a meteor falling from the sky. The Ninja Coalition army suffered heavy casualties, and the corpses were lying in the wild. Many people died without resting their eyes, and there were still unbelievable eyes in their eyes until they were about to die. Watching her companions die one by one, Tsunade looked sluggish, her flawless body collapsed. She wrapped her arms in front of the white rabbit, panting violently. The hypophobia, which I managed to restrain, relapsed again in the face of excessive despair. Seeing familiar faces fall down, especially their eyes before they died, made Sinead's heart feel like a knife. As Konoha's fifth Hokage, she was helpless, and this blow made Sinead tired even more. When Yami returned to the blade, this could no longer be called a war, but a unilateral massacre. With his fists swung, the ninja troops were close to being destroyed, and more than 90% of the ninjas died under the false bullets of Yami. In the end, Yami turned his attention to Sinead. With such a strong breath, you look delicious. Yami stretched out his palm and tried to grab Sinead, but the opponent resisted. Sinead threw out a punch with a strange force, forcing Yami's fist to stop. Hey, I didn't expect you to be quite a worm. But in this case, I want to crush your body even more. Yami waved his fist again. This time he didn't give Sinead any chance. He waved his hands together and grabbed towards Sinead's body at the same time. Although Sinead is born with strange power, he is no match for Yami's power. In the end, the fifth Hokage was captured by Yami. If you let this little bug run away, you will be worthy of my ranking of the Zeroth blade. Yami grabbed Sinead with both palms, suppressing her natural power. Sinead Liu frowned, struggling hard, but could not break free. At this point, I still want to struggle. You have fallen into my hands and become a prisoner of Aizen's armor. Accept this fact, woman. Yami squeezed Sinead's body tightly and brought her to Aizen. The moment Sinead was put down, Aizen immediately performed the Dao binding technique, and a flaming iron chain appeared, firmly fixing Sinead's body. Fifth Hokage, Sinead Haim, from now on, you will be my captive. Chapter 237 What is Heart, Third More. The fifth Hokage was captured. If it was spread out, it would cause an uproar in the entire ninja world. You know, not long after Sinead ascended the throne of the fifth Hokage, he proposed an alliance with the Kingdom of Thunder because of the accident of the two-tailed cat. In this war, Yami turned into an angry beast and gave a heavy blow to the ninja coalition. 5 Hokage, your end has come. Don't try to struggle. Chapter 6 The two Dao binding techniques of light prison and chain binding trapped Sinead's body, making her unable to break free. Sinead didn't even have a chance to lift his arm, he couldn't break free with external force. With the death of the fourth Hokage and the arrest of the fifth Hokage, the end of the ninja coalition has come. In this war, they lost. There were heavy casualties on the battlefield, and corpses were scattered everywhere. The few remaining ninjas did not dare to act rashly. Just the gigantic tooth me was enough to scare them away from moving. Humans are all little ants, it's really boring. Yami spat out angrily, and the strong wind from his mouth was enough to blow away the bodies of those ninjas. His eyes condensed, the power of anger began to flow back into the body, his body continued to shrink, and the state of returning to the blade was lifted. Due to the lack of powerful shadow-level powerhouses, no one could threaten Yami 427, which made him angry. So Yami wasn't interested in this boring war, and he didn't even use the chance for a second outbreak. Except for Yami, the other 410 blade have been released from the state of returning to the blade. This war is over, the allied forces of the ninja world have been defeated, and there is no need to return to the blade, because human beings are too weak. It's a pity that this gorgeous drama ended like this. I'm really disappointed. Saw Apollo from the rest of those ninjas. There was a look of horror and fear on his face, and he sneered with disdain, and did not intend to do it again. If you lose your fighting spirit, you will never be able to stand up again. A ninja like that is no different from a waste. Aizen. Your conspiracy won't succeed. If today's matter goes out, the entire ninja world will join forces to deal with you. Sinead rebuked angrily. Although she realized that her hope was dashed, it didn't mean she was desperate. Even if the three kingdoms of the country of fire, the country of thunder, and the country of wind are hit, there are other ninja countries. When a demon that can threaten the safety of the ninja world appears, she believes that all the ninja kingdoms will put aside their prejudices and choose to join forces. The chains of fate will be cut off by me, and all the sins will be borne by me. In the beginning, there was no conspiracy or justice in this world, only the fact that it exists. Aizen said indifferently, "You haven't realized the truth until now? Only with these half-hearted ninjas, how can they fight against the 10 Blades Corps under my command? Whether it is the ninjas of the 5 kingdoms, the Zhao Group Rebellion, or the 9-tailed beasts, they will all become like flowers and moons in the mirror." Bubble. Sinead was stunned. She looked at Aizen's back and was shocked. The 5 10-blade worshippers followed behind Aizen. This scene left an indelible impression in Sinead's heart. "Let's go, there is no need to stay here anymore." Aizen took a step, and her figure disappeared instantly. Ha! Weak ninjas. The next time we meet will be a gorgeous third act. Tsar Apollo's crazy appearance left a nightmare memory among the remaining ninjas. With the disappearance of his figure, the battlefield was completely over. For generations of Raikage died, Sinead was captured, and many elite genin died. The strength of the 3 major powers suffered a devastating blow. The shadow of a village was captured, which has never happened in the history of the ninja world. Classmate Aizen. On the edge of the battlefield, Hinata looked at Aizen's receding back and murmured in a low voice. Her heart was full of hesitation, and the meeting she was looking forward to was going to end with this fate again. For the first time, she was confused. She witnessed the slaughter of the 10 blades with her own eyes, and felt the fierceness of the 10 blades. Hinata couldn't believe that Aizen was the leader of these demons. However, Sinead did not hate Aizen, because the initiator of this war was himself a high-level executive of the 3 major ninja nations. Moreover, the Hyuga family can be said to be the luckiest family in this war. In the area where they are located, few clones appear. All of this is because of Hinata. What should I do? Hinata was confused, she didn't know how to choose. The two had different positions, and although she didn't want to give up this opportunity, she had to make a choice. At this moment, the sound of breaking wind sounded, and Ulquiorra's figure suddenly appeared beside her. "Woman, Aizen-sama has given an order, come with me." Ulquiorra looked at Hinata calmly, trying to find information from Hinata's big watery eyes. It's a pity that Ulquiorra only saw the dazedness and the innocence of a girl. Perhaps it was this innocence that touched the mood of Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra pondered in a low voice. All along, he has been striving for the so-called heart. What is his heart? Heart is power, mind and emotion? As vast awed, Ulquiorra did not understand. Since his birth, he has no emotions. The reason why he loyally follows Aizen is also because of his instinctive pursuit of great power. Now, Ulquiorra seems to have understood the word feeling from Hinata. Perhaps, this is the heart that he has been striving for and has to hold in his palm. Hinata was stunned, she stared at Ulquiorra for a long time, and finally nodded. The reason why she was willing to leave with Ulquiorra was not just to find Aizen, but also for the safety of the 5th Hokage. She believed that as long as she existed, Doublade would not kill Sinead. Ulquiorra's palm rested on Hinata's shoulder. With a thought in his mind, he cast a ring, and the two of them disappeared instantly. Hinata Hana watched her sister's figure disappear and sighed heavily. The blazing sun shone, making the scarlet blood on the ground reflect a dazzling luster, adding a touch of sadness to the battlefield that was like a tragic human tragedy. This war is destined to shock the ninja world, and it will also change the pattern of the ninja world. The Akatsuki organization, which has been hiding in the dark, will not sit idly by, nor will the other 2 major ninja nations sit idly by. This war announced the end of the ninja world, and also announced the complete rise of Aizen. P.S. I wrote something that shouldn't have been written in the chapter in the morning, and it turned into garbled characters, sorry. Chapter 238 Launch the Fourth Ninja World War. Fourth More. As night fell, half a day had passed since the earth-shattering battle during the day. In half a day, this news swept the entire ninja continent like a storm, and almost every corner of every country was talking about this shocking war. For ordinary people, the feeling may not be too great, but for ninjas, this represents a tragedy. The death of the Fourth Raikage represents the passing of a ninja who stood at the highest level of the ninja world. Such news is undoubtedly shocking. At this time, everyone realized that a strong man who was enough to change the pattern of the ninja world was born. The Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. The Parliament Building, which is rarely open at night on weekdays, is brightly lit tonight. Obviously, Konoha executives held an emergency meeting overnight. In the spacious and bright meeting, there was a solemn atmosphere, and everyone was silent. Such a lifeless scene is the same as the original three ninja villages. The co-conspiracy scene here is in stark contrast. In just 2 days, they all fell from heaven to hell. Not only did the number of ninjas suffer heavy losses, but even the leaders of the three major villages were killed and one was captured. Such an incredible thing has never happened even in the first three ninja world wars. Shimura Danzo, Koharu, Mito Todo, and Jiro were all around the round table, all with heavy hearts. Except for Tsunade, only they can make decisions in Konoha. I really didn't expect that even Tsunade was captured alive. Aizen's power. It's terrifying, even the wily Danzo felt powerless for the first time. He has controlled the dark side of Konoha for many years, and has always been strategizing. With his exposed methods, there are almost no things that cannot be solved. However, the emergence of Aizen broke this phenomenon. Shimura Danzo is helpless about Aizen. He has no way to deal with Aizen, and he has no ability to deal with Aizen. As early as the moment of Aizen's betrayal, this opportunity had disappeared forever. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first-generation Hokage-sama, and also represents the purest bloodline of Konoha. She is also one of the legendary three ninjas. Even she will be captured. It seems that our initial negligence is destined to lead to a big mistake. Perhaps a catastrophe will come, and the ninja world will encounter an unprecedented dark age. Mito Menion's eyes are deep, and in his eyes there is a touch of wisdom that has been precipitated by the years. For a long time, he and Kyuan Zyoshun both stood opposite Danzo, and the two stood opposite each other. Mito Gaetian advocated peaceful means to govern the village. This time, he made a wrong decision to support Danzo and the war, which indirectly led to the disaster. Ugh. Mito Menion sighed. He remembered the 3 generations of Hokage who sacrificed heroically for the village, and felt a burst of guilt in his heart. After the death of the 3rd Hokage, their 2 advisors entrusted Jiro to find Tsunade and let her become the 5th Hokage, which was originally thought to be a wise decision. Now it seems that it actually hurt Tsunade. Even the only bloodline of the original Hokage can't be left. We are really useless. Although she was reluctant to admit this fact, the old woman, Zyoshun, still said these words heavily. She is too old to help Konoha by force, and can only rely on the experience of the old way. However, they faced the invincible 10-Blade Legion of Aizen with superb intelligence. In the face of this overwhelming force, whether it is a conspiracy or a trick, it is a cloud, and it is useless. There's no need to be so desperate. We haven't completely failed yet. Why should we destroy our prestige and increase the morale of others? Jiro suddenly slapped his palm on the round table, breaking the silence of the conference room. As the legendary Sannin, he is very powerful. Although according to the information, Ochimayu was surrendered and Tsunade was captured, 2 of the 3 ninjas have already fallen into the hands of Aizen. but Xylai also has absolute confidence that the same mistakes will not be repeated. Aizen's behavior is not only harmful to our Konoha, but also to the other two major ninja nations, and even the entire ninja world. So I believe this is a perfect time. Chira said imposingly, we may be able to use this opportunity to achieve something that even the original Naruto-sama did not do. Unite ninjas from various countries, form a more powerful ninja alliance, and launch the Fourth Ninja War. This Ninja World War is different from the past. It is not a civil war between the major ninja nations, but a concerted effort to target Aizen. What? Launch the Fourth Ninja War to kill Aizen? Shimura Danzo, Shun Koharu, and Mito Geichian looked at each other. They never thought about this kind of thing, because this is something that even the first Hokage, who calmed down the troubled world, could not do. You're right, but don't forget that there is also a confidant of the Zhao organization. If you start a war rashly without getting rid of the Zhao organization, it will only allow them to reap the benefits. Shimura Danzo shook his head. He was very aware of the strength of the Zhao organization. Although the Art Duo and the Immortal Duo have died, they should not be underestimated. The former genius of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha, and the ghost of Kirikin Village, Shikigami, just these two people gave Shimura Danzo a headache. Not to mention the mysterious Akatsuki leader and other members. You don't have to worry about that, Danzo-sama. Chira said calmly, over the years, in addition to tracking the traces of Orochimaru, I have also collected information about the Akatsuki organization. Their purpose is to capture the nine-tailed beast. This is the same as Aizen's purpose. That is to say, under the same interests and goals, they will inevitably conflict. In this way, it is us who are reaping the benefits. Don't forget that I have mastered the toad magic of Momu Mountain. If we launch a decisive battle, we can use the power of Momu Mountain. Jiro's remarks were like a heart booster, which swept away the slump in the hearts of the three Shimura Danzo. The three Konoha advisors pondered for a moment, and finally nodded, agreeing with Jiro's proposal. This is their only chance, and the only way to keep Konoha. Only by taking the opportunity to unite the entire ninja world and launch the Fourth Ninja World War, can Aizen be eliminated. Chapter 239 Middle to Junior, Effect 5th. Rain Country, Rhineland Village. The grey sky was covered with a layer of rain and fog. The country of rain has been raining continuously all day long, which seems to herald the end of this era. The tower at the highest point of Yuan village has always been a forbidden place. Since the leader of the previous generation, Sancho Hanzo, was killed, ninjas have been forbidden to set foot here. Because this is not only a forbidden area, but also the stronghold of Akatsuki. Pain, Sanwei and Izao have been captured by Aizen. Our plan has failed. Zhao said solemnly. As Nagato's only trusted partner, she naturally knew why Akatsuki had captured the nine-tailed beasts for the ultimate Moon Eye plan. The Eye of the Moon project was originally proposed by Madara Uchiha. He hoped to open the Eye of Reincarnation and use the infinite moon reading to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create peace. After Madara Uchiha's death, this plan was carried out by Uchiha Obito, who was a Fen who had been standing behind the scenes. By collecting all the tailed beasts, revive the outsider golem that was sealed in the moon by the immortals of the Six Paths, and become the human pillar force of the ten-tailed, reaching the level of the immortals of the Six Paths to open the reincarnation eye of the Nine Goose Jade, and then cast his pupil power on the moon use infinite moon reading, to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create peace in the illusion. This is the Eye of the Moon project. If you want to revive the Ten Tails, one of the nine-tailed beasts is indispensable. The lack of any chakra will make the plan impossible. Tian Dao Pain was expressionless, but the coldness in his words showed his inner anger. Originally, according to the plan, The time was not ripe, and the capture of the nine-tailed beasts would take 3 years to execute. But the appearance of Aizen changed everything, forcing Akatsuki to surface, and had to catch the tailed beast in advance. However, something unexpected happened to Nagato. The members of Akatsuki, who seemed to be impossible to die, all died in the hands of 10 blades. Relying on the immortal body, the arrogant and domineering Feduan and Jodu died tragically at the hands of Ulquiorra, who was behind the sword. The art duo who advocated art also died at the hands of Ulquiorra and Nilu. The death of the 4S rank rebels severely damaged the strength of the Akatsuki organization. Although their strength is still not to be underestimated, it is still unknown who will die in the face of the 5 powerful 10 blades. Although the plan was forced to change, we are still determined to win the remaining 6-tailed beasts. We must take the lead and seal the 6-tailed beasts this morning. Tian Dao Pain's pupils are filled with many circles. This is the unique symbol of Samsara, and it also contains the eyes with the strongest pupil power in the entire ninja world. According to the information provided by Ju, Aizen's next target is likely to be the 4-tailed Sun Wukong. The 4-tailed human Yulai is a ninja named Lao Sai, who used to be a ninja in Iwayan village. His strength should not be underestimated. Tian Dao Pain kept his eyes on the ghost shark and Uchiha Itachi, and said solemnly, "Ghost shark, Itachi, this time the task is handed over to the 2 of you, and the 4 tails are bound to be taken back." "Yes, Chief." Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon on eye shark did not resist this mission. With their strength, it is a matter of hand to defeat the 4-tailed Manj Yulai. The sinner of the Uchiha clan, the title of the ghost of Kirin village is not a false name. But, before you set off, I want to introduce you to the new members. Tian Dao Pain turned his voice, looked at the room behind him, and said coldly, "Come out, he. After waiting for so long, I finally have the opportunity to join Zhao's organization. Seniors, my name is Fe. Please give me more advice in the future." Wearing a black coat and wearing a whirlpool mask, Arthur walked out of the room and immediately blinded the ghost shark's eyes. He understood why the leader would find such an idiot to join the organization. Because Fe shows a kind of pankexi who pretends to be crazy and sells stupid from top to bottom, which is incompatible with the usual style of Zhao organization. The audience was silent, and the appearance of Arthur was immediately cold. He seemed to find that he was unpleasant, scratched his head in embarrassment, and sneered, "Seniors, don't put on such a cold expression, you should be as enthusiastic as me." Everyone was speechless again. Arthur was like a monkey sent to hide, just talking to himself, ignoring the expressions of other people. Has he finished speaking? It seems so. There's a lot of nonsense. Uchiha Itachi and Kazuki and I have indifferent expressions, showing a cold attitude. It's not that they don't welcome Arthur, but that Arthur is too stupid. Boy, each of us has a proud ability, like Deidara's explosion art, Red Sand Scorpion's puppet art, Haiden's immortal body, Kiru's 5 hearts, Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, my water escape ninjutsu. The ghost shark put the big sword shark muscle on his shoulder, and asked in a cold voice, "We have reached the pinnacle of what we are good at and mastered powerful forces. What about you? What did you use to join their Zhao organization?" He, senior, you asked such a good question. My best skill is to escape. With a look of excitement, Arthur shouted loudly, "Escape is the art, and escape is the strongest power. As long as I want to run, there is no." Before Arthur finished speaking, the ghost shark came to his side with a black line on his face, and the big sword shark muscle in his hand waved, but it passed through Arthur's body. "Hey, senior, it's impossible for you to cut me." Arthur stepped back and came to Tian Dao Pain's side. He also made a grimacing face to the ghost shark. In fact, each of them 4.7 is tacit. Tian Pain, Zunan, Uchiha Itachi, and dried persimmon ghost shark all know Afe's identity. They all mistook the other for Madara Uchiha. Everyone has had entanglements with Afe. Obito was an accomplice in the Uchiha genocide murder case. The 4 generations of water shadows are controlled, and the ghost shark is also an insider. It's just that they mistakenly believed that other companions did not know the identity of Obito, so they would perform this scene, in order not to expose the identity of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito, the sophomore boy who was brainwashed by Madara, finally stepped onto the stage from behind the scenes and made his official debut. P.S. Actually, I don't understand why Kishimoto would let Obito pretend to be an idiot. He is obviously a big boss, and he has to rely on pretending to be an idiot to eat. Chapter 240, The Secret of Reincarnation I, 6th. The Land of Fields, the Underground Palace. Unlike before, there were many figures in the spacious and bright palace. With Aizen's plan step by step, the power condensed under his hands became stronger. In addition to the 5-10 blades, there are Ziazing, Belu, Kurama Yakumo, Inu Jaiori, etc. These people are Aizen's loyal subordinates. Orochimaru was not included. In the beginning, he was forced to follow Aizen. One wrong step, one wrong step. Now he sees too many possibilities from Aizen. Even if he wants to change his mind, it's just wishful thinking. A waste whose hands are sealed, even a normal tooth can easily clean up. In that war, Orochimaru played a soy sauce role. Relying on Bellahu's technique, he narrowly escaped the ninjutsu attack and ended up safe and sound. All the respectful people stood below, their eyes focused on Aizen on the throne. In the middle of them, Tsunade was bound by ghost magic and was powerless to struggle. At this moment, her identity is no longer the 5th Hokage, but a prisoner. Although Tsunade couldn't speak, her angry eyes had already said everything. She is not willing to be captured alive like this, nor is she willing to be reduced to a prisoner. For more than 40 years of ninja career, but in exchange for such an end, for a strong woman like Tsunade, it is simply unbearable. Lord Aizen, if you catch her, it means that the faith in the country of fire has collapsed, and the destruction of Konoha is only a matter of time. Bellahu used to be a Konoha ninja, so he naturally knew what Hokage represented in the hearts of every Konoha ninja. He said enthusiastically, more importantly, Tsunade is not only the 5th Hokage, but also the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. She has the purest blood of Konoha, and the blood of the Kainzu family. Oh? Thousand-handed clan? Aizen is rarely interested in this matter. When he was still lurking in Konoha, he had heard of the Thousand Hands clan. A long time ago, the Senju family was the same family as the Uchiha family. The two families joined forces to pacify the troubled world and establish the Konoha ninja village. At that time, the leader of the Senju clan was the most powerful 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the only man with the wooden shield. Even after decades, the original Naruto is still the god of ninja, in the hearts of countless ninjas, with the aura of calming down the chaotic world. But what makes Aizen puzzled is that the Kainzu family seems to no longer have the glory of the past. Although they are still the famous family of Konoha, there is no genius. Except for Tsunade, everyone else was like everyone else and did not inherit the talent of the original Hokage. The rumored Kainzu clan that pacified the troubled world seems to be a bit exaggerated. Aizen's calm words contained a kind of disdain. What he said was right, the Kainzu clan and the Uchiha clan went hand in hand and were the pillars of Konoha. But as time passed, the Uchiha clan was still strong, but the Kainzu clan became bleak. Lord Aizen, with your strength, you naturally don't need to take the Kainzu clan in your eyes. Perhaps only the resurrection of the 1st Hokage is qualified to fight against you. Bellu is indeed a loyal bastard, this flattery slips into the air. However, he was ignored by the indifferent Aizen. Aizen paused for a moment, and then said, Ochimaru, you must have mastered a lot of secret information after so many years of research? Facing Aizen's gaze, Ochimaru couldn't help but flinch. He lowered his head and said fearfully, Lord Aizen, as early as 20 years ago, I mastered the cells of the first Hokage, and I also mastered the regeneration ability of the wooden shield. Not only me, but also the Akatsuki organization. The cells of the original Hokage. It's just. Ochimaru hesitated for a moment, then said regretfully, I used the first generation cells to do human experiments and transplanted the first generation cells into infants in an attempt to cultivate a new wooden shield. Unfortunately, it still failed in the end. Only one person succeeded, and he was a member of Konoha Anbu, Yamato. Ochimaru went on to say, when we mention primary cells, we have to mention the shaking eye. Master Aizen, you have played against Itachi Uchiha before, and you must be aware of the power of the kaleidoscope shaking eye. Aizen nodded silently, not against Ochimaru's words. In the fight in Konoha, if he hadn't been the first to use Jingyu Shuayu, he might not have been able to escape the moon reading eye technique. After coming to Ninja World, Uchiha Itachi was one of the few people who let Aizen admit it. Sharing the eye is the real power. Ochimaru's eyes are hot, and he highly respects the power of Sharingan. He said excitedly, just like Sasuke Uchiha's writing wheel eye only has 2 hooks, and the ability of writing wheel eyes at different stages is also different. After the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye is advanced, it will become a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. On top of the kaleidoscope, there is the eternal kaleidoscope. Once you have the eternal kaleidoscope, it means that your pupil power has reached its peak. But this is not the end. Ochimaru's expression became pious. At this time, he was like a fanatical believer in 503. He worshipped and said, according to my years of research, I have come up with a shocking secret. In the Battle of End Valley that attracted worldwide attention, Madara Uchiha was defeated by the first Hokage, but he did not die. Become an eye with the power of God, the Eye of Reincarnation. The Eye of Reincarnation? Aizen frowned. It was the first time he heard the Samsara Eye, and it wasn't even recorded in the Root Organization's intelligence film. The Eye of Reincarnation has supreme power and is also the pinnacle of pupil power. According to my guess, in the entire ninja world, Madara Uchiha may be the only one who has opened the Eye of Reincarnation. Uchiha Madara, what an interesting human being. The corners of Aizen's mouth raised a meaningful smile. He had heard of Madara Uchiha's reputation more than once, as if this person had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even if he has the Eye of Reincarnation, he can't resist the erosion of time after all. Sal Apollo sneered. A dead man was nothing to him at all. No, there is another way to revive him. The Art of Reincarnation. Chapter 241 Don't Let Fate Miss It Again, 7th More. There is only one way to revive Madara Uchiha. The Art of Reincarnation. Ochimaru said calmly. He once joined the Zhao organization and knew the existence of 6-path pain. In the entire ninja world, only Nagato can use the reincarnation technique. But only the leader of Akatsuki can resurrect Madara Uchiha. Aizen smiled slightly and said, Zhao organization, although we don't know the purpose of catching the 9-tailed beasts, we are determined to win the remaining 6-tailed beasts. Zamali, Yami, Ulquiorra. The 3 of you should set off. Based on the information provided by Ochimaru and Belahu, capture the 4 of them, Yulai. Aizen gave the order. Although he was interested in the Eye of Reincarnation, he didn't care. Only the power within reach is the real power. So the top priority is to capture the 9-tailed beasts. Yes, Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra, Yami, and Zomari responded respectfully. After the 3 of them received the order, They left the underground palace and went to the land of the earth to capture the four tails. You guys also stepped back. With Aizen's order, everyone stepped back. In an instant, Aizen was the only one left in the spacious palace. In the dead of night, Aizen's thoughts shifted, and he no longer paid attention to the nine-tailed beasts. In his mind, a beautiful and moving figure appeared, Hyuga Hinata. During the day, when he left the battlefield, he didn't take Hinata for the first time. Afterwards, he ordered Ulquiorra to take Hinata and bring her to this hidden underground palace. Hinata. Aizen's figure disappeared from the throne, leaving only a meaningful voice floating in the air. Somewhere in the underground palace, in a luxuriously decorated room, the pure and kind Hinata was standing by the window thoughtfully. She quietly looked out the window at the scenery. Her thoughts fell into contemplation. Only since she came here, she did not meet Aizen for the first time. After Ulquiorra brought her here, she was the only one left. Being brought into a strange environment by a stranger, Hinata was not worried. She believed that Aizen would never hurt her. This feeling, although ethereal and illusory, was real in her heart. Crunch. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open, and a figure walked into the room. Hinata seemed to have a feeling, but when she turned around suddenly, she saw the figure that made her think about it. Aizen. Classmate, for some reason, even though Aizen is now the leader of the 10 Blades, he has unrivaled strength. His impression in Hinata's mind was still that of the courteous, gentle and humble Aizen classmate back then. In fact, whenever Aizen faced Hinata, he did look like this. Even if he is majestic in the eyes of 10 Blades, even if he is cold in the eyes of the enemy. Whenever Aizen saw Hinata's budding eyes, there was always a gentle smile on her face. Hinata. Aizen walked towards Hinata, her always cold heart finally felt a touch. Every time I see Hinata, there are always tears on this innocent girl's face. Those were tears of joy and tears of reunion after a long absence. The pitiful appearance of Hinata melted Aizen's cold heart unknowingly. It's great, I finally see you again, Aizen-san. Hinata could no longer suppress her inner ecstasy, and trotted all the way to Aizen. Just like that night in Numokuni, Hinata couldn't help running to Aizen, who had reunited after a long absence. Hinata wept with joy, and her delicate body trembled slightly with joy. She never dreamed that the figure she was concerned about in her dream actually appeared in front of her eyes. This feeling is like a real dream. If this was a dream, Hinata would never wake up. She just wanted to live carefree in a dream, and Aizen would appear around her every day, and that was enough. Tears of joy kept dripping from the corners of his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Hinata had come to Aizen. She stopped, weeping with joy. With a little doubt, but also a little joy. Hinata hesitantly came to Aizen and grabbed his shirt tightly. Sorry, I haven't seen you for a long time, I made you worry, Hinata. Really? Aizen stretched out her palm and stroked Hinata's hair. There was only intense concern in the words. It's Aizen's hand. As before, it's wide and warm. This smell, Aizen's scent, keeps washing my soul. Hinata shed tears of happiness, tears shed because of excessive longing. Staying by Aizen's side, she felt a kind of warmth. You've become haggard. Aizen stroked Hinata's hair lightly, her words seemed to have some kind of magic power, constantly warming Hinata's heart. Hinata took the initiative to lean her head against the near Aizen, feeling this rare command. If it was a dream, she'd rather never wake up. It doesn't matter, as long as you stay by your side, Aizen-san, it doesn't matter. Aizen looked at Hinata in her arms, a hint of hesitation flashed in the depths of her pupils. He suddenly remembered that night in the country of Swamp, he also stroked Hinata's hair like this, making Hinata snuggle by his side. It's a pity that Aizen broke free from Hinata's snuggle that night, whispered farewell in his ear, and disappeared into the dazed night. That time parting was like parting from an old friend, and the song ended. The storm-like separation lost the peace and end of the world. The most lost is Hinata. Hinata. The girl looked sad and lowered her head in despair. Back then, Hinata seemed to be immersed in a happy dream. She snuggled in Aizen's arms and sniffed the familiar smell. When she simply thought that she would never leave again, Aizen left cruelly. Now, the same scene is happening again. This time, no matter what, Hinata will not let go. She hugged Aizen's body tightly, her small head desperately digging into Aizen's arms. She didn't want to miss this opportunity again, she didn't want to feel the heart-piercing pain, she didn't want to taste parting again. A short distance is like the hearts of two people, they can be connected together just by grasping hard. Aizen felt the thoughts of the girl in her arms, and her eyes flickered. He stroked Hinata's hair, leaning the small head on his shoulder. The 242nd chapter, Four-Tailed Pillar Force, 8th. The night was hazy, and in the blink of an eye, the long night passed. The next day, in the land of the earth, next to a secret forest. At this time, the sky was covered with a dark cloud, and the originally clear sky was pouring rain. The icy rain falls low on the leaves and runs along the delicate branches. All the raindrops converged into a river on the ground, rolling and flowing. The two figures stood under the majestic torrential rain, and even though the icy rain wet their robes, they remained indifferent. The black robe, the red Zoan, the unique logo of the Zhao organization. Uchiha Itachi, dried persimmon ghost shark. Itachi, go under the tree to take shelter from the rain, it will light up. A smile lined the corners of the grim-faced ghost shark's mouth, making his ugly face even more terrifying. The ghost shark held the hilt of the shark muscle and pulled out the big sword that was carried behind him. Okay. Uchiha Itachi was expressionless, and even his words revealed an icy aura emanating from his bones. In addition to his heroic spirit, his handsome face also showed a hint of evil charm because of the three-ditch jade writing will eyes in his eyes. Uchiha Itachi is still calm and composed even though his partner is the fierce and mighty Kirin village ghost. Even if Uchiha Itachi has his back to the ghost, he has absolute confidence to defeat the opponent. This confidence comes from the heart, from the bloodline of the Uchiha 5-7 family, and from Itachi's own astonishing talent. He is a genius of the Uchiha family. He is as famous as stopping the water since he was a child. The Uchiha clan, who have been in the ninja world for countless years, was eradicated by Itachi himself, which is enough to see how powerful Itachi is. Let's take shelter from the rain first, so that I can contact the leader. The ghost shark smiled at the corner of his mouth, and waved his shark muscle to pick it up to the ground. Click. The huge blade provoked a body that fell on the ground. The ghost shark carried the hilt of the shark muscle and picked this dying body on the shark muscle. This unfortunate man was dying, only his last breath left. He was panting hard, feeling weak, giving up the struggle. It's not that he doesn't want to struggle, it's that there's nothing he can do. If it hadn't been for the dry persimmon ghost shark's mercy, the old man's head would have been beheaded long ago. This old man is the four-tailed manjari, he. Wearing purple clothes and breastplate ninja gear, the hair at the back is tied into a small trick like a ponytail, and he has a big beard. Lao Zai was originally a ninja in Aiwen village, the land of the earth. Like Sachikage, he was a stubborn old man, and because of this, he was at odds with Sachikage. After a dispute, he left Yanin village. After leaving the village, he became a wandering monk. He worked hard to control the four tails every day, and learned the ninjutsu to cooperate with the four tails. The day before yesterday, after Tian Daoping gave an order, in order to capture the four-tailed Monkey King, Uchiha Itachi and Shikigami went to capture Lao Zai. The two sides fought in the long night. Even if Laozai can cooperate with the Four Tails and display the fusion ninjutsu, it is still useless. Due to Shui Dun's restraint on Wrong Dun, he was eventually defeated by the dried persimmon ghost shark and captured. Uchiha Itachi looked at Laozai coldly, and said indifferently, "He seems to be dying, Ghost Shark, you should be more polite to an elderly person." TSK, Itachi, after listening to you, I know you don't know him. The Ghost Shark frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Don't underestimate this old man, he is a man who can use the four-tailed melting shield, so don't be polite to him at all." Uchiha Itachi seemed to be thoughtful, walking alone in the rain, listening to the complaints of the ghost sharks. "You didn't fight him, so you can't understand my hard work." Ghost Shark glanced at Laozai, then groaned angrily. Previously, he fought against the Four Tails and consumed a lot of chakra. If it weren't for the large sword shark muscle that could absorb chakra, the battle process would have been even more difficult. Humph. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, not caring. If it was him, he would only need a glance, a gaze that contained a kaleidoscope of writing wheels, and in an instant it can solve the four-tailed human pillar force. Although illusion is rare, it is the simplest and most true method. At that time, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha's belt map, also used the writing wheel to easily control the nine tails. "Ha, don't put on such a cool expression, Itachi." Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark grinned and said, "However, this time, I also asked to fight alone. Although the process was a bit difficult, I finally managed to solve this old man without any risk." But Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark's smile stopped at the corner of his mouth, and then said sternly, "Just leave the person you are in charge of, Julie, to me, and let me beat him to death. You are too excited, Ghost Shark." Uchiha Itachi glanced at him coldly, ignoring Gui Shark's arrogance. Feeling the coldness in Itachi's eyes, the Ghost Shark hurriedly changed the subject and said, "Speaking of which, I'm really tired. I can finish the catch quickly, and I can rest. This matter can't be rushed. No matter what, it will take some effort. Let's take a rest first." Uchiha Itachi said calmly, "It's hard to say, there shouldn't be a few left, right? One-tailed Shui, two-tailed Katyu, and three-tailed Gifu have been captured by Aizen and his 10 blades, and the four-tailed fell into our hands." Ghost Shark said solemnly, 9 tails need to wait until the final seal, otherwise, the balance will be destroyed because the chakra is too large. This is the rule set by the leader before. In that case, the key to our competition with Aizen and the others is the four-tailed beasts from 5 to 8 tails. The corner of Gui Shark's mouth outlined a stern smile. "Anyway, we want to capture people alive, as long as we find them as soon as possible and catch them. That's actually nothing. No matter what the arrest order is, it doesn't affect the result. What we should be worried about is the 10 blades." Uchiha Itachi sat down on a big tree and said calmly, "The 10 blades are the unstable factors that affect the plan. Even Deidara and the others have failed. We have to be cautious." Suddenly, Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly. He sensed 3 violent energies that were rushing in this direction. "Ghost Shark, go back." Itachi's figure turned into dozens of black crows and instantly left the place. Boom! A red beam of light descended from the sky, smashing the ground where Itachi was originally. 3 figures appeared in midair. Ulquiorra, Gami, Zamali. The 243rd Uchiha Itachi vs 10 blades. 9th more. 3 figures fell from the sky. Ulquiorra, Gami, and Zomari stood in midair. The previous beam of light was a fictitious flash from Yami. Although it was powerful, its speed was lacking, and it was easily avoided by Uchiha Itachi and Kanaki Anai. Ulquiorra, it's really time for us to come. Yami withdrew his fist, Originally, the information provided by Ochimayu and Pelio only recorded the general area of Laozai, and did not indicate the specific location. The reason why the three of Aokigahara set off overnight was to find Laozai before Akatsuki. However, they were still a step too late, and the dried persimmon ghost shark relied on his own strength to easily deal with Laozai and capture the four-tailed Manju alive. However, the scope of the battle between the water escape and the melting shield was too large, and even a radius of several hundred meters was affected. Aokigahara and the three of them sensed this wave and rushed to the front of Itachi and Unai when they were resting. Looks like I've finally met a human who isn't trash. Yami is still arrogant and arrogant. He is born with a noble mentality and regards human beings as garbage. The massacre in that scene further fueled this idea. Unfortunately, his arrogance found the wrong target. He's up against one of Uchiha's greatest geniuses ever, Itachi Uchiha, whose name alone stands for power. Don't be careless, Yami, these two are not easy. If I'm not wrong, that person is Itachi Uchiha who once escaped from the hands of Aizen-sama. Aokigahara did not despise the two, even though he killed several members of Akatsuki himself. But at a close distance, he could feel the powerful pupil power in Itachi's eyes. He has the same ability as Aizen-sama, and controls the top illusions. Such a person is very dangerous. Aokigahara's expression was solemn, and just by observing, he judged Itachi as an extremely dangerous enemy. Ha! A white robe with a Zanpakuto on his waist. It looks like you are the legendary 10 Blades. The dried persimmon ghost shark waved the big sword shark muscle and threw Laozai's body to the ground. He felt the oppression of 10 Blades and was not as easy to deal with as Renji Yulai. Unfortunately, most of the chakra in my body has been consumed. But I have shark muscles, so I won't be afraid of the loss of energy. The dried persimmon ghost shark shook his hand back, and the cloth belt on the big sword shark's muscle completely shattered, revealing the ferocious big sword. He was full of fighting spirit, and the chakra in his body was flowing. Although only half of the chakra is left, it is still as vast as the sea. The ghost shark not only has the title of the ghost of the fog-hidden village, but also the title of the human-shaped tail beast. It is arrogant in itself to wave a knife at us when we know the ending is decided. Zomari slowly pulled out the chopper knife, and he locked his gaze on the ghost shark. Let the ghost shark accept the domination of love, that's what the other party deserves. Ring it. Zomari's figure disappeared in an instant, and he came behind the ghost shark in an instant. This speed suddenly made the ghost shark's face change in shock. The sharp Zanpakuto slashed fiercely at the ghost shark, the Zanpakuto and the big sword shark collided with each other, shocking him. Dazzling sparks. The ghost shark pulled the big sword shark muscle and sneered, "My big sword shark muscle is not used to cut people, but to cut people." Stab. Countless spikes were shot from the shark's muscle, which immediately worn down Zomari's arm. He didn't expect the shark muscle to have such a function. Zomari was angry. His mind moved, and the figure disappeared again, appearing behind the ghost shark, but he still left herself in place. Zomari's unique skills, twinkling. Huh? What's going on here? The ghost shark was puzzled, and he found that he couldn't tell which Zomari was the real body. Schwanja turns. My speed is the fastest among the 10 Blades. And I processed it again and made something like a clone, just like the shadow clone you said. When Zomari's voice fell, his other voice disappeared like a bubble. This strange scene made the ghost shark's heart shake even more. It seems that you were surprised by this. Zomari finally showed a look of disdain in his eyes, and he sneered, "Well, it's like a magic trick. This magic trick is only used to scare opponents. You shouldn't be ashamed because your eyes can't keep up. HMPH, it's just a trick to fool people." The ghost shark waved his shark muscle and smiled sensibly. My shark muscle can not only cut people, but also absorb energy. The moment I slashed your body just now, I have absorbed the energy in your body. This energy can feed back so much chakra to me, no wonder the shark muscles are so excited. When the ghost shark's words fell, a violent chakra erupted from his body expression. After absorbing Zamali's spiritual power and transforming it into chakra, the ghost shark's injury recovered and returned to its prosperous state again. 10 blades, enjoy a deep sea feast. The ghost shark jumped and slashed towards Zamali's head with his shark muscles. On the other side, Ulquiorra and Gami faced off against Sasuke Uchiha. Neither Itachi nor Ulquiorra acted rashly. Reckless actions will only expose one's own weaknesses without knowing the other's abilities. Aizen's subordinate, 10 blades, do you know what your numbers are? Facing the persecution of the two 10 blades, Uchiha Itachi remained calm and did not even open the writing wheel. There was an outrageous calm in his icy eyes. Ulquiorra, number 4, I'm fourth in the 10 blades. Ulquiorra unzipped the zipper on his shoulders, revealing the skin with the number 4 engraved on it. So that's the case. So, Feduan, Jodu, and Deidara all died in your hands? Uchiha Itachi was expressionless, even in the face of Ulquiorra, the most powerful of the 10 blades, he was still so calm and calm. Yes, in the face of invincible forces, they still try to resist and stop them. Death is their best destination. Ulquiorra drew out his cutting knife, pointed the sharp blade at Itachi Uchiha, and said coldly, no matter what happens to your companion, as long as I think you are a target to be destroyed, that's enough. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, Naruto, Laughing Out Loud Super God System. Everyone can go and read it. Chapter 244 The Illusion That Is Difficult to Distinguish Between True and False. 10th More. As long as I think you are an object to be destroyed, that's enough. Ulquiorra raised his Zanpakuto high, and his spiritual power radiated. Even if he hadn't returned to the blade, this huge spiritual power was enough to affect the entire forest. Want to destroy me? Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the evil and charming Sangu Jade appeared in his eyes. The Uchiha clan's unique blood follower limit, the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye. Ring it. Ulquiorra sensed the danger in Itachi's pupils, and he acted swiftly and decisively to launch an attack before Itachi launched the pupil technique. He swung the Zanpakuto, raised his hand and dropped it, piercing Itachi's body between the fire and light stones. To Ulquiorra's surprise, Itachi didn't run away. Instead, he stayed where he was, and the Zanpakuto, which was full of flaws, pierced through his body. You are very strong. Itachi's eyes were dim, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his body fell to the ground weakly. Huh? What's the matter? He's so vulnerable? It's rubbish. Gami looked at Ulquiorra, who was about to fall to the ground and was about to die, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he was shocked to see Uchiha Itachi's finger pointing to the other side. Ulquiorra and Yami were stunned. They followed Itachi's gesture, but found another Uchiha Itachi standing in front of them intact, staring at them with contempt. Quack quack. Uchiha Itachi, who had fallen to the ground and died, turned into dozens of black crows, flying around Ulquiorra and Gami. The croaking sound in the crow's mouth seemed to laugh at the arrogance of the two of them. Illusion. Ulquiorra frowned and said displeasedly, Itachi Uchiha, you tricked us with your best illusion. When exactly is it? Uchiha Itachi was expressionless and responded indifferently. From the beginning, the moment you saw my eyes, the illusion has already begun. Yami's heart trembled. This method of silently performing illusions made them feel terrified. If he is facing Uchiha Itachi alone, the opponent's mere illusion is enough to play him with applause. Although Ulquiorra and Gami have powerful powers, they are not immune to illusions. What's more, Uchiha Itachi's illusion has been after reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world. Apart from the dead Shishui and the immortal arts of the two-toed immortals of Momu Mountain, there is no one else who can compare with him. Sure enough, it's the same ability as Aizen-sama. It's really tricky. For the first time, Ulquiorra felt a threat, a strong threat that could take his life. This kind of feeling, even in the face of Deidara's Sifa Garuda, has also occurred. Do you still think you can destroy me? Uchiha Itachi stood indifferently. His pupils were crimson red, and the three-hooked jade swirled around the pupils. If you stare into his eyes for a long time, you will have a trance illusion. Damn, people who rely on their eyes are so arrogant. Yami roared, and he fiercely rushed towards Uchiha Itachi, waving his fists continuously. One after another phantom bullets smashed into the ground where Uchiha Itachi was like a pear blossom in a rainstorm. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, sawdust fluttered in the forest, and towering trees fell one by one, causing the ground to vibrate with dust. However, even in the face of the overwhelming phantom bullets, Uchiha Itachi remained calm. When the phantom bullets were about to hit his body, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his body dissipated again, turning into dozens of crows. It's still an illusion. The reckless and impulsive Tomi was once again deceived by Uchiha Itachi with illusion. No matter how strong his attack was, he still couldn't hit Itachi's body. Even if he saw the image in front of him, it might not be real. Get out of the way, Yami. Suddenly, Ulquiorra's shout came from behind Yami. His face changed in shock, and before he could react, a huge fireball blasted out from another direction in the forest, hitting Yami in an instant. The blazing high temperature radiated from the burning flame, and the white robe on Yami's body was burned by the flames, torn and cracked. Wow! Yami let out a scream. Although the fireball wasn't enough to kill him, the high-temperature flames still made Yami's head devastated. Damn, you hateful human, you actually burn my clothes. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Yami waved his arms, violent spiritual power poured out, and immediately extinguished the flames covering his body. It's time to end the boring trick. Ulquiorra raised her two fingers and shot a phantom in the other direction. Emerald green phantom flashes shot into the forest, and then exploded. A violent energy storm surrounded the banquet. On the big tree a moment behind Ulquiorra and the two, Uchiha's Itachi appeared. He looked down at the two of them condescendingly, and said with admiration, "You can actually see through my illusion. It seems that you are stronger than I imagined." The Shakers of the Uchiha family do possess superb illusions. But at this level, it's not enough to kill us. Ulquiorra pulled down the sleeve of his arm and said, "Did you see it? My arm. Every 10 blade has different degrees of steel skin. Although your ninjutsu is very powerful, it is not enough to break through. Unlock the strength of our steel. If I'm not wrong in my estimation, you shouldn't be good at melee techniques, right? Then you should use the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Otherwise, you have no chance of winning. Is that so? There is no 5.6 chance of winning." When Uchiha Itachi turned on the kaleidoscope Shenyan, he looked straight at Ulquiorra with indifferent eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Just let you see, Shenyan, which is the real power of our Uchiha clan." His eyes were fixed on Ulquiorra, and his red eyes finally changed. The three-hook jade in the pupil rotates rapidly, continuously circulating along a special trajectory. Every time it rotates, there is a strange wave coming out. When the speed of the three-hook jade's rotation slowed down, it finally stopped. Immediately, Sangu merged with the black pupils in the eyes, forming a three-leaf fan shuriken shape. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, The Strongest Summoning Heroes to Hegemony. You can go and read it. Chapter 245 Pupil Technique, Amaterasu. First update. Kaleidoscope Shakers. This kind of eyes is very special. From the moment you master the eyes, these eyes go into darkness. If you use them too much, they will be sealed little by little. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, a three-leaf fan shuriken-shaped goo appeared. This is the second time he has used a kaleidoscope to write round eyes after Konoha and Aizen played against each other. Don't you want to destroy me? But you can't win against me with a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his arm from his sleeve, and said coldly, unfortunately, your goal can only be a phantom from beginning to end. Is that so? Is this how you go all out? Ulquiorra swung out a knife, and a wave of spiritual energy slashed towards Uchiha Itachi. However, the seemingly ferocious trick was penetrated by Uchiha Itachi. Under the fine insight of the kaleidoscope, this air wave is slow and slow. Uchiha Itachi indifferently dodged the attack, forming a seal on his hands. Siweshin Hai Wu Yin. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Itachi transformed the chakra in his body into flames, and spit out a huge fireball from his mouth. This time, the power of the Hao Fireball is far greater than before. The fire is monstrous and burning. Such an offensive is meaningless. Ulquiorra raised two fingers, and the green spiritual energy condensed, and then turned into a beam of light. In midair, Xushan and Hao Fireball collided, and the towering trees around them all fell down. Humph! Ulquiorra clenched her fingers tightly, tearing apart the remaining energy in front of her. His sleeves were burned to ashes by the flames, and dark scorch marks appeared on his white skin. In this head-to-head fight, Ulquiorra did not have the upper hand. After opening the kaleidoscope shaker, Uchiha Itachi's strength has increased several times, and even the fire escape ninjutsu has been blessed. It's no wonder that when Aizen mentioned you, a deep expression appeared on his face. Ulquiorra's face was solemn. After he fought against Uchiha Itachi, he realized that this genius who shook the world of ninja had a big gap with the other members of the Akatsuki organization who had fought in the past. Itachi's strength is definitely stronger than them. Level. Only with your current strength, you can't win against me. It's not that your strength is not enough, it's just that my pupil's strength is too strong. Uchiha Itachi opened the zipper and hung one hand on the gap of his clothes. He didn't take Ulquiorra and Tomi in his eyes at all. It's arrogant, to face our two swordsmen, and even put on such a leisurely attitude. Ulquiorra did not get angry. He smiled calmly, put the Zanpakuto in front of him, and said indifferently, it seems that you haven't tasted true despair before you dare to say such a big thing. Shut up. Ulquiorra was about to speak the liberating language, but was stopped by Yami. Ulquiorra, get out of the way, this kind of arrogant human being is up to me to deal with. Yami was burning with anger. Not only did he not get any benefit from his shot just now, but he suffered a loss in Itachi's hands. This feeling made him very unhappy. As the 0-10 blade, even a human can't solve it, it's a huge shame. I'll kill you, I'm going to kill you, rubbish human. Yami has been swept away by his anger. Relying on his huge size, he ran after Itachi unscrupulously. He was going to smash Itachi into flesh with his angry fists, and he was going to smash Itachi's bones with his strong arms. Yami. Don't be impulsive, be careful to be fooled again. Returning the blade was stopped by Yami. Ulquiorra was not angry, instead he reminded Yami anxiously. Because even he didn't dare to approach Uchiha Itachi at will. Unwitting illusions are the most difficult moves to deal with. It's better not to judge a person based on appearance and impression, because you are too attached to such insignificant things, so you will ignore the really important things. The real change cannot be constrained by rules, hunches or imaginations. Uchiha Itachi didn't dodge Yami's attack this time. He actually stood there without any intention of dodging. Itachi looked at Tommy calmly and slowly closed his right eye. It is also your highest honor to be able to die under Amaterasu. When Uchiha Itachi finished saying these words, his right eye opened in vain, and a trace of blood was left in his eyes. Hitomitsu, Amaterasu. Where Itachi's pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes focused, black flames appeared out of thin air. These black flames are burning. This flame is different from ordinary flames, as if from hell, burning endlessly. As long as you are stained with this black flame, you cannot escape unless it is turned into ashes. Amaterasu, known as the strongest physical attack, and the attack that can never be evaded, can only be used by those with open eyes. When you don't burn your target, it won't go out. You can burn everything. Without any external force, Amaterasu's flame will burn the captured target to ashes before it goes out. After Amaterasu's black flames appeared, under the control of Uchiha Itachi's vision, they rushed towards Yami overwhelmingly. The scorching flames even caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. This is... Yami's face changed in shock. He had lived in the virtual circle for countless years, and he had never seen such a mysterious black flame, especially the temperature in the black flame, which made him tremble even more. No matter how arrogant Yami was, he finally gave up in front of Amaterasu. He only had one thought in his heart: escape. If he didn't dodge the flames, Yami felt like he was going to die. Damn, what the hell is this flame? There was a madness in Yami's eyes. He desperately swung his fists and blasted out powerful virtual bullets. But the scene that made him despair appeared. After the virtual bullet hit the black flame of Amaterasu, it was swallowed by the flame, and then turned into white steam and disappeared in mid-air. How is this possible? Even Ulquiorra was shocked. The seemingly ferocious virtual bullet was completely powerless in front of the black flames. Obviously, there is a huge gap between the two. Amaterasu is invincible. Yami was in a panic, turned around and was about to run away, but was stared at by Itachi. In the end, the black flame got on his arms and devoured his flesh and blood frantically. Unless turned into ashes, there is no escape. The 246th chapter cut off the teeth of the arms, second more. Amaterasu. The inescapable flame cannot be avoided unless it is turned into ashes. Yami's hands were actually stained with black flames, which made his face pale. He even felt that the flames continued to devour his flesh and blood. The intense burning sensation was as painful as the heart. Even if Yami had steel skin, he still couldn't partner. What kind of flame is this? Why can even my spiritual power be swallowed up? Yami's eyes widened, and the more he struggled, the more frightened he became. No matter how much spiritual power he poured into it, when he encountered black flames, it all turned into white mist. There is no way to resist, and there is no way to resist. Amaterasu is known as the strongest physical attack, and it cannot be extinguished unless Uchiha Itachi's personal wishes. How is it possible? How in the world is there such a strange flame? Not reconciled, could it be that he just died in the flames so aggrieved? Yami was flustered. He always looked down on humans, and always regarded humans as garbage, but he felt fear in front of humans for the first time. When he raised his head and felt Uchiha Itachi's icy gaze, he had an illusion. As if in front of him was not a human being, but a god of death. It's ridiculous. What's the difference between your panicked appearance and the garbage you call yourself? The corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth raised a sarcastic arc, and from beginning to end, he didn't even look at Yami. Calm and calm. Even in the face of danger, Uchiha Itachi remained calm even in the face of the famous 10 blades. The pupil power of the Uchiha clan crushes everything. Relying on brute force, approaching Itachi rashly is really stupid. The ghost shark swung the big sword shark muscle to repel the 7th blood Zomari again. Facing the fastest Xuanzha ringing among the 10 blades, the ghost shark was in a state of embarrassment. Although his big sword shark muscle can absorb energy, he has no chance of slashing the opponent. However, under the defense of the water escape ninjutsu, Zomari also did not take advantage of it. The water escape wall always resisted the ghost shark's surroundings, making it difficult for Zomari's Zanpakuto to penetrate. Coupled with the downpour that has been falling in the sky, the rain in the forest continues to fall, and the advantages of the ghost shark are slowly accumulating. This kind of flame. It's really scary. If you can't control it, don't let it appear. Zomali's pupils shrank suddenly. Even though he was separated by such a long distance, he could still feel the power of Amaterasu. Even though he was the 7th child, he did not dare to be touched by black flames. That big man should be a reckless idiot. You underestimate the power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel too much, that's why you failed. The ghost shark had a ferocious face, raised his big sword and slashed at Zomali fiercely. Don't be distracted, go all out. Your opponent is me, the ghost of Huayan village, the dried persimmon ghost. The twins are turning. Zomari's body disappeared instantly, and 4 clones appeared, slashing at the ghost shark together with the Zanpakuto. Is this kind of trick again? It's useless, I've seen through everything. Even if you have more clones, it's just a clone. The ghost shark sneered sneeringly, and his hands quickly formed seals. Water escape, the technique of water prison. A huge water balloon was formed around the Zomalis. Their bodies were immobilized, their movements were restricted, and they could not move. Water escape and water shark bombing. The dried persimmon ghost shark instantly used chakra to create a shark-shaped water bomb and blasted Zomali. As the amount of water increased, the dried persimmon shark gradually gained the upper hand, and Zomali, who was only relying on speed, was gradually suppressed. Flicker. Even though he blocked the water shark shell with false dodge, Zomali was still troubled. The ghost shark and the 4th Raikage are 2 styles of people. Although the power of the ghost shark's ninjutsu is not as good as that of the 4th Raikage, it is continuous. He did not compete with Zomali in speed, but instead used his own advantages, guarding carefully and looking for opportunities to counter-attack. The water escape ninjutsu made Zomali difficult to succeed. The ghost shark is known as the tailless beast. The chakra in the body is naturally strong, and it is not afraid of consumption at all. As a result, Zomali wants to defeat the ghost shark. There is only one way: return to the blade. Your strength is indeed beyond my surprise. Water ninjutsu is far more difficult than thunder ninjutsu. But if you think that this is my full strength, then you are wrong. Zomari released his palm, and the Zanpakuto floated in midair. Zomali squatted with his feet, his head bent, and slowly spoke the liberating language. Peace, cursed Isanger. After returning to the blade, his chopping knife was then bent and squeezed out of smoke to wrap his body. When the thick black fog dissipated, Zomali's image changed significantly. There are black lines on his face and chin. Even more terrifying, his lower body turned into a peach-colored pumpkin-shaped ball and floated off the ground, with as many as 50 eyes appearing on his body. Let the power of love rule your wildness. On the other side, Ulquiorra felt the breath of Zomari returning to the blade, and frowned slightly. Being forced to return to the blade so quickly, this shows that the strength of the ghost shark is also very strong. Zomali was suppressed, and Jami's situation was even worse. His arms were engulfed by the flames of Amaterasu, and the black flames were about to spread to his body. At this time, Ulquiorra made a decisive decision. He dodged to Yami's side, raised his knife and fell. The sharp sword light instantly chopped Yami's two arms off. Ah! Damn! Ulquiorra, what are you doing? The piercing pain made Tommy's face distorted. His arms were broken and he staggered back to Ulquiorra's side. Yami kept swearing and was puzzled by Ulquiorra's behavior. Idiot, if you don't cut off your arm, once you get caught in black flames, you'll be finished. Ulquiorra was displeased. It doesn't matter if her arm is broken, because the presence of Inu Himiyori can heal her hands again. Once the little life is lost, there is no chance to save it. The courage to cut off both arms immediately to avoid the invasion of Amaterasu is commendable. But Amaterasu's flame will not go out. Uchiha Itachi's vision stayed on Ulquiorra, and immediately, black flames rushed towards him, completely surrounding the two of them. There is nowhere to escape. Chapter 247 Complete Defeat, Third More. Amaterasu's black flames covered the sky, forming a black encirclement. Ulquiorra and Jamie move difficulty, they can move less and less, which also means that the crisis is getting stronger. Yami, go back. Ulquiorra grabbed Yami's clothes and quickly backed away. But Amaterasu's flame is too huge. As long as Uchiha Itachi's vision can reach, the black flame will exist. Although Ulquiorra's speed was very fast, his movement trajectory was still captured under the insight of the kaleidoscope shaker. Zizizi. The black flame burned the air and made a harsh sound. In the end, under the control of Uchiha Itachi, they had nowhere to escape and were completely trapped in a sea of fire. Shut up, black-winged demon. With the liberation language spoken, the Zanpakuto in Ulquiorra's hand burst into a blazing light. The grey sky became more gloomy, and the spiritual ocean was mixed with rainwater, which kept dripping on the ground. At this moment, Amaterasu seemed to have dimmed, and it seemed to be influenced by spiritual power. It's finally real, but in front of my eyes, it still doesn't work. Feeling the strong pressure, Uchiha Itachi's expression changed, and then he returned to nature. Although Ulquiorra's breath was many times stronger than before, Uchiha Itachi also did not use the full 957 force. With the wave of the pair of black wings behind Ulquiorra, a strong wind blasted out, accompanied by the spiritual power that was almost condensed into essence, forcing the black flames back. Taking advantage of this gap, Ulquiorra pulled Yami back and got rid of the black flames. Black void flash. Ulquiorra raised his finger and blasted out a flash of blackness. A huge bang to Amaterasu. The power before and after returning to the blade is very different, and even the black flame can't swallow the virtual flash immediately. Crimson blood slowly left from his eyes, and it seemed that Uchiha Itachi suffered a huge backlash. Casting Amaterasu not only consumes a lot of chakra, but also consumes a lot of pupil power. Uchiha Itachi was originally terminally ill. Although he was still in the incubation period, he knew that this body could only last for a few more years. If the stalemate continues, the one who suffers will be him. Therefore, a quick decision must be made. Brush. Ulquiorra's figure flickered again, so fast that he almost asked me to capture it with a kaleidoscope. I waved back, and the spiritual spear appeared in my hand, which easily stabbed Uchiha Itachi's arm. Itachi's face was gloomy. Ulquiorra, who was returning to the back of the blade, was so fast that he could hardly catch the other party's trace. In addition to the consumption of Amaterasu, if this continued, his body would not be able to bear it. The pupil technique must be used. Uchiha pondered for a moment and decided to use the power of the other eye. When the voice fell, his eyes were tightly closed. When it was opened again, a powerful wave was emitted. Pupil, monthly reading. Illusionary Uau, only with the same bloodline as me and the ability to produce the Eye of the Wheel can defeat me. Uchiha Itachi was expressionless, and his icy eyes caught people's attention. The moment you saw my gaze, the end was already doomed. Uchiha Itachi's voice was cold, as if a sentence had been set for Ulquiorra. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, showing a hint of movement. He felt the coldness in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, as if it contained a murderous intent. The screen flashed, and the surrounding space changed in vain. The blue sky disappeared, and the black flames that permeated everywhere also disappeared, as if in an instant, everything between heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. The sky and the earth were eclipsed, and the surroundings were silent. This is a space that reveals dead silence, dark and quiet. All the colors between heaven and earth disappear, leaving only pure black and white. Here is. The moment Ulquiorra opened her eyes, she looked around at 1,000 darkness. Is this the real power of Shenyan? Brush brush. Suddenly, many figures appeared around Ulquiorra, and they were all the same as Itachi, and their murderous intentions were revealed. Hundreds of Uchiha Itachi appeared, lifelike, giving people a lifelike feeling. It's really rare that you can stay calm when you come to my monthly reading space. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing at the front, held a sharp long knife and said indifferently, "Although you have an arrogant and strong attitude, everything is useless. In the world of Uedu, space, world, and quality are all under my control." Uchiha Itachi raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, waved the long sword in his hand, and stabbed Ulquiorra quickly. All this only happens between the fire and light stones. Clang. Ulquiorra tried to swing his spiritual spear to defend, but saw a scene that left him stunned. The originally sharp spear hid a gap. As Uchiha Itachi swung a knife again, the entire spear broke. How is this possible? Ulquiorra couldn't believe it. I've said it all, in the world of Uedu, the quality of everything is controlled by me. Uchiha Itachi succeeded in one move, and then launched an offensive. The sharp blade pierced at the unsuspecting Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra wanted to dodge, but found himself unable to move, like trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Boo! The sharp blade pierced through Ulquiorra's body, and immediately, several blood flowers splashed. This space is completely dominated by me. For the next 72 hours, I will stab you with a knife until the moment you fall to the ground with blood. Uchiha Itachi's voice fell, and the figure behind Ulquiorra raised his long sword and stabbed him fiercely from the back. One knife after another, the ruthless blades stabbed into Ulquiorra's body continuously, making him miserable. Under the control of Uchiha Itachi's mind, Ulquiorra has nowhere to hide. He seemed to be carrying a heavy mountain on his back, and it was extremely difficult to even lift his heels. Scarlet blood splashed, and every time the knife light flickered, there would be an extra wound on his body. Over time, scarred and bloodied. Although this is an illusion space, this feeling is real. This is the power of the Kaleidoscope Shaker, and the power of the Uchiha clan you want to see. Chapter 248, The Second Return to the Blade, The Gun of Thunder, Fourth More. This is beyond your belief, the power of monthly reading. For 72 hours, Ulquiorra could not move. He was tormented all the time. This feeling was real, and it made him feel heart-piercing pain. When 72 hours passed, Ulquiorra closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, he returned to the real world. Nothing has changed. Aizen still holds a spear of spiritual power. Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes were staring at him coldly. What happened in the 3 days in the Uedu space was only a moment in reality. Uchiha Itachi looked at Ulquiorra indifferently, looking forward to his fall in the next moment. Because of the 72 hours of torture, he was convinced that Ulquiorra's mind had collapsed. Ulquiorra gasped violently. He couldn't avoid Uedu, and suffered a major mental blow. The momentum behind the blade is also plummeted. He is different from Aizen. The reason why Aizen was able to decipher the moon reading was because he was the first to use the absolute hypnosis of Kyoka Suizuki, which caused Uchiha Itachi to have an illusion. However, Aokigahara had no such means. When he saw Itachi's pair of kaleidoscopes, his fate was already doomed. Wow! Aokigahara let out a groan, and a sharp pain filled his body. Although he appeared to be safe and sound on the surface, in fact, his body was covered with scars and holes, and even if he had a special steel skin, he could not resist this kind of heart-piercing pain. Aokigahara, what's wrong with you? Yami was in a panic, his arms were completely destroyed, and he had already lost his fighting spirit. The only thing he can rely on is to rely on Aokigahara to defeat Uchiha Itachi, but the reality has given him a heavy blow. Even if Aokigahara returns to the sword, he is helpless in front of Itachi's pupil light. It's terrible. It's terrible. Yami has already turned into a dog. If even Aokigahara can't deal with Itachi, then there is only one outcome for them today: death. The situation turned around, and the 10 Blades, who had the upper hand, were instead suppressed by Itachi and Unai. Aokigahara was on the verge of collapse, Yami's arms were broken, and Zamali was still dealing with the ghost shock. This operation was not as easy as before, because they were facing Uchiha Itachi, who is now the man with the strongest pupil power in the entire ninja world. It's better to admit defeat. Even Aizen is afraid of Uau, not to mention that you are only his subordinates. Uchiha Itachi's remarks were merciless, putting himself in the position of a winner. In fact, he is one step away from victory unless Aokigahara can break out again. After receiving the news of Deidara's death, Itachi did not despise Akatsuki. Being able to defeat several S-rank rebels shows Aokigahara's strength. It's a pity that he has a fatal weakness and is not immune to illusions like Aizen. Huh? Aokigahara gasped, his expression solemn, and the severe pain from his body almost prevented him from rebounding. If it wasn't for his strong will, he would have fallen long ago. Uchiha Itachi, your moon-reading pupil technique is indeed inexplicable. You can create such a realistic illusion, but do you think it's over? Aokigahara stood with difficulty, holding the spear of spiritual power tightly in his hand. His breath was still huge and his strength was still abundant. The only difference was the mental trauma. All right, Uchiha Itachi, this is the real despair. Aokigahara's voice fell, and the spiritual power hidden in his body poured out without reservation. The spiritual power was thick and dense, no longer green, but pure black, which means that the spiritual power has arrived. Kind of outrageous. This is Aokigahara, Even Zomari and Yami were shocked. As Gzu, they of course knew that this was a sign of returning to the sword, but Aokigahara had already returned to the sword. Why did he return to the sword again? Yami, who was the closest to Aokigahara, was stunned. He has always been the No. 10 Blades, believing that he is the strongest of all the 10 Blades. However, the reality hit him hard, and the Reiatsu alone made him feel suffocated. Yami, Zomari, dried persimmon Nonai, and Uchiha Itachi were stunned, watching Aokigahara's figure gradually being wrapped in black spiritual teeth. A truly disappointing display of strength. Roar. With a long whistle, Aokigahara's figure was exposed in front of everyone. His image has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is not the noble black-winged demon before, but the dark night demon with wildness. The black wings on the back became more slender, and the 2 ears were like sharp edges. The tear stains on the eyes were no longer aquamarine, but transformed into pure black. That kind of black is scary and even more hopeless. The luxurious white robe covering the body disappeared, revealing the skin on the body surface. His hands covered black outer skin. His feet were pitch black, and the black tail swayed in the wind. The second stage of the liberation of the sword. With a deep breath, Alquiora stared at Itachi Uchiha coldly, and said, "I am the only one among the 10 blades who can carry out the second liberation. Even Aizen-sama has never seen this look before. Faced with me like this, do you think there is still a chance to win?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered, and Alquiora, who had returned to the blade for the second time, gave him a feeling of extreme danger, which was far more than Benludao and Uchiha Madara. However, even in a desperate situation, Uchiha Itachi's expression still did not change, and he remained calm and calm. How could he still keep this expression? Logically speaking, he should be afraid and make chaos. But with that calm look in his eyes, doesn't he think he still has a chance to defeat me? Alquiora's eyes were fierce and he said coldly, "Well, I'll let you fully appreciate the taste of turning into ashes." He folded his hands together, and a large amount of spiritual energy poured out of his palms. When he opened his hands, a long spear containing violent energy was suspended in the air. Thunder Gun. Chapter 249 The Pinnacle of Pupil Surgery, Susenin, 5th More. Thunder Gun. The spear between Alquiora's hands floated in the air, exuding a powerful wave that could not be ignored. Alquiora, who had returned to the blade for the second time, had surpassed Zamali and Ya, and his strength was not on the same level at all. This fluctuation. It's terrible. I didn't expect Alquiora to hide it so deeply. Zamari was stunned. Under the shroud of Alquiora's Reiki, he felt that he was facing an abyss beast that had woken up from a deep sleep, and the breath made him hopeless. He, who has always emphasized dominance, has lost any right in front of Alquiora. He is an insignificant little bug who can be crushed in an instant. Second return to the blade, you even concealed it from Aizen-sama. 740. Yami was equally surprised, but there was a burst of ecstasy on his face. Because the stronger Alquiora is, the more hope they have. In the face of Uchiha Itachi, who has peak pupil power, he can only rely on more powerful strength to crush him. Alquiora held the thunder spear and said in a cold voice, "I didn't want to return to the blade twice, but your strength is beyond my expectations, so if you put it in the 10 blades, only the top 3 can compete with you. You compare." He raised the thunder spear, aimed it at Uchiha Itachi from a distance, and said indifferently, "Don't move, just stay there, because I really don't want to attack you at close range." When Alquiora's voice fell, Uchiha Itachi's face changed in shock, and he felt a strong crisis of life and death. Even if the thunder spear hadn't been thrown, he had already taken the lead to dodge. "Otherwise, you will die." Brush. The thunder spear thrown by Alquiora smeared a trail in the air and hit Uchiha Itachi's location with lightning speed. "It's useless, you can't avoid it at all." Afterwards, Alquiora frowned slightly and sighed regretfully, "Did you miss it? It seems that this trick is not easy to master." At a close distance, the thunder spear deviates slightly and falls next to Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, a shocking wave erupted, spreading like a violent storm. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to avoid it. Wow! Just the strong wind generated by the burst of energy made the bodies of the dried persimmon ghost shark, Yami, and Zamali fly upside down. They couldn't control their bodies at all, like a small boat caught in a stormy sea. There is a possibility of destruction later. The energy storm spreads like ripples, no grass grows wherever it goes, and all the towering trees fall down. In less than 10 seconds, the boundless forest turned to ashes. If you look down from midair, you will see an unbelievable scene. The original greenery has all disappeared, leaving only the dark ruins and the leaves flying all over the sky. Just a thunder spear can easily destroy this ancient forest that has existed for decades. Alquiora's death after the second return is too terrifying, and has the power to easily destroy a ninja nation. Guru. The dried persimmon ghost shark's body slammed heavily on the rock, and the strong vibration made him groan. Seeing this huge scene, the ghost shark could no longer calm down. He is self-aware, and even if he tries his best, he can't cause such a big fluctuation. For such an opponent, we have to snatch the tailed beast from him. It's ridiculous. At this moment, the ghost shark finally understood why the duo did not die. The art duo died in the hands of Ulquiorra. In the face of this overwhelming force, even he has no chance of winning. Itachi, is he dead? The ghost shark couldn't see the situation that clearly, and the place where Itachi was originally has only become a ruin. To be fair, Itachi couldn't survive in that desperate situation. But there is still a kind of hope in the ghost shark's heart. He doesn't believe that the most dazzling genius of the Uchiha family has fallen like this. Not only the ghost sharks, but even Zomari and Yami were watching that place closely. Once Uchiha Itachi died, it would mean the end of the battle for the Four Tails, and they would welcome a new companion. Time passed slowly, and the smoke that filled the air dissipated, finally revealing the true face there. Huh? How is this possible? Ulquiorra's expression was solemn, because he saw something that surprised him. Uchiha not only did not dying, but unscathed. A behemoth appeared in everyone's field of vision. Uchiha Itachi is tall and straight, surrounded by red chakra. These strong chakras form a giant skeleton wrapped around the ferret. The skeleton is covered in well-textured armor. The flames formed by the chakra covered it, creating a scorching hot wind. The entire skeleton is huge, with a height of more than 10 meters, like an indomitable giant with powerful strength. No matter who it is, the moment he sees Susanoo for the first time, he will have a thought, unmatched. The pinnacle of pupil technique, Suzu. You are really strong. This time, I will show you my trump card, Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi had blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. His steps were steady, and there was no injury. Uchiha Itachi walked towards Ulquiorra step by step, and said coldly, "You reading and Amaterasu, when both abilities are possessed at the same time, this technique will also reside on the eyes, which is the ultimate power of Shenyan." Suzu. Itachi's breath continued to rise, and he took control of the battle situation in 1.3 again. The huge red Susanoo figure stared more and more, and finally fully displayed in front of 10 blades. A red flaming sword, a huge indestructible shield. These are two of the 3 major artifacts in the ninja world collected by Itachi, the 10-fist sword and the 8-foot mirror. This time, Uchiha Itachi is the real heyday. 10 blades, that move just now was your full strength, right? If you still have reservations, you should use it as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, and Susa raised his arms in the sky. It's time to make a break, 10 blades. Uchiha Itachi stretched his arm towards Ulquio, and Red Susa also did the same. It swung a majestic 10-fist sword, rolled the hot flames, and slashed towards Ulquiorra below. Chapter 250 My Favorite Brother. 6th more. It's over, 10 blades. The Red Susa swung the 10-punch sword and slashed at Ulquiorra. The long sword was surrounded by flames. With a ferocious momentum, it slashed heavily through the air. Ring it. Ulquiorra easily evaded the attack of the 10-punch sword. Although Susa's might was strong, he couldn't touch Ulquiorra. After returning to the blade for the second time, he not only possesses enormous power, but also reaches the limit of speed. Just by Susanoo's slow movements, Ulquiorra couldn't be seen at all. It's useless, Uchiha Itachi, no matter how strong your ability is. Your movements have already been detected by my sensory nerves, and it would be impossible to hit me. Ulquiorra stood in midair, folded his hands again, and a brand new thunder spear appeared in his hands. What? He can use that trick indefinitely? The dry persimmon ghost shark's face changed in shock. He thought that the Thunder Spear could only be used once. But I didn't expect that this level of 11 tricks could be used indefinitely. With a speed that the naked eye can't capture, a Reiatsu that condenses into reality, and a spear of thunder that can be used infinitely, Ulquiorra looks impeccable in every way. Brush. The Thunder Spear was thrown again, turning into a bolt of lightning and streaking through the air. Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to slack off. He controlled the red Susa and waved his 10-fist sword to resist. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Spear exploded in midair, and a wave comparable to the Day Tiger erupted again. This time Uchiha Itachi was safe and sound under the protection of Susa, but the red Susa was repelled. Boom! Susa retreated, rubbing a huge crack on the ground. The power of the second Thunder Spear was unmistakable, and it was able to repel Susa, who could be called an absolute defense. Like this, I can throw the power of thunder again and again, and you can't even catch my figure. When the voice fell, Ulquiorra once again condensed a spear of thunder in his hands. He clenched the spear tightly and was about to throw it. Itachi, who had been passively defending, fought back. 8-foot Kyanga Jade. The 4 hooks condensed by chakra attacked Ulquiorra, but the seemingly ferocious attack was once again evaded by the latter. Relying on the pinnacle of the loud turn, it is as hard to prevent as when the space is shifted. Boom! The 8-foot Kyanga Jade exploded in the sky, but it did not cause any harm. The corners of Uchiha Itachi's mouth continued to flow with blood, and the vitality in his body was rapidly depleted. Launching Ueji and Amaterasu one after another had exhausted him. If this continues, without Ulquiorra's action, he will die due to a huge backlash. Ulquiorra seemed to see this, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this point, he is already invincible. Even if he doesn't make a move, as long as he relies on Hibiki to avoid the attack, he can consume Uchiha Itachi alive. Thunder Gun. He threw a Thunder Spear again, and at the same time he repelled Red Susa. There was a huge wave. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ulquiorra's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lao Zai in an instant. His sharp 5 claws grabbed Lao Zai's body and disappeared again. Damn it! Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon ghost shark roared at the same time. They want to stop, but it's too late, unless they have space ninjutsu like Obito, or the flying thunder god of the 4th Hokage. Otherwise, there is no way to be faster than Ulquiorra. Yami, Zomari, let's go. The mission has been completed, there is no need to entangle with him. He is already a mortal person. Ulquiorra came to Gami again and took him with him. The moment after his figure disappeared, the 10-fist sword slashed on the ground. No matter how powerful Susanoo is, he will always slower than Ulquiorra. The twins are turning. Zamali relied on Xuanja Ring to get rid of the ghost shark's entanglement, and also came to Ulquiorra's side. The 3 10 blades confronted Uchiha Itachi in midair. Goodbye, Itachi Uchiha, your abilities are very interesting, it's a pity. That's it for now. Ulquiorra threw a Thunder Spear with his backhand, which exploded in Itachi's field of vision. The sky was filled with violent energy, and with the help of this storm, they disappeared into the night with Lao Zai. Have they gone? Uchiha Itachi's eyes filled with regret. He really had nothing to do with Ulquiorra, he couldn't stab him at all. Several consecutive Thunder Spears even caused a lot of cracks in Susa's expression. Wow! Uchiha Itachi's body finally reached the limit, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he couldn't even keep his balance. He staggered to the ghost shark's body and released Suzu. Itachi, what's the matter with you? It doesn't matter. Ghost Shark was at a loss, and he naturally saw that Itachi was seriously injured. This kind of injury is not from the Thunder Spear, but from the backlash of the 3 major pupil techniques. In addition, the chakra in the body is exhausted, and Itachi has reached the brink of collapse. Itachi didn't respond, just leaned against the big tree quietly. Blood poured out of the corners of his mouth, and his breath was sluggish. This battle not only forced out his only life potential, but even his vision became blurred due to excessive disappearance. The night was hazy, a shocking battle ended, and the peace of the past was restored here. The ghost shark quietly accompanied Itachi, and the two remained silent. Uchiha Itachi's thoughts have already flown out of the land of the earth, to faraway places. When his life was dying, a young face appeared in his mind, Sasuke Uchiha. When Itachi was in Akatsuki, he often remembered the village and his favorite younger brother. He deceived Sasuke in the world of the moon reading, and said that the extermination of the family was to test his own ability. In order to give Sasuke a new life goal, let Sasuke continue to become stronger, so as to prevent the upper level of Konoha from being disadvantaged to him. Uchiha Itachi has already heard about Sasuke's defected Konoha to follow Orochimaru. He does not object to Sasuke's choice, he only hopes that Sasuke can become stronger and can live with the honor of the Uchiha family. At this moment, Uchiha just wants to know Sasuke and say a word to his beloved brother. My dearest brother, no matter what path you choose, I will always love you deeply.